Chapter 50. Chapter 50 Slaughter. The large group of trainees who had accepted the mission immediately split up after entering the Tianhuan sect. Some teamed up while others began rampaging alone. The disciples of the Tianhuan sect also rose up in resistance. Jian Wushuang and his companions had just arrived in one of the yards in the Tianhuan sect when they saw tens of shadows charging at them, all of them in the spiritual sea realm. "You too, follow me closely," Yin Min ordered coldly. Gripping her scarlet long spear, she immediately dashed forward. Jian Wushuang nodded at Ling Tianhao and followed Yin Min, his expression a little cold. "Invaders!" The sight of these three instantly triggered the killing intent of the Tianhuan sect disciples. "Kill them!" Tens of shadows rushed toward them. Swish! A blurry spear shadow charged towards them, like a viper sticking out its tongue at its prey. For a moment, the lightning fast spear seemed to create an environment in which snowflakes were gently falling. It gave the spear a poignant feeling. Slash, 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 slash. The spear pierced 5 necks at once, leaving 5 corpses collapsed on the ground. This skill. Jian Wushuang couldn't help being surprised when he saw this. These disciples of the Tianhuan sect were only in the initial and profound spiritual sea realm. So it was not hard for Yin Min, in the exceptional spiritual sea realm, to kill them. But it was so much more difficult to kill 5 with one strike. What Yin Min demonstrated earlier caused his eyes to light up. Kill! The death of their fellow disciples didn't slow down the remaining ones. They rushed forward and launched a series of attacks towards Jian Wushuang and his companions. Jian Wushuang swung the triple kill sword in his hand at 2 disciples. With 2 clean slashes, he easily ended the lives of the 2, who were only in the initial spiritual sea realm. Holding his dark dagger, Ling Tianhao quietly stabbed the disciples charging at him. He was incredibly fast in killing 2 of them. The rest were all killed by Yin Min. It took mere moments for the tens of Tianhuan sect disciples to meet their death. "They're too weak." Jian Wushuang could not help sighing when he saw all the dead bodies on the ground. The Tianhuan sect was considered a second-rate sect in the Tianan province, yet it was far more powerful than Sword Marquis Mansion. But after the deaths of their 14 gold core realm experts, the ending was basically written in stone. The remaining disciples were all in the spiritual sea realm, with the majority in the initial and profound level. Rarely were any of them at the exceptional level. Unfortunately for them, those who accepted this mission were all at the exceptional level. They also possessed their own personal techniques. After all, anyone who accepted this mission despite knowing its extreme danger would certainly come prepared. Ling Tianhao, for example, might be one of the weakest among the participants who accepted the mission. But if you put him among the Tianhuan sect disciples who were at the exceptional spiritual sea realm, few could defeat him. "None of the people I killed has an interspatial ring. What about you guys?" Yin Min asked, looking over at them. "None here." Jian Wushuang shook his head. "Me either." Ling Tianhao shrugged. This didn't come as a big surprise to them. After all, there were only a total of 10 rings. For how precious and rare they were, they ought to be at least worn by disciples in the exceptional spiritual sea realm. And none of those that they killed were at that level. "Let's go," Yin Min said. The 3 of them then walked toward the depths of the Tianhuan sect. They did not even glance at the corpses on the ground. Though they felt sympathy for the Tianhuan sect disciples, they would never show any mercy in a fight. After all, they were on different sides. If they showed mercy, then the corpses lying on the ground would be theirs. Inside an underground secret room in the Tianhuan sect, there were 8 people wearing robes standing inside the room, wearing copper masks that only showed their eyes. A person wearing a black robe and a silver mask sat on a stone chair. Thud! The door to the secret room opened and a purple-haired old man came running in, panicking. He shouted anxiously, "Please, my lords! I beg you, help save our Tianhuan sect." The one wearing a silver mask looked up, revealing his pair of cold eyes as he looked at the purple-haired old man. He said indifferently, "What's going on outside?" "They're here. Men from Golden Dragon Palace are here. There are many warriors in the exceptional spiritual sea realm." Not only that, our leader and many of our elders are already dead. We don't have a single expert in the Gold Core realm that is still alive. We simply can't hold up against those warriors, so please help us." The old man didn't even finish his sentence before he collapsed on the ground with a bloodstain on his neck. Beside him, a man wearing a copper mask was slowly sheathing his sword. "My lord, what should we do next?" a copper-masked servant asked. 3 years ago, the Tianhuan sect leaked some information, scheming against the Golden Dragon ambassador. It was supposed to be a secret, but it was still discovered by the Golden Dragon Palace. Their intelligence work is truly amazing. The man with the silver mask continued coldly. Since it has been discovered, the Tianhuan sect is bound to be exterminated. As for us, naturally it's best if we can avoid exposing ourselves. Those who were sent here now are only in the exceptional spiritual sea realm. If I estimate correctly, they're part of a one-clawed Golden Dragon Guard mission. Those rookies may not even discover this place if we stay here. And if they really do end up finding us, the Golden Dragon Ambassador would already be gone by then. Without the Golden Dragon Ambassador hindering us, it's impossible for those rookies to stand in our way. They were all afraid of the Golden Dragon Ambassador, who was in the Yin-Yang Void realm. The man with the silver mask was not an exception. When the Golden Dragon Ambassador was fighting with others, he did not discover them because the robed men were good at hiding their auras and were hidden in this secret room. In his opinion, the high and mighty Golden Dragon Ambassador would no be so bored as to stay back and watch the rookies wrap up the mission after he finished killing all the Gold Core realm experts. But what a pity that the extermination of the Tianhuan sect means we've lost a chess piece. The man wearing the silver mask shook his head and sighed. The black robe and that facial mask. They were obvious symbols of Blood Feather Tower, the strongest assassination association of the Tianzong dynasty. Chapter 51. Chapter 51, The First Interspatial Ring. In the Tianhuan sect. Qi! A long spear stabbed through the throat of a Tianhuan sect disciple without making a sound. Then, with an abrupt sweep, it heavily hacked towards 2 more disciples, making them step back. "If you don't want to be killed, then leave." Yin Min, a nifty girl with a long spear in her hands, wore a cold expression while criticizing them. However, several Tianhuan sect disciples ignored her words and lunged at her, immediately attacking with their knives and swords. "Kill them," Yin Min said in a cold voice. A flash of coldness appeared in the eyes of Jian Wushuang and Ling Tianhao, but suddenly, "Hum!" A cold voice and 3 auras rushed into the battle. These cultivators were stronger than previous Tianhuan sect disciples. 3 people at the level of exceptional spiritual sea? The arrival of these 3 caused Jian Wushuang's expression to change. Since they came to the Tianhuan sect, they had encountered 3 groups of Tianhuan sect disciples who just reached the level of profound spiritual sea realm and the initial realm. They had yet to encounter a single disciple at the exceptional spiritual sea realm, not to mention encountering 3 of them at the same time. "You too, protect yourselves," Yin Min said in a low voice. Then, the long spear in her hands danced through the air like flashing stars and drifting snow as it struck towards 2 of the disciples at the exceptional spiritual sea realm. "Haozi, leave the exceptional spiritual sea realm disciple to me. As for the others, it's up to you to handle them," Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. "Yes," Ling Tianhao said and nodded. Although he had to fight against several Tianhuan sect disciples at the same time, these disciples were only at the level of profound spiritual sea realm, or initial spiritual sea realm, and were no threat to him. Those 3 at the exceptional spiritual sea realm, that could threaten him, had been blocked by Yin Min and Jian Wushuang. "How dare you 2 guys block me?" Yin Min laughed loudly and then she furiously hacked towards the 2 people at exceptional spiritual sea realm with the long red spear, blasting them with hazy spear shadows. Both of them realized how ruthless and tyrannical Yin Min was as they fended her off with all their strength. However, they were no match for Yin Min's spear skills. Though fighting against 2 enemies, Yin Min still gained the upper hand. "Be careful, she is strong," said a person at exceptional spiritual sea realm, seriously. She is only at the level of exceptional spiritual sea realm. Why should we be afraid of her when we have a 2-to-1 advantage? Let's kill her. The other one sniffed, and then they lunged at Yin Min again. A giant axe was shown in front of Yin Min and hacked towards her. Meanwhile, a flash of dark gold sword light appeared in front of Yin Min, traveling 10 meters in an instant. How ridiculous! Yin Min laughed as the look in her eyes abruptly turned cold. Divine spear of dripping blood! Clang! 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 2 flashes of spear shadow struck out successively, faster than those 2 people expected. And then those 2 flashes of spear shadow stabbed into the area between the eyebrows of both disciples, immediately killing them. Good girl, Yin Min has a good command of her spearmanship. Jian Wushuang was still fighting with the other disciple at exceptional spiritual sea realm. But he saw everything that happened, especially when Yin Min killed other 2 disciples at exceptional spiritual sea realm on her own. It seems that I should also show a little bit of my ability. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly while looking at his enemy. Die! Only Jian Wushuang could hear his light voice. The disciple at exceptional spiritual sea realm saw a flash of cold sword light in front of him, rapidly approaching his eyes. It was too fast for him to resist, quickly piercing through his throat. Meanwhile, Ling Tianhao also defeated his enemies. Swordsman, not bad. How did you kill someone at exceptional spiritual sea realm on your own? Yin Min asked while looking at Jian Wushuang with startled eyes. Ha! I just have a good luck, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Really? Yin Min raised her eyebrow but didn't continue asking. Chapter 52. Chapter 52, Stealing Benefits from Others. Get out of here! Seeing those 4 people rushing towards her, Yin Min angrily howled and raised the red long spear up high, hacking towards them with amazing power. The heavy spear shadow immediately swept towards those 4 people. What? Those 4 people changed their faces while resisting Yin Min's spear. Then, the 4 people were knocked back over 10 meters by Yin Min before they regained their footing. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jian Wushuang and Ling Tianhao immediately appeared beside Yin Min. Do you want to kill people on your own side? Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice. That interspatial ring should have belonged to us, but you guys snatched it. Those 4 people all had grim expressions as a burly man, the leader of them, growled. If you guys are wise, then hand over the interspatial ring or we'll. Otherwise? Yin Min sneered and said. More than 30 people received the task, but only 10 interspatial rings exist. That means most of the people can't complete the task. This is a competition between us, and the interspatial ring is in my hand. If you want to grab it, just come try. But who will get the ring hasn't been decided yet. Those 4 burly men felt unpleasant. They had just fought with Yin Min and realized that Yin Min's strength was stronger than any of them. Even killing 2 of them on her own was a piece of cake. Besides her, there were Jian Wushuang and Ling Tianhao. They would probably suffer if they fought with them. Let's go. The burly man snorted, and then those 4 people reluctantly left. Jian Wushuang and other 2 couldn't help laughing when they saw the group leaving. It's lucky for them to leave, otherwise it's possible 1 or 2 of them would be killed by me and Swordsman, not to mention Sister Yin. Fighting against 3 on her own is no problem at all, Ling Tianhao said with a smile. Fighting against 3 on my own? Yin Min shook her head and said, You think too highly of me. Those who dare to receive a Golden Dragon Guard task are stronger than we imagine. Fighting 2 is possible, but 3 is not realistic. All right. Don't talk about it anymore. We have been fighting for a long time, now we finally have an interspatial ring. Give this one to me, and if we obtain more interspatial ring, they will belong to you too. How's it? Yin Min turned to Jian Wushuang and Ling Tianhao. No problem, Jian Wushuang said and nodded. Of course I agree, replied Ling Tianhao with a smile. It was obvious that Yin Min was the biggest contributor to the battle. She was also the oldest among them, so giving the first ring to her was only proper. Okay, let's go on. It hasn't been long since the slaughter started, so we have many opportunities to find more interspatial rings. Yin Min said. Yes. Both Jian Wushuang and Ling Tianhao agreed and nodded. The slaughter in the Tianhuan sect continued, becoming even crazier as time passed. Jian Wushuang and other two had already been in the Tianhuan sect for an hour. Ah! Jian Wushuang and other two suddenly looked up from the corridor and saw a fierce battle ahead of them. There were two sides in the battle. One side, disciples of the Tianhuan sect, and on the other side, their acquaintances that also came for the Golden Dragon Palace task. It's those four, Jian Wushuang said. Those people fighting against the Tianhuan sect disciples were the stout man and his three companions that they had just met. The first interspatial ring Yin Min got was from them. They are in a bad situation, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. They could clearly see that those four people were in a bad situation because over 20 Tianhuan sect disciples were fighting against them. Among them were 5 disciples at exceptional spiritual sea realm. These 4 guys are really unlucky. It's unbelievable they were attacked by so many Tianhuan sect disciples. Yin Min said and sneered. Look! Sister Yin and Swordsman, that man's right hand. Ling Tianhao suddenly exclaimed. Jian Wushuang and Yin Min looked in the direction Ling Tianhao pointed. They saw a Tianhuan sect disciple at exceptional spiritual sea realm wearing a lilac ring on his right index finger. An interspatial ring. Yin Min felt surprised and said, Haha, the second interspatial ring has appeared. Let's do it. First, we'll join hands with those 4 men to kill the Tianhuan sect disciples, then we grab the interspatial ring. Yes. Both Jian Wushuang and Ling Tianhao agreed and nodded. The 3 of them immediately rushed into the battle. 3 more bastards. Kill them. The Tianhuan sect disciples were crazy with bloodlust, immediately attacking Jian Wushuang and the other 2 as soon as they saw them. The pressure on the other 4 who had been under siege this whole time was suddenly reduced by a large amount. It's them. The stout man changed his face after seeing Jian Wushuang and quickly said, Run. We should get away while the Tianhuan sect disciples are fighting with them. What? The other 3 men froze. Why should we leave? If we join hands with them, it is completely possible to kill all these Tianhuan sect disciples and grab the interspatial ring. A purple-dressed woman asked. Our alliance surely can kill all of the Tianhuan sect disciples. But after that? Can we get the interspatial ring? Don't forget that Yin Min just defeated us on her own. There is also Swordsman and that Ling Tianhao who has reached the exceptional spiritual sea realm. We are no match for them at all if we fight against them, the stout man said with a chilly expression. Instead of joining hands with them and then letting them take the interspatial ring, it would be better leave now and observe them secretly. After they finish the life and death struggle against the Tianhuan sect disciples, we can show up and obtain the ring without any effort. Good idea! Both sides will suffer great losses in such a fierce battle. Whoever wins the battle will be weakened, and then we can easily defeat either side at that time. I agree too. The other 3 soon agreed with the stout man. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Jian Wushuang showing his strength. Since all of you have agreed, let's go, said the sturdy man, as a chilling smile appeared on his face. Then he quickly turned around and disappeared into the corridor with his companions, leaving Jian Wushuang and the other 2 to fight with the pack of Tianhuan sect disciples. Bastards! Damn it! Seeing that, Yin Min and Ling Tianhao cursed in rage with a peevish expression on their faces. This is troublesome. Jian Wushuang also felt a little worried. Including those 4, along with Jian Wushuang, Yin Min and Ling Tianhao, if these 7 exceptional spiritual sea realm masters fought together, they would easily defeat these Tianhuan sect disciples. However, with those 4 leaving, the remaining 3 had to fight with 5 exceptional spiritual sea realm disciples, a dozen profound spiritual sea realm and initial spiritual sea realm Tianhuan sect disciples. The situation was instantly at its worst. Haha, your companions seem to have abandoned you. Poor guys, prepare to get trashed. All the disciples of the Tianhuan sect laughed at Jian Wushuang and the other 2, lunging at them directly. Swordsman, Haozi, let's fight! Yin Min shouted to Jian Wushuang and desperately rushed into the battlefield. I'll take 3 exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples. I'll count on you to handle the rest too, several profound spiritual Sea Realm and initial realm disciples, Yin Min said in a deep voice. It was her ultimate limit to fight with 3 exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples at the same time. Let me take these 5 exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples. Jian Wushuang's words surprised Yin Min. Before she could reply, Jian Wushuang ran in front of her with amazing speed and collided with the Tianhuan sect disciples. Whoosh! Suddenly a bright, dazzling sword light swept across the 5 exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples simultaneously. What? How dare he fight with all 5 of us at the same time? He must be suicidal! Kill him! Those 5 exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples became furious and lunged towards Jian Wushuang. But when the dazzling sword light swept, zooming, the horrible sword essence rose suddenly and sharply. Watch out! The 5 exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples hurriedly changed from attack to defense. But when they came into contact with the sword light, these 5 figures fell back with 5 loud thumps. Shoop! 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 The wild sword shadows almost instantaneously spurted from Jian Wushuang's hands. The amazing speed of Aurora swordsmanship had soared to an incredible level ever since Jian Wushuang comprehended the sword essence of Gale. It's so fast! Amazing! Be careful! The Tianhuan disciples shouted with voices full of fear. Although the 5 exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples tried their best to withstand the sword shadows were too fast and arrived too quickly. Even though the sword shadows swept to 5 of them at the same time, it was still too fast to resist. Clang! 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 The sounds of clanks were heard one after another. The 5 exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples were hit by dozens of sword attacks, and 3 of them seemed to be unable to parry. Beep! A sword flash swept towards the throat of those 3 disciples. Chi! The 3 figures immediately fell backward. Damn it! Run! Seeing that, the Tianhuan sect disciples began escaping crazily with almost no hesitation. The 2 remaining exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples also lost the courage to fight with Jian Wushuang. The only thing they could do was run. He's too strong. Even with 5 of us together, his swordsmanship was so fast that he killed 3 of us in the blink of an eye. We'll all die here if we do not run. The 2 exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples were aware of the insurmountable gap between Jian Wushuang and them. Naturally, they did not dare to fight with Jian Wushuang anymore. Run? A cold voice without a hint of emotion rang out near one of the exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples. The disciple raised his head in horror, only to find Jian Wushuang standing in front of him and the triple kill sword stuck in him. No! The disciple only had time to make an unwilling roar before he was immediately killed. You are the owner of the interspatial ring. I can't let you get away from me. After killing the exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciple, Jian Wushuang grinned and took the interspatial ring off the disciple's finger. As for the Tianhuan sect disciples that escaped, Jian Wushuang was not in the mood to chase after them. Swordsman! Swordsman! Jian Wushuang turned his head, finding Yin Min and Ling Tianhao with stunned expressions on their faces that were hard to describe. Jian Wushuang stroked his nose and then laughed in his sleeve. Last time, he deliberately lost to Dong Fanyu so he would not stand out, making people think he was weak. And during the mission this time, he still hadn't found a good chance to prove his ability because of Yin Min. He had finally reached the point where he could not hide it anymore. His strength shocked Yin Min and Ling Tianhao. Jian Wushuang killed 4 real exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples in an instant. What kind of strength was that? Yin Min knew that if she fought against 5 exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples, she could barely resist for a while before eventually losing. In the end, she would die even if she killed one of 2 of them by risking her life. Which meant that Jian Wushuang's strength was much more tremendous than hers. Ha ha, swordsman, I admire you so much." When Ling Tianhao regained himself, he laughed and gave Jian Wuxuang a bear hug. "Swordsman, you hid your strength this whole time?" Yin Min asked seriously. "Yes," Jian Wuxuang said and nodded. There was no sense in denying it now. "You fought with 5 exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples on your own and killed 4 of them in a short time. This level of strength is not something me or Dong Fan you can compare with. Swordsman, you disguised yourself pretty well," Yin Min said with a smile. The 4 who abandoned Jian Wuxuang, Yin Min, and Ling Tianhao, gloating as they were surrounded by the Tianhuan sect disciples, were still very close. They were hiding in a room near the courtyard and heard everything Jian Wuxuang and Yin Min said. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Haunting like a ghost. You'll see, even though Yin Min boasts immense strength, there is a large number of Tianhuan sect disciples at the level of profound spiritual Sea Realm and initial realm, as well as 5 disciples at exceptional spiritual Sea Realm. This kind of battle will definitely make them suffer," the stout man said gloatingly. But only a short while later they saw Jian Wuxuang kill 4 of the exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples swiftly and cruelly, while the remaining Tianhuan sect disciples fled. The 4 of them were stunned. "It's impossible! Unbelievable! That swordsman, how could he be so strong? I can't believe that he killed 4 exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples in such a short time. How could that happen?" The 4 of them felt it was impossible. Meanwhile, they recalled the words they heard in Golden Dragon's subsidiary palace. It was about Dong Fanyu defeating Jian Wuxuang in only 3 moves. "Today we personally witnessed Swordsman's strength. How was it possible that he couldn't resist Dong Fanyu? You must be kidding me. I would rather believe that Dong Fanyu was defeated by him in 3 moves, roared the stout man. How could his incredible strength be overcome by Dong Fanyu in 3 moves? That was ridiculous. It is a relief that we didn't have a real conflict with them, or... The stout man spoke in a relaxing tone. He counted himself fortunate to have never turned against Yin Min, even when she took interspatial ring away from him. He felt terrified when he thought of Jian Wuxuang's immense power. "Go! Be quick!" the stout man roared. "We should keep away from these 3 people until the mission is finished. All in all, we used them just now, and they might hold a grudge against us. I'm afraid that they will fight against us next time. Go! Hurry up!" The others nodded and intended to escape in panic. "Hey, do you see that?" said the woman in purple. The strong man turned his head at once. Suddenly his expression became weird. "It's them? It's Dong Fanyu and his followers. They arrived just now and met Swordsman just in time." The 4 were just about ready to leave, but at this moment their steps suddenly stopped. On the corridor, Jian Wuxuang and his companions also noticed Dong Fanyu and his followers. "It's Dong Fanyu!" Yin Min and Ling Tianhao glanced at Jian Wuxuang with queer complexions. Jian Wuxuang raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly but said nothing. "Dong Fanyu, you are like a ghost, constantly haunting us," Yin Min said in a cold voice and cast a glance towards Dong Fanyu. "Yin Min, I'm surprised that the 2 trash following you are still alive. Lucky guys." Dong Fanyu appeared in front of them, speaking with an arrogant voice. "Let's get to the point. Yin Min, since you guys have been in the Tianhuan sect for a while now, I'd bet you have an interspatial ring, right?" "Interspatial ring?" Yin Min said with a sneer. Then she stretched out her right hand as a light purple ring shined dazzlingly on her 4th finger. "Here it is. If you want it, come and take it." At the sight of the interspatial ring on Yin Min's hand, the eyes of the 5 people behind Dong Fanyu brightened and a flash of heat appeared in their eyes. "Oh, you really do have one. But only 1 ring." Dong Fanyu sneered at her and turned his head to his 5 followers. Then he said, "Let's go." The people following Dong Fanyu hesitated, but eventually they left with him. However, Dong Fanyu glanced at Jian Wuxuang and Ling Tianhao as he left and said in a low voice, "You 2 trash are very lucky to have Yin Min as your pillar. But there are only 10 interspatial rings. Even I only managed to get 1 of them. How dare you expect to get them?" Dong Fangyu left once he finished speaking. What a contemptuous look! But he would never think that our swordsman has the second interspatial ring, Ling Tianhao said before pursing his lips. I'm surprised he didn't bother us. That was my fault. I should have given the ring to you, Haozi. If Dong Fangyu knew an interspatial ring was in your hands, he would definitely try to take it from you without hesitation. She was definitely hoping to see Dong Fangyu try to take the ring just now. If he had started a fight, Jian Wushuang would have instantly given him a lesson. But Dong Fangyu had no desire to snatch the interspatial ring when he saw that it was in her possession. Things would totally change if the interspatial ring was Ling Tianhao's. Haozi, the second interspatial ring, it's yours. Jian Wushuang gave the ring to Ling Tianhao. Swordsman, what happened to you? Ling Tianhao looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment, instead of accepting the ring. I need you two to do me a favor, Jian Wushuang said directly. How can we help you? Yin Min also turned to face him. See this attic? Jian Wushuang stared at the attic beside him and said with a smile. I want to cultivate alone in this attic with no interruptions, so I need you two to safeguard me. Cultivate? You want to cultivate now? Yin Min and Ling Tianhao both felt astonished. Did you have a breakthrough? Yin Min asked spontaneously. Yes, Jian Wushuang said and nodded. Really? Yin Min and Ling Tianhao were both surprised. They believed the fighting capacity of Jian Wushuang was already incredible among people in the spiritual sea realm. If he made a breakthrough, he would probably reach the gold core. Primordial gold core, a level they hoped to reach someday. I need some time to cultivate, but I don't know how long I will need. Maybe our mission will finish before I'm done with my cultivation. So the second interspatial ring naturally belongs to you, Haozi. After all, it's your last chance to attempt the Golden Dragon Guard mission. If you fail, you will never be able to become a Golden Dragon Guard for the rest of your life. But it's not the same for me, Jian Wushuang said while smiling. I see. Ling Tianhao understood, so he nodded his head with a smile and said, Thanks a lot. You can count on us to guard this area. We won't let anyone disturb you. Thanks, said Jian Wushuang. Then he smiled and went straight into the attic. Yin Min and Ling Tianhao stood guard in front of the attic. The stout man and his companions witnessed it all because they were still near the courtyard. What is Swordsman doing? Why did he go into the attic? Did he suddenly comprehend something? Is he going to make a breakthrough? Will he reach the gold core? Their complexions became uneasy. The strength of Jian Wushuang was already so terrifying. What kind of level would he reach after he made a breakthrough? Don't mind what he does. From now on, if we meet the three of them, we turn round immediately, the stout man said and left with the others in a hurry. Chapter 55. Chapter 55, Breakthrough into the Ultimate Spiritual Sea. It was true Jian Wushuang was about to achieve a breakthrough, but not in the way that Yin Min and the others thought he would. The breakthrough was not into the gold core, but the spiritual sea realm. No one knew that Jian Wushuang, who could easily kill an expert that had achieved the exceptional spiritual sea realm, had not even entered the realm yet. He sat cross-legged inside the attic, where a boundless spiritual power was beginning to come together inside his body. Having reached the top of the 9th heaven of Divine Path 3 months ago, his breakthrough would happen at any given time. Earlier, while fighting 3 experts of the exceptional spiritual sea realm, he unexpectedly noticed signs that his spiritual power was about to break through. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a breakthrough. Naturally, he did not dare to make any delays. Others are in the realm of spiritual sea, but I'm in the ultimate spiritual sea. Jian Wushuang smiled. In the first place, the heavenly creation skill was heaven-defying cultivation method. Cultivating the skill was an act in defiance of the natural order. With every step, he was defying nature and becoming extraordinary. Ordinary martial arts who cultivated the spirit path were in the spiritual realm of 7 realms of spirit steps. Martial artists cultivating the heavenly creation skill, on the other hand, was in the 9 heavens of divine path. The typical warrior would be in the spiritual sea from spiritual power, while those who cultivated the heavenly creation skill would break through into the ultimate spiritual sea. I wonder what's the so-called expansion of the ultimate spiritual sea? Jian Wushuang felt excited. Inside him, his condensed spiritual power was charging at the barrier of his breakthrough, crashing into it. The spiritual power only made impact several times for breaking the barrier. The rest of his spiritual power instantly flowed into all his tendons and vessels. Here came the ultimate spiritual sea. He finally understood the ultimate spiritual sea really was after the breakthrough. It's the amount of spiritual power. I've only broken through into the spiritual sea realm, but there's so much more spiritual power in my body. I'd say it's 10 times more than the ordinary spiritual sea realm warrior. Surprise crossed his face. Compared with the spiritual sea from spiritual power of ordinary warriors, the spiritual power of ultimate spiritual sea is vaster. The spiritual sea realm was divided into 3 levels, namely the initial, profound and exceptional realm. There would be a vast improvement in spiritual power in every level advancement. But it was a different story for ultimate spiritual sea. Instead of having the profound realm and initial realm stages, the ultimate spiritual sea had 3 levels that increased the amount of spiritual power with each advancement. Now that Jian Wushuang had entered the first level of the ultimate spiritual sea, his spiritual power was 10 times the amount of spiritual sea realm warrior. In stage 2 of the ultimate spiritual sea, his spiritual power would be 100 times the amount of spiritual sea realm warriors. If he reached stage 3, then his spiritual power could be described as truly endless. The amount of spiritual power available should not be taken lightly. Warriors need a strong foundation of spiritual power whether to fight with others or display their martial arts. If they exhaust their spiritual power from a prolonged battle or tricky martial arts, they could only wait to be killed. And what did an endless spiritual power meant? That meant if he was fighting someone of a similar strength, he could rely on his endless spiritual power to prolong the battle and wait for his opponent to exhaust his own. This was truly an unbelievably strong advantage. However, through all 3 levels of the ultimate spiritual sea, only the amount of spiritual power would increase and not strengthen itself. That was to say, his spiritual force outbreak would remain consistent throughout. This was unlike ordinary spiritual sea realm warriors who would see a great improvement in their spiritual power outbreak with each level breakthrough. But that did not bother Jian Wushuang. It's only normal that spiritual power outbreak doesn't improve. After all, his spiritual power outbreak was already comparable to that of the exceptional spiritual sea realm when he was at the peak of the 9th heaven of divine path. If his spiritual power increased to its peak after achieving the final level of the ultimate spiritual sea, could anyone still survive after fighting him? My spiritual power outbreak! He closed his eyes and made a fist. He felt the explosive power in his hand, experiencing a far stronger energy than he had ever felt. A smile came to his face. I've now broken through into the ultimate spiritual sea. Though I won't see any improvements in my spiritual power outbreak in the 2nd and 3rd stage in the future, my current spiritual power outbreak is now good enough to surpass an expert of the gold core realm. He was only in the 1st level of the ultimate spiritual sea, yet he had spiritual power outbreak of a primordial gold core. His spiritual power, in particular, surpassed that of ordinary spiritual sea realm warriors. This was the ultimate cultivation of the sky after the expansion of the ultimate spiritual sea. Just as Jian Wushuang was marveling at his breakthrough, something else was going on in the underground secret chamber of the Tianhuan sect. Shadows wrapped in black robes appeared one after another. The screams above are getting fainter. Looks like the fighting is coming to an end in the Tianhuan sect, a man with silver mask said. The warriors of the Golden Dragon Palace have been fighting above for nearly 2 hours, enough time for them to wipe out the entire sect twice. Most spiritual sea realm warriors of the Tianhuan sect had already been slaughtered. Most who remained had already fled, with only a handful still scattered in the corners of the sect. Basically, the fight was about to be over very soon. But just then, something happened. Boom! The door to the secret room was kicked open, followed by the sound of hearty laughter. Ha ha! I didn't expect there's a secret room inside the Tianhuan sect. What's in this room? All the robed men inside the secret room instantly became cold when they heard the laughter. The door of the secret room opened and 4 shadows stepped one after another. If Jian Wushuang were here, he would definitely recognize them at a glance, for they were the ones who had framed him in the past. The minute the 4 men stepped into the secret room, the 9 robed men all glared at them with a deadly coldness. The silver-masked man's gaze was even more severe, piercing enough to stab a human heart like a sword. Oh! Feeling the glares of the robed men, the 4 men seemed like their hearts had momentarily stopped beating. That stout man opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But in that instant, the silver-masked man instantly disappeared. When he reappeared again, he was already standing behind the stout man. The stout man's eyes rounded. He felt a warm sensation in his throat and found only gushing warm blood when he touched his throat. Thud! The 4 intruders collapsed on the ground. The silver-masked man suddenly spoke, his cold voice reverberating inside the secret room. Since we're already exposed, there's no longer any need to hide. Follow me and just kill our way out. I'd like to see who dare stop me. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Death to those who stop me. Dong Fanyu stood on the roof of an attic, looking cold. He had 5 experts following him earlier, but now one was missing. There were too many spiritual Sea Realm warriors in the Tianhuan sect. Though Dong Fanyu and his 5 companions of the exceptional spiritual Sea Realm were strong, it was not enough for them to rampage through the sect. Not too long ago, they even lost one of their companions in a fierce battle. It's been 2 hours. Those Tianhuan sect warriors that weren't dead had all fled. There aren't many of them left. We've found 3 interspatial ring. I suppose the rest have found the remaining 7, said Dong Fanyu. The 4 people behind him appeared grim. Dong Fanyu would definitely claim one of the 3 things, while they had to share the remaining 2. 2 of them were destined to go back empty-handed, failing to accomplish the mission. These 2 interspatial ring. Dong Fanyu was just about to assign the rings between themselves. Boom! When they felt a terrifying aura suddenly emerging, the 5 of them immediately turned toward the source of the aura. They saw robed shadows appearing one after another, all wearing masks and bearing intense murderous intentions. The one who was the most striking was the man with the silver mask. He was the source of the terrifying aura they felt earlier, so strong that Dong Fanyu could not help the change in his expression. Gold Core! It's an expert of the Gold Core realm! There's actually an expert of the Gold Core realm in the Tianhuan sect? Everyone from the Golden Dragon Palace was also shocked after sensing the fearsome aura. The difference between the primordial Gold Core and the spiritual Sea Realm was like heaven and earth. Even Dong Fanyu, who was close to achieving the Gold Core, would be defeated by an expert of Gold Core realm. Worse, he could even be instantly killed. The fearsome aura burst forth from within the silver-masked man, seemingly forming a great storm. When the man charged forward, the storm seemed to be swept away. Death to those who stop me! The man roared, creating a commotion in the Tianhuan sect that had just recently fallen into a brief silence. Let's go fast, Dong Fanyu said. Together with his 4 companions, he jumped off the roof in haste and disappeared. He was afraid to even show up in the robed men's line of sight for fear of them targeting him. Whoosh! A figure abruptly appeared before the group of robed men. It was none other than the gray-clothed elder, Mr. Hua. Are you people from the Blood Feather Tower? Mr. Hua appeared grim. He did not expect there would be so many assassins of the Blood Feather Tower to be hidden within the Tianhuan sect. Good that you know. The silver-masked man relaxed when he saw the man before him was a mere Gold Core warrior, and realized that the Golden Dragon ambassador was gone. He sneered and said, Our Blood Feather Tower doesn't intend on making enemies with the Golden Dragon Palace. Today, you're here to destroy the Tianhuan sect. That has nothing to do with us. We just so happened to witness it. In that case, then I ask you that you leave immediately. In addition, you're not to fight with these rookies who have just accepted the mission of the Golden Dragon Guard. Otherwise, Mr. was said in a low voice. As the #1 assassination organization of Tianzhong dynasty, the Blood Feather Tower did not have a pervasive influence in the Tianan province. But it was better not to provoke them if there was not a need to. Don't worry. We just want to leave this place. We naturally won't hurt them as long as they don't stop us. The silver-masked man smiled. He glanced at the 8 black-robed men beside him and said, "Let's go. Kill anyone who dares to get in our way." "Yes." Their figures blurring into mere shadows, the black-robed men jumped onto the pavilion roof and started leaping from one roof to another. Whether it was the remaining Tianhuan sect disciples or the rookies from the Golden Dragon Palace, none dared to stop the impressive sight of an expert of Gold Core realm leading 8 exceptional spiritual Sea realm warriors. Just then, Jian Wushuang had stepped out of the attic after breaking through into the ultimate spiritual sea. The moment he came out, he instantly sensed the terrifying aura permeating the Tianhuan sect. He immediately leaped to the roof, finding Yin Min and Ling Tianhao already there. "Those are..." Yin Min and Ling Tianhao noticed many robed silhouettes leaping across roofs, charging in their direction. They were particularly frightened by the terrifying aura bursting from the silver-masked man. They both immediately recognized the silver-masked man. "It's a gold core standout. 1 gold core and 8 profound spiritual Sea realm warriors. They're heading in our direction. Let's retreat." They did not hesitate and also warned Jian Wushuang. "Swordsman, hurry up and leave!" But Jian Wushuang did not show any signs of wanting to escape. He remained rooted in place, staring coolly at the robed shadows before him. Black robes, masks. "Blood Feather Tower!" He muttered these 3 words through gritted teeth, as a burning killing intent raged within him. Wham! He swiped at the men with a ringing sound, releasing his sword essence. The majestic stream of murderous intention and sword essence merged together to be one and flew up to the 9th heaven. The incomparably mysterious power within his body, the power of sword soul, and his body seemed to be gradually awakening at the same time. Jian Wushuang had unsheathed his triple-kill sword in a flash and stood coolly on the roof of the attic as if he was the king of swordsmanship, dominating everyone's lives and deaths, drawing everyone's attention to him. "Swordsman, hurry up and go!" Yin Min and Ling Tianhao were surprised to see Jian Wushuang not escaping. Instead, he was standing there bearing a strong intention to battle it out with the robed men. In every corner of the Tianhuan sect, the surviving warriors who had accepted the mission were all standing on rooftops. They had also spotted the figure emitting a strong fighting desire. "It's him? It's the swordsman?" These people recognized Jian Wushuang. "What is this trash trying to do? He must have gone mad with fear." 8 of those black-robed men were exceptional spiritual Sea realm warriors, and the last was even an expert of Gold Core realm. "He should have retreated after seeing such a group," Dong Fangyu said. "He's really digging his own grave." Chapter 57. Chapter 57, Swordsman, Outburst of Power. On the roof, Jian Wushuang had the aura of a master swordsman as he stared at those black-robed men with a chilling expression. Both sides continued moving towards each other. The black-robed men fiercely raced across the rooftops. Upon noticing Jian Wushuang standing in their way, their eyes flashed with killing intent. "Kill him," said one of the black-robed men. Like to said to Mr. Well, they only wanted to leave. But if someone wanted to stop them, they would attack and kill them without hesitation. Jian Wushuang was clearly planning to stop them. "Swordsman, retreat! Retreat, retreat, retreat!" Yin Min and Ling Tianhao shouted widely at Jian Wushuang, but Jian Wushuang did not move at all. "Retreat? Should I retreat? Impossible!" Jian Wushuang roared in his heart. He was too weak 4 months ago, so he could only run away while being chased by a great number of silver and golden masked assassins from the Blood Feather Tower. But now, 4 months later, everything had changed. More importantly, his opponents were just 1 silver masked assassin and 8 copper masked assassins. They were not strong enough to make him retreat. Since he did not have to retreat, he would fight. This is war. I couldn't afford to stand out in the Golden Dragon subsidiary palace because there were too many people around. But everything that happens during the Golden Dragon Palace task is top secret. No one would dare to spread the information. So I don't have to worry about drawing attention or my true strength being revealed. Jian Wuxuang raised his head, looking at them with cold eyes that were void of any emotion. He moved directly in front of the black-robed men and abruptly swung his triple-kill sword. The first move of anonymous swordsmanship, Blood Shadow. The speed of his sword flashed out. At this moment, it was even more incredible, cold, and harsh than ever before. On the roof, except for the silver-masked man, the other 8 black-robed men saw a dazzling sword light move towards them, with the reflection in their eyes growing larger. The sword light was too fast. A hint of panic could be felt coming from the 8 black-robed men. In the next moment, the sword flash swept past the necks of those 8 men without any obstruction. The 8 black-robed men fell down without making a sound. All of a sudden, the whole Tianhuan sect went dead still. Silence, dead silence. Everyone in the Tianhuan sect was shocked by this terrifying sword speed. On top of the roof, the silver-masked man in a black robe was the only one still standing in front of Jian Wuxuang. He glanced at the black-robed men who had all just died and felt frightened. He also saw the stroke from Jian Wuxuang. The only one stroke swept past the necks of the 8 men at an amazing speed, killing all 8 of the exceptional spiritual Sea-realm assassins from Blood Feather Tower. "Who are you?" the silver-masked man in a black robe asked with unprecedented seriousness. "I am Swordsman," Jian Wuxuang answered indifferently. "I only want to leave here. I'm not trying to impede your task, and I'm not a person from the Tianhuan sect. I shouldn't be a target from your task," the silver-masked man in a black robe said in a low voice. "It has nothing to do with the Golden Dragon Palace. You were all dead the moment I saw you," Jian Wuxuang said without any emotion. "Let's see who died first." The silver-masked man in a black robe turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Jian Wuxuang. A dark red dagger pierced the air and immediately moved towards Jian Wuxuang's head with an unprecedented speed. At the same time, a gruff voice from the silver-masked man in black robe rang out. "Go to hell." The eyes of the silver-masked man in a black robe were filled with killing intent. As an assassin at the silver mask level in the Blood Feather Tower, his first move was a slaughter move. "Ridiculous," said Jian Wuxuang. Smiling indifferently, he charged toward the killer. This seemingly casual sword move was the first move of anonymous swordsmanship, Blood Shadow. The speed of the sword light was unbelievably quick. That was the sword movement. The gray-robed elder, Mr. Hua, concentrated on this rooftop fight in the near distance. He looked serious. Sword essence of Gale, he grasped a sense of the sword essence of Gale. And his understanding of it is very deep. The sword movement was so quick. Yes, the speed was very fast. The dark red dagger had not reached Jian Wuxuang, yet the sword light from Jian Wuxuang's attack had already moved towards the silver-masked man in a black robe. Clang! As a deep metal crash sounded, the silver-masked man suddenly felt a strong power surge through his dark red dagger. The power of the clash instantly numbed his hands and forced him to retreat. The silver-masked man gaped in shock at Jian Wuxuang. "He hasn't reached primordial golden core, but his spiritual power is as strong as mine. More importantly, his swordsmanship is faster and superior to mine. Sword essence. Yes, he has grasped a sense of sword essence." It was no wonder that the silver-masked man in a black robe was so stunned. He could tell that Jian Wuxuang had not reached the level of primordial golden pill yet. After all, spiritual power had a qualitative change once it reached the level of primordial golden pill. Once it was released, spiritual power at the primordial golden pill level couldn't be hidden. He didn't sense an aura at the level of the golden pill from Jian Wuxuang. So he was sure that Jian Wuxuang had not reached the level of primordial golden pill realm. This alone was enough to thoroughly surprise him. He has reached the peak of initial gold core realm, and there was only one step away from profound gold core realm. He used the slaughter move, but he was thoroughly defeated by Jian Wuxuang, who had not even reached the gold core yet. "What does it mean? Run!" The silver-masked man in a black robe instantly made a decision. He could only run. As an assassin, speed was his strong point, so he fled for his life. However, the speed of Jian Wuxuang was much faster than his. Trying to escape? Jian Wuxuang said indifferently. What? The silver-masked man in a black robe was astonished and filled with a sense of bitterness. Warriors with a sense of the sword essence of Gale are best at speed. Go to hell, Jian Wuxuang said while releasing a strong killing intent. It was the second move of anonymous swordsmanship, sword-killing movement. A dazzling and bloody sword light appeared. This strike is even faster and stronger than the previous one. The silver-masked man in a black robe was full of despair, and he even gave up on fighting back at this moment. The dazzling bloody sword light easily slashed out through his neck. Spurt. The silver-masked man in a black robe, at the level of initial gold core realm, was lying dead on the ground. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Contemptible Scoundrel. In Tianhuan sect, everyone was surprised to see the silver-masked man in a black robe falling down. He was as proud as a peacock just now and said that no one could stand in his way. But he was killed by someone else in only a second. And it was a person who accepted a one-clawed gold dragon guard mission. Swordsman, he unexpectedly killed a gold core realm expert. He killed all 8 people in the exceptional spiritual sea realm, and even the expert in the gold core realm. He couldn't even run away. Is he the same swordsman who could not take 3 moves from Dongfang Yu? He can kill innate gold core realm experts, but he could not take 3 attacks from Dongfang Yu? Everyone was shocked by what they had just witnessed. As for Dongfang Yu, his expression was extremely funny. How was that possible? Dongfang Yu murmured. His eyes were empty. He simply could not believe it. He killed 8 people in the exceptional spiritual sea realm. He even killed the gold core realm expert in 1 move. That man didn't even get a chance to run away. What level was his strength at? And it was the same man that could not take 3 moves from him during recruitment that did it. He couldn't believe it. He recalled what he said to Jian Wuxuang at the beginning of the mission. You are just a waste. There are so many people in the Tianhuan sect that can kill you. His words had been full of disdain. Thinking back to those words, Dongfang Yu's complexion became very pale. He suddenly realized that Jian Wuxuang must have lost on purpose. After killing the silver-masked man in a black robe on the roof, Jian Wuxuang looked over and noticed Dongfang Yu inside the courtyard. Whoosh! Jian Wuxuang moved swiftly towards Dongfang Yu, appearing in front of him in a second. Whoosh! An icy sword edge hit Dongfang Yu's throat. Hand over your interspatial ring, or you will die, Jian Wuxuang said coldly without any emotion. Dongfang Yu moved his throat, clearly sensing the icy sword edge, remembering the recent death of the man of gold core realm. He had no doubt that Jian Wuxuang could do it. The 4 people behind Dongfang Yu had disdained Jian Wuxuang earlier, but now they did not even dare to breathe. Should I refuse? Dongfang Yu roared in mind. His small and fragile self-esteem fought with his reason, but in the end, his reason prevailed. While trembling, Dongfang Yu handed over an interspatial ring to Jian Wuxuang without too much hesitation. Jian Wuxuang took the interspatial ring and smiled. He looked Dongfang Yu up and down as if he was a contemptible scoundrel. Finally, Jian Wuxuang withdrew and sheathed the triple-kill sword, walking away without a single word. Dongfang Yu and the 4 people sighed with relief after Jian Wuxuang went away. At that moment, they were totally soaked in sweat, especially Dongfang Yu. He was still trembling even now. Suddenly Dongfang Yu turned to the 4 people behind him. An interspatial ring was taken away by Swordsman. That means only 2 people can finish the task now. Dongfang Yu looked gloomy. Then the complexions of the 4 people behind Dongfang Yu turned serious. Yin Min and Ling Tianhao were waiting in the courtyard. It didn't take long for Jian Wuxuang to arrive. Ling Tianhao moved towards Jian Wuxuang and smiled. Haha, Swordsman, innate gold core realm, a real gold core realm expert was killed by you. You are so awesome! You were indeed awesome, Swordsman! Yin Min gave Jian Wuxuang the thumbs up. Well, the reason why your strength improved so much was because you had made a breakthrough, right? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. The reason that he was able to kill the 8 in the exceptional spiritual sea realm with only one stroke and even kill the silver-masked man in a black robe, who was at the peak of the initial gold core realm, was because he made a breakthrough and reached the ultimate spirit sea. As a result, his spiritual power improved to a level similar to an average warrior in the gold core realm. If he had not made a breakthrough, he could not have killed the silver-masked man in black robes so easily. We should leave here, Jian Wushuang said. What about the ring? Ling Tianhao asked. Don't worry. I took an interspatial ring just now, Jian Wushuang said. Oh? Yi Min and Ling Tianhao both felt surprised. I saw Dong Fanyu and snatched an interspatial ring from him just now, said Jian Wushuang, smiling weirdly. After hearing that, both Yi Min and Ling Tianhao showed great interest. Ha, Swordsman, did you confront Dong Fanyu? Ling Tianhao looked excited. I don't think Dong Fanyu has enough courage to fight with you. He must have handed over the interspatial ring immediately. Ha, I wonder how terrible the expression on his face was. Yi Min said and laughed. Certainly it must have been very ugly, Ling Tianhao said and also laughed. Both Yi Min and Ling Tianhao had some kind of beef with Dong Fanyu, so they disliked him. But they both could not contend with him. So it was reasonable for them to be so excited when they heard that Dong Fanyu suffered a defeat on Swordsman's hand. Jian Wushuang only shook his head and smiled. In his eyes, Dong Fanyu was just a contemptible scoundrel and could not make a difference at all. Outside this gigantic valley, the gray-robed elder Mr. Hua waited quietly. Some warriors in the One-Clawed Gold Dragon Guard mission had recently returned. Mr. Hua didn't pay any attention to them though. However, when Jian Wushuang, Lin Min and Lin Tianhao came back safe and sound, everyone immediately looked in their direction. Swordsman. Although he only reached spiritual sea realm, he killed an expert in primordial gold core. It was too awesome. The people who witnessed the death of the 9 black-robed men had complicated expressions while they looked at Jian Wushuang more carefully this time. Even the gray-robed elder Mr. Hua gave Jian Wushuang a friendly smile. Mr. Hua said gently. Well done, kiddo. Thanks, Jian Wushuang said modestly. Please wait for a while, said Mr. Hua with a smile. Chapter 59. Chapter 59, Invitation. The experts, who had accepted the task, came back one after another. Dong Fanyu, followed by the brown-haired man, was the last to arrive, but his appearance looked a little unnatural. It's good that there are still 15 people alive in the end, Mr. Hua said indifferently with a casual glance. However, everyone else looked awestruck. More than 30 people at the exceptional spiritual sea realm accepted this mission, but only 15 people survived in the end. In other words, more than half of the people died during the mission. Some were killed by disciples from the Tianhuan sect, while the ones killed by fellow examinees is probably not only a few. Jian Wushuang thought secretly. Take Dong Fanyu for example. He was followed by 5 martial masters in the beginning, but now there was only the brown-haired man, who was seriously injured. So it was very clear to Jian Wushuang how the other 4 people had died. Everyone who has an interspatial ring should give it to me, said Mr. Hua. Among the 15 people who survived, 10 stepped forward to hand in their rings. At which point Mr. Hua took out a list and recorded their names. After recording their names, Mr. Hua waved his hand and threw them gold rings. These are your gold dragon rings. The claw marks represent your rank in the Gold Dragon Guard. 1 claw mark stands for 1-clawed Gold Dragon Guard, while 2 stands for 2-clawed Gold Dragon Guard. From this day forth, you are members of the Gold Dragon Guard, Mr. Hua said loudly. After receiving the rings, Jian Wushuang and the other 9, who had completed the task, immediately used their blood to bind the rings. Is this an interspatial ring? Jian Wushuang became aware of the space contained in the interspatial ring when he inspected it with his mind. Then he laughed and said, This interspatial ring will make it more convenient to carry things. You should be exhausted after completing the task, so you can take a break before returning to Qingdong City. After saying this, Mr. Hu glanced at Jian Wushuang and said, "Little guy, come with me." Jian Wushuang felt surprised as he followed Mr. Hu to the side. "Little guy, you hid so well. I did not notice the slightest flaw when you were defeated by Dong Fanyu within 3 rounds 3 days ago." Mr. Hu glanced at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Jian Wushuang only smiled awkwardly. "If I'm not mistaken, you should have some grievances with the Blood Feather Tower, right?" Mr. Hu asked suddenly. Jian Wushuang's complexion changed immediately. "It seems that I guessed right." It was clear to Mr. Hu when he saw the change in Jian Wushuang's expression. "Every action has a reason. There must have been a reason for you to prefer giving up your face and allowing Dong Fanyu to defeat you within 3 rounds at the Gold Dragon subsidiary palace. Yet, during this mission, you killed all the people from Blood Feather Tower. So, I guess that you must have a huge feud with Blood Feather Tower." Hearing that, Jian Wushuang could only shrug his shoulders, replying in a deep voice. "I do, in fact, have a grudge with Blood Feather Tower. Unless I die, I will never stop seeking revenge." "Unless you die?" Mr. Hu frowned. "Blood Feather Tower is the #1 assassin organization in the Tianzong dynasty. Their actions are very cruel and extreme. In the Tianzong dynasty, there are many people who have grudges with the Blood Feather Tower, deathless endlessly, but Tianan province is not the main province where Blood Feather Tower operates. Their insidious hidden strength cannot be underestimated. If you are spotted by them, you will be in a big trouble," Mr. Hu said and smiled. "But don't worry, the rehabilitation capacity of our Golden Dragon Palace is always good, and in general, it's not possible to let out the course of this mission. Therefore, although you have killed several martial experts of Blood Feather Tower, you don't need to worry about being spotted by the people of Blood Feather Tower." "I know," Jian Wushuang said and nodded. "But don't worry, our Gold Dragon Palace is always good at dealing with the aftermath. In general, it's impossible for the information of this mission to be leaked. Therefore, although you have killed several experts from Blood Feather Tower, you won't have to worry about being targeted by Blood Feather Tower. Little guy, you should have heard of Dragon Palace?" Mr. Hu asked suddenly. "Of course I have." Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. "It will be much simpler if you already know about the Dragon Palace. Are you interested in cultivating in the Dragon Palace?" asked Mr. Hu while smiling mysteriously. "Go to the Dragon Palace to cultivate?" Jian Wushuang asked while surprised. Dragon Palace was a holy place full of exceptional geniuses. Jian Wushuang has always wanted to join a group like Dragon Palace, a place which was full of geniuses and monsters. "Can I join Dragon Palace?" Jian Wushuang asked immediately. "I'm uncertain whether you can actually join Dragon Palace to cultivate. But based on your performance in the Tianhuan sect, you can easily kill someone at the peak of initial Gold Core realm in just 2 moves while you are only in Spiritual Sea realm. This is incredible, and you can absolutely be called a monster, so you have a very good chance of entering Dragon Palace. Therefore, if you are willing to wait, I will ask for a Gold Dragon ambassador to come and verify your actual strength once we return to Qingdong City. As long as you can gain the recognition and recommendation of the Gold Dragon ambassador, you will have a chance cultivate at Dragon Palace." Mr. Hu paused and glanced at Jian Wushuang afterwards. "So I'll ask you now, do you want to go to Dragon Palace for cultivation?" "Yes, of course I do." Jian Wushuang nodded and said immediately, without any hesitation. Dragon Palace was a holy place for cultivation. Numerous talents in the Tianzong dynasty were eager to join and cultivate, and Jian Wushuang was no exception. After all, a warrior who cultivated blindly by himself could become an expert, but compared with warriors who had a lot of resources and were instructed by experts, he would still be inferior. Jian Wushuang possessed remarkable ability in swordsmanship because he had followed his father in practicing swordsmanship since he was a child. Therefore, he knew very well that there was a large difference between having a teacher and learning on his own. "Haha, I will immediately arrange for you as you wish after returning to Qingdong City. In addition, it doesn't matter if you eventually didn't enter into Dragon Palace, but once you enter into Dragon Palace, you needn't care about Blood Feather Tower. Because Dragon Palace will protect its talented disciples strictly, even Blood Feather Tower is hard to find chance to kill you, and even if there is a chance, they dare not to kill the disciples of Dragon Palace. Mr. was said with a smile. After hearing these words, Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up again. What was he most worried about? It was not having the chance to grow up and become stronger, the chance that Blood Feather Tower did not want to give him. If he joined the Dragon Palace, he could grow up slowly over the next few years under the protection of the Dragon Palace. He would even have a chance to grow strong enough to make the Blood Feather Tower treat him seriously, maybe even fear him. Chapter 60. Chapter 60, Yi Rufen. Jian Wushuang returned to where Yin Min and Ling Tianhao were after his conversation with Mr. Hua. Brother Swordsman, what did His Excellency say? The impatient Ling Tianhao immediately asked. He asked me if I want to join the Dragon Palace, Jian Wushuang said. Join the Dragon Palace? Ling Tianhao stared at him wide-eyed. The Dragon Palace? Yin Min was also looking at him in shock. The warriors who accepted the mission with them also overheard Jian Wushuang's answer, and their expressions changed. Some looked envious, some appeared shocked, and there were also those who shot him looks of longing. Dong Fan Yu's expression, in particular, was complex beyond measure. He still remembered how his great master, Zhu Tao, had been complimenting him on his ability to join the Dragon Place when they were in the Golden Dragon's subsidiary palace. He said Dong Fan Yu only lacked someone to recommend him. But Mr. Hua did not even spare him a glance. Yet Mr. Hua had taken the initiative to invite Jian Wushuang to join the Dragon Palace? The way he treated them both was too dramatically different. Humph! So what if Mr. Hua is willing to play matchmaker? The recommendation list is with the Golden Dragon Ambassador, not Mr. Hua. Even if Mr. Hua has the recommendation list, it's not like he'll be able to join the Dragon Place if he wants to. Dong Fan Yu was feeling a deep envy toward Jian Wushuang. Now listen carefully. The sonorous voice of Mr. Hua suddenly reverberated as his gaze traveled around the place. The missions issued by our Golden Dragon Palace have always been secrets. Though you've joined the mission, you mustn't reveal anything about it, whether it's the process or the result. If it is leaked and we find out it's you, we'll kill you no matter who you are. Everyone looked serious. No one dared to defy the rules of the Golden Dragon Palace. Well, let's go back to the Qingdong City. With a wave of Mr. Hua's hand, everyone immediately embarked on their way back to the Qingdong City. They all felt tense when they made their way here, but much more relaxed now that their mission was done. Those who had officially become the one-clawed Golden Dragon Guard were in especially high spirits. Before long, they made it back to the Golden Dragon subsidiary palace in the Qingdong City. The second they reached the place, Mr. Hua immediately said to Jian Wushuang, Young man, come with me to see the Golden Dragon Ambassador. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded. Brother Swordsman, I really need to thank you this time. Go ahead and see the Golden Dragon Messenger. When you return, we must have a good drink, said Ling Tianhao smiling. Haozi and I will be waiting for you at the Celestial Immortal Residence with good wine, Yin Min said with a smile. No problem. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. He then followed Mr. Hua in the direction of the inner hall of the attic. When they came to an empty secret room, Mr. Hua said, Wait here for a moment. I'll go meet the Golden Dragon Ambassador. Thank you. Jian Wushuang nodded. Mr. Hua was not gone for long. Soon, he returned with a grim-looking middle-aged man dressed in a crimson robe. Jian Wushuang had met this man before. It was none other than the Golden Dragon Ambassador who had killed 14 experts of the Gold Core realm of the Tianhuan sect. He immediately bowed. Your Excellency, Golden Dragon Ambassador. Hua man, is he the young man who you mentioned has the chance to cultivate in the Dragon Palace? The middle-aged man asked. Yes, his name is Swordsman, Hua Man replied. Swordsman? It's probably a pseudonym. When the middle-aged man looked at Jian Wushuang, he felt as if he was being targeted by an ancient fierce beast. I'll introduce myself first, young man. I'm Yu Rufeng, and, as for my rank, you should be aware that I'm the Golden Dragon Ambassador of the Golden Dragon Palace. Yu Rufeng said slowly. Earlier Hua Man has told me about you and he spoke highly of you. But the recommendation list to enter the Dragon Palace is in my hands. So if you want to join us for cultivation, you must first display enough talent to satisfy me. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. Good. I'll be your opponent. Show me all that you be got, and remember, you don't have many opportunities. Yu Rufeng said. Yes. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, his expression turning solemn. As what Yu Rufeng had mentioned, he truly did not have many opportunities. Golden Dragon Ambassador, I'll start. He was already gripping his triple kill sword and a strong fighting desire rose in him. Feel free to come at me. Yu Rufeng had his hands behind his back and wore an indifferent expression. Anonymous swordsmanship, sword-killing movement. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold as he gathered his killing intent. A stream of dazzling bloody sword essence burst forth. His killing intent rose sharply at that moment, before being pushed to its peak. Yu Rufeng was surprised. Oh? It's the formless swordsmanship? He, as the Golden Dragon Messenger and the strongest warrior at the Yin-Yang Void Realm, was naturally familiar with the so-called first in the world, the formless swordsmanship. He did not use any martial arts technique, or show any of his amazing cultivation of spiritual power. With a simple wave of his sleeves, he easily diffused Jian Wushuang's strongest sword move. When he was done, he stretched out his fingers. Clang! He caught the edge of the triple kill sword like a pincer. No matter how much Jian Wushuang struggled, he could not move the sword out of Yu Rufeng's firm hold. Jian Wushuang was greatly shocked. He had long known that Yin-Yang Void Realm warriors had impressive strength, but he did not expect it to be this strong. After making a breakthrough into the ultimate Spirit Sea level, he could kill the strongest initial Gold Core realm with ease. But now the strongest move he could use was so easily diffused by Yu Rufeng, to the point where his sword was even being controlled by mere fingers. You're already pretty good to be able to use the second type of the formless swordsmanship to this extent. Yu Rufeng was still holding the triple kill sword in place, but he was now smiling at Jian Wushuang. You imbued the sword essence of Gale in your swordsmanship, and you also have a high comprehension of it. Not bad. Not bad at all. He finally loosened his grip, allowing Jian Wushuang to retrieve his sword. It's a shame that I don't have a swordsmanship suitable for the sword essence of Earth. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang balled his hands into fists, feeling unsatisfied with the outcome. He had comprehended sword essence of Gale and sword essence of Earth at nearly the same time. Though he comprehended the former earlier, he later realized that he comprehended sword essence of Earth faster, and ended up doing just that in the Dark Forest in the past 3 months. Thus, he had a better comprehension of the sword essence of Earth. Unfortunately, he did not have a suitable swordsmanship to display it. Take his strongest move, the anonymous swordsmanship, as an example. It emphasized on speed and was most suitable to be used with the sword essence of Gale. When paired with the sword essence of Earth, it not only seemed out of place, its might was also reduced greatly. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Going Through the Dragon Gate. Gold Dragon Ambassador, what do you think about this little guy? Hua Man asked. His comprehension of the sword principle of Gale is good. Yu Rufeng smiled slightly and looked at Jian Wushuang, then continued. Little guy, how old are you? 17. Jian Wushuang replied. Only 17? Yu Rufeng and Hua Man both had a surprised expression. Then Yu Rufeng laughed and said, You are excellent considering your high comprehension of the sword principle of Gale. Little guy, you should prepare yourself to go to the Dragon Palace with me in 2 days. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up because he understood that Yu Rufeng recognized his talent, and was going to recommend him. Thank you so much, Gold Dragon Ambassador, Jian Wuxuang said immediately. You are welcome. It will also benefit me if you really become a disciple of Dragon Palace. Yi Rufeng gave a wave. Jian Wuxuang nodded and then he left. Qingdong's city, celestial immortal residence. Brother Swordsman. Swordsman, how did it go? Yin Min and Ling Tianhao had been waiting for him since earlier. The Gold Dragon Ambassador promised to recommend me. But it's not guaranteed that I can join Dragon Palace, Jian Wuxuang said. Haha, based on your strength, you should definitely be able to. Come on. Cheers, Ling Tianhao said and smiled. Jian Wuxuang grabbed the wine cup and had a toast with Ling Tianhao. Although the time that he had been acquainted with Yin Min and Ling Tianhao was not long, he found that they were a spontaneous and merited group after getting along with them. The status of a Gold Dragon Ambassador is high, and he knows a lot regarding Dragon Palace. Also, a Gold Dragon Ambassador has a limited number of recommendations, so each recommendation is important. Since the Gold Dragon Ambassador recommended you, it means that he thinks you have the ability to make it through the test to join Dragon Palace, Yin Min said. Jian Wuxuang nodded secretly. Indeed, Yi Rufeng was well informed on the situation inside the Dragon Palace. Since he was willing to recommend him, it meant that he was confident in Jian Wuxuang. Haha, based on that, you will definitely be able to join and cultivate in the Dragon Palace. Come on. Cheers! Cheers! Congratulations! Ling Tianhao said instantly. Jian Wuxuang and Yin Min also lift their cups. The three of them were drinking with passion. 2 days later, at the Golden Dragon subsidiary palace. Little guy, are you ready? Let's go, Yi Rufeng said. Jian Wuxuang nodded and then he left the city with Yi Rufeng. Now they were outside of the city. Grasp my hand, Yi Rufeng said. After grasping Yi Rufeng's hand without hesitance, Jian Wuxuang felt a special power gathering beneath Yi Rufeng's feet. Subsequently, the figure of Yi Rufeng was floating and then Jian Wuxuang also began floating. Then, they left at an incredible speed. Is this Void Walk? Jian Wuxuang was surprised and became even more eager to reach the Yin-Yang Void Realm. The distance between the Dragon Palace and Qingdong's city was equal to the most remote provinces. It would take 1 or 2 months to rush to the Dragon Palace if Jian Wuxuang walked there on his own. But now it would only take 1 day to rush to the Dragon Palace under Yi Rufeng's lead. Is this the Dragon Palace? Jian Wuxuang was still floating in the air, overlooking the boundless ground in astonishment. Below him, he saw an area between 2 giant mountains, full of magnificent palaces and pavilions that towered above the ground. In the center, a statue of a gold dragon was coiled up, appearing as if it was flying to the 9th heaven. Let's go down. Yi Rufeng dived down along with Jian Wuxuang. Upon reaching the ground, many figures appeared in front of them. These people all wore the same golden armors and helmets, holding golden long spears. When they saw Yi Rufeng, they paid their respects instantly and said, Your Excellency! Where are the 2 palace masters? Yi Rufeng asked directly. They are both staying at the Dragon Gate. A golden armored sergeant, a leader among them, said. Oh. The Dragon Gate? Is there an exceptional genius going through the Dragon Gate Pass? He should be fascinating if he drew the attention of the 2 palace masters, replied Yi Rufeng. Yes. He is new, but his talent is unbelievable. It's said that he has made it through the 6th layer, said the golden armored sergeant. What? The 6th layer? Yi Rufeng was shocked and then waved his hand, saying, Carry on with your duties. I'll go meet the 2 palace masters on my own. Okay. Those golden armored sergeants went back to work immediately. However, they could not help glancing at Jian Wuxuang as they left. Jian Wuxuang's expression was serious. Once those golden armored sergeants were gone, he could not help asking, Your Excellency, those sergeants are all experts in the Gold Core Realm? Yes. And their strength is at the peak of the Gold Core Realm. Yi Rufeng smiled casually and continued saying, Those golden armored sergeants are the Emperor guarding army that is well known in the Tianzong dynasty. They specifically guard the Imperial Palace and some other important areas. They are the most elite and violent force in the Tianzong dynasty. The battle strength of the army is astonishing. The minimum strength required to become a sergeant in the Emperor guarding army, the peak of the Golden Core realm. What? Jian Wushuang was astonished. The minimum strength required for normal sergeants was the peak of the Gold Core realm? Little guy, I have heard from Huaman that you have a great enmity with the Blood Feather Tower, and that it's irreconcilable. Is that right? Yi Rufeng asked while looking at Jian Wushuang. Yes, Jian Wushuang said and nodded. Don't worry about the Blood Feather Tower. As long as you can make it through the Dragon Palace's test and become a disciple of Dragon Palace, you will be protected. The Dragon Palace is located at the campsite of the Emperor guarding army. There are many experts. The Blood Feather Tower has no way to kill you in the Dragon Palace, even if they sent all of their experts here, said Yi Rufeng. Jian Wushuang believed him. Your Excellency. Is the Dragon Gate that the sergeant mentioned also the testing area for joining the Dragon Palace? Jian Wushuang asked. You are clever. Yes, a carp jumping into the Dragon Gate means that you are successful. Every disciple who joins and cultivates in the Dragon Palace has to make it through the Dragon Gate pass. That is the test you must pass. Yi Rufeng narrated. The test in the Dragon Gate is special. It doesn't test your cultivation, spiritual power, or your martial arts technique. It tests your comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth. The Dragon Gate has total 13 layers. The first layer requires comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth. The higher your comprehension, the more layers you go through. Under normal circumstances, the minimum for joining the Dragon Palace is to make it through the third layer. Because your swordsmanship was executed using your comprehension of the sword principle of Gale, I think that you are very likely to make it through the third layer. That is why I recommended you, Yi Rufeng said. Based on my comprehension of the sword principle of Gale, it is very likely that I can make it through the third layer? Jian Wushuang's expression became strange. From what the golden armored sergeant said earlier, a new person, like him, that just arrived, was currently going through the Dragon Gate and had already passed through the sixth layer. Chapter 62. Chapter 62, Peerless Genius Yang Zishuan. Okay. This is the Dragon Gate. Yi Rufeng led Jian Wushuang to a towering golden pavilion. At a glance, the pavilion appeared to have 13 levels. At the moment, many people were standing in front of the golden pavilion. The two most prominent people were an old man wearing a black robe and a graceful woman dressed in white. Even though Yi Rufeng was an expert, upon seeing these two people he bowed to pay his respects and said, Greetings, Palace Master Black and Palace Master White. Yi Rufeng. The graceful woman in white looked at him and Jian Wushuang, then said with a smile, You brought this little guy to go through the Dragon Gate? Yes, said Yi Rufeng with a nod. You will have to wait a minute. Someone else is already going through the Dragon Gate now, said the graceful woman in white, then she turned her head immediately. Yi Rufeng and Jian Wushuang had no choice but to wait quietly. Jian Wushuang lifted his head and looked at the towering golden pavilion. The lowest 6 levels of this 13-level golden pavilion were shining. Jian Wushuang knew it meant that 6 levels had been passed by the genius that was currently going through the Dragon Gate. Currently, the genius was making his way through the 7th level. Suddenly, the 7th level of the golden pavilion also burst out with a golden light. He passed the 7th level! Yi Rufeng shouted out in shock. Many others outside of the golden pavilion also shouted out in surprise. Sir Yi, is it amazing that he passed the 7th level? Jian Wushuang couldn't help asking. Amazing. It is really amazing. Yi Rufeng nodded seriously and said, I have told you that moving through the Dragon Gate is based on your comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth. It's likely that you could make it through the 3rd level with your comprehension of the sword principle of Gale. But it's hard to say if you could make it through the 4th level. As for the 7th level, it's a huge bottleneck. Generally speaking, only someone with comprehension equal to an expert in the Yin-Yang Void realm can make it through. In other words, if someone gets through the 7th level, it means that his comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth is not less than an expert in the yin-yang void realm? Jian Wushuang was shocked. How strong was an expert in the yin-yang void realm? How high was an expert's comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth? Jian Wushuang could not imagine it. However, he knew that the amount of time he spent comprehending the essence realm of heaven and earth was short. Although he reached a certain level of understanding, there were numerous people whose comprehension was higher than his just among experts in the gold core realm. As for the yin-yang void realm, he was too far away from them. If going through the 7th level is amazing, how about the 8th level? Jian Wushuang asked. Suddenly, the 8th level of the golden pavilion immediately burst out with golden light. He passed through the 8th level. The 8th level. Yu Rufeng had a shocked expression. No wonder the 2 palace maiders of Dragon Palace came, a marvelous new member has appeared. Even before cultivating in Dragon Palace, he can already pass through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate. There's no doubt that he'll make greater progress after cultivating in Dragon Palace. His achievements will be even more spectacular. He is really a peerless genius. Yu Rufeng was full of praise, but Jian Wushuang only gave a shrug after listening to his explanation. He was just good in the eyes of Yu Rufeng, but the genius going through the Dragon Gate was praised by Yu Rufeng. With this, it's easy to see how amazingly talented he was. Going through the 8th level of Dragon Gate represented that his comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth had surpassed many experts of the yin-yang void realm. It also induced a burst of surprise outside of the golden pavilion. However, the 8th was the limit. The 9th level of the golden pavilion did not light up in the end. Jingle! The gate of the golden pavilion opened. Wearing a blood-red robe, with a blood-red saber on his back, a young man slowly appeared before the eyes of the crowd. Everyone looked at the young man for the first time, including Jian Wushuang. He was slender and handsome with a hint of indifference and pride on his face. A glimmer of an unyielding will was hidden in the deep of his eyes, and he emanated an aura of coldness. The man is cold! Jian Wushuang frowned secretly. Ha, little guy! Welcome to Dragon Palace. The Black and White Palace Masters, as well as the nearby experts of the Dragon Palace, all greeted him with a smile. Little guy, what's your name and how old are you? Palace Master White asked with good intentions. Yang Zhaixuan, 21, he replied in a cold voice. Everyone who heard him was immediately surprised. 21? He is only 21 years old, yet his comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth is already so high. He managed to pass through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate. The most dazzling talent in Dragon Palace only made it through the 8th level. Awesome! Our Dragon Palace will become boisterous. Bai Cheng finally has a rival. Many disciples of Dragon Palace that were present were talking about that. A 21-year-old man had gone through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate. Even in Dragon Palace, it was incredible. He was the most exceptional one among all the exceptional geniuses. After all, previously, there had only been one person that made it through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate. And he was known as the #1 genius in Dragon Palace, Bai Qing. Yang Zhaixuan is amazing, Yu Rufeng said, then sighed with emotion. Having sighed for a while, the Black and White Palace Masters looked at Yu Rufeng and Jian Wushuang. Yu Rufeng, you can let this little guy you brought go through the Dragon Gate now, Palace Master White said, completely ignoring Jian Wushuang. The Palace Masters had a high status, so the geniuses who had gone through the Dragon Gate were only worth a glance to them. Only a peerless genius like Yang Zhaixuan could excite the 2 Palace Masters and receive their enthusiastic treatment. Little guy, you should go. Remember, you should try your best to go to the highest level you can reach, said Yu Rufeng. Okay, said Jian Wushuang, then he nodded and went straight towards the golden pavilion without paying attention to the gazes of the people around him. He quickly entered the golden pavilion. The first level of the Dragon Gate. A red-haired man was sitting cross-legged on the empty ground. When Jian Wushuang walked inside, the man suddenly glared at Jian Wushuang and said, Little guy, if you beat me, you can go to the next level. Come on. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired man began to brandish his large axe, which was surrounded by a blast of invisible airflow. In an instant, the large axe slashed toward his opponent. Jian Wushuang immediately swung his triple-kill sword to block the blow. Then he directly took the chance to strike back, scratching the garment of the red-haired man. Obviously, the red-haired man was defeated. He made it through the first level. Chapter 63. Chapter 63, the fourth level. On the first floor, the opponent I met was good at axemanship, but he did not comprehend any of the essence realm of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was easy to defeat him. Jian Wushuang thought privately, then he entered the second floor. The opponent he faced on the second floor had comprehended a trace of the essence realm of heaven and earth. It was the Gale essence, but only the initial stage, so Jian Wushuang still defeated him easily. On the third floor, Jian Wushuang faced a much stronger opponent. After all, one must pass through the third level, at the least, to enter Dragon Palace. Naturally, it was more difficult. Go to hell! An ice-cold sword light flashed before disappearing in an instant. In the end, Jian Wushuang defeated him with the first move of anonymous swordsmanship. On the fourth floor, Jian Wushuang's opponent was a black-clothed elder, who held a purple soft sword in his hand. Chuu. Another ice-cold sword light flashed. Once again, it was the first move of anonymous swordsmanship, Blood Shadow. Formless swordsmanship? The black-clothed elder smiled slightly and said, "What a coincidence, I can use the sword essence of Gale too." The same ice-cold dazzling sword light appeared in the black-clothed elder's hand. They were brandishing two of the same sword shadows with the same sword essence. Not only that, both of them released nearly the same spiritual power because the opponent was from the Dragon Gate. Clang! The two sword edges met. What? Jian Wushuang was astonished and downcast. He could clearly tell that the swordsmanship used by the gray-clothed elder was faster than his, even if it was only by a little. His comprehension of the sword principle of Gale is higher than mine. Jian Wushuang realized immediately. Sword-killing movement. Jian Wushuang followed with the second move of anonymous swordsmanship. Haha, it's useless. In the Dragon Gate, the real test is in your comprehension of essence realm of heaven and earth. Martial arts technique and swordsmanship don't make a big difference here. Besides, I can use sword-killing movement too. The killing intent from the purple soft sword in the black-clothed elder's hand exploded, attacking with a sword light which was equal to the one Jian Wushuang released. Once again, two equal sword lights met, and the black-clothed elder suppressed him again. Little boy, give it up. You are too weak in the sword principle of Gale to pass the fourth level, the black-clothed elder said with a smile. Really? Jian Wushuang's expression became serious, then he said, "What about this move?" After saying that, a heavy sword essence was released. Jian Wushuang swung his long sword with great momentum. It's Earth Sword Essence? The black-clothed elder's expression changed. It's not easy to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. Comprehending one was difficult, to comprehend two at the same time was much more difficult. Yang Zixuan, who passed through the 8th level just now, was a super genius that comprehended two at the same time. The black-clothed elder didn't expect that the little guy standing in front of him, who was under 20 years old, not only had a high level of comprehension in the sword essence of Gale, but also comprehended Earth's sword essence at the same time. A sword shadow with great momentum rushed straight towards him, as if it could chop up a mountain. After perceiving the great amount of power contained in the sword shadow, the black-clothed elder's countenance changed a little. He didn't fight back recklessly, quickly choosing to dodge it instead. However, before the elder could use his sword to attack, Jian Wushuang changed his sword essence again. He used the sword essence of Gale along with the first move of anonymous swordsmanship, Blood Shadow. He can shift between the sword essences of Gale and Earth so easily? The black-clothed elder was surprised and smiled bitterly. The sword essences of Earth and Gale. One was massive and majestic with power and influence, while the other was flexible and visionary. If he could perfectly transition between them, these two sword essences would produce a terrible power which the gray-clothed elder could not oppose. The 4th level of the Dragon Gate passed. As for the 5th level, the opponent Jian Wushuang faced also comprehended the sword essence of earth. Not only that, he was stronger than Jian Wushuang in sword essence of earth comprehension, and used it more freely. Jian Wushuang tried his best, fighting with him for quite a while. But finally, he was defeated, causing him to stop at the 5th level. When Jian Wushuang walked out of the Golden Pavilion, all the experts of Dragon Palace that were waiting outside looked at him. Passing through the 4th level is good enough, so he is qualified to enter Dragon Palace. However, there is a large gap in skill between him and Yang Zixuan. An extraordinary genius like Yang Zixuan is rare. It is impossible to come by two in a single day. Everyone in the area was secretly discussing it. Little guy, what's your name and how old are you? Palace Master White walked to him and asked directly. Swordsman, said Jian Wushuang, still chose to use this pseudonym. 17 years old. 17 years old? Everyone in the area was astonished, including both of the Palace Masters. Then, Palace Master White smiled and said, Haha, good. It seems that we have one more genius. It's rare for a 17-year-old kid to pass through the 4th level of the Dragon Gate. You could be ranked between middle and upper among the many disciples in Dragon Palace. Palace Master Black, who stayed silent, nodded in agreement. Yirufeng, you brought a good disciple to Dragon Palace. Palace Master White looked over at Yirufeng. I just did my duty, said Yirufeng, remaining humble. Yang Zixuan, Swordsman, from now on, you are both disciples of Dragon Palace. Congratulations for becoming one of the many monsters in Tianzong Dynasty, said Palace Master White with a laugh. Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan stood side by side. After hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and Yang Zixuan was indifferent as always. Come with me. I will take you to visit Dragon Palace, said Palace Master White, intending to escort both Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan. Suddenly, the surroundings totally calmed down. A white-haired man wearing white slowly walked into the people's sights. His hair is as white as snow, the strongest genius, Bai Qing. The strongest disciple in Dragon Palace. It's him. He actually appeared. As he approached, all the disciples of Dragon Palace watched him with grim looks on their faces. Is he Bai Qing? Jian Wushuang slightly squinted his eyes while hearing Bai Qing's name mentioned in their discussion. The strongest person in Dragon Palace? Yang Zixuan raised his head and saw the white figure, with cold and prideful eyes, walking slowly in their direction. The white-haired man in white stopped. His black eyes, full of arrogance, swept over them as the sides of his mouth stretched upwards to form a meaningful smile. I heard that a newcomer passed through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate today, so I wanted to see for myself. Chapter 64. Chapter 64, ranked at the bottom. Palace Master White, may I know which one of these two passed the 8th level? Though he seemed kind and gentle, there was a trace of insidious coldness inside his eyes when looking at Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan. Palace Master White instantly introduced them one by one, starting with Jian Wushuang. This is Swordsman, 17 years old. He passed through the 4th level. Oh? Bai Qing glanced at Jian Wushuang with a faint smile and said, The 4th level. He would be ranked at the bottom among the many disciples of Dragon Palace. But he's young. If there are no accidents, it's possible for him to pass the 7th level before 20. He can reach the same level as Golden Dragon Ambassador Yi and would barely be an expert in the Tianzong Dynasty. Hearing what he said, Yirufeng smiled faintly and ignored it. He did not dare to show any disdain. However, Jian Wushuang frowned and felt unpleasant. I might reach the level of Yirufeng? I might barely become an expert. Even I can't imagine what I might achieve in the future. What makes Bai Qing think he can judge me with one glance in such a condescending manner, acting as if what he says will definitely come true in the future? How arrogant and conceited can he be? Even though he was unhappy, he didn't openly offend Bai Qing. This is Yang Zixuan. He is the one who passed the 8th level and he is currently 21 years old," replied Palace Master White. Bai Qing turned to face Yang Zixuan and fixed his eyes on him before saying, "To pass through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate at 21 years old, you're promising. In Dragon Palace, I'm afraid that there is no one but me who could suppress you." "You mean you are stronger than me right now?" Yang Zixuan's expression fell. Bai Qing didn't answer him, he just smiled confidently. "Palace Master White, no one is in the Dragon Gate, right?" Bai Qing asked. "Yes." Palace Master White nodded. "Okay, I have not been tested in a long time. Today, let me give it a try." After saying that, he immediately entered the Dragon Gate. Both Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan, who were supposed to leave, stopped and looked carefully at the golden pavilion to see what would happen. After entering the Dragon Gate, Bai Qing quickly passed through the first level, causing it to light up. Then he continued moving forward smoothly. He passed 8 levels in succession. Bai Chong entered the 9th level and stayed in it for a long time before the 9th level finally lit up, releasing a golden light. The 9th level of Dragon Gate, passed. He actually passed the 9th level? Yu Rufeng was shocked and couldn't say anything. It should be known that even if it was him, he would not be able to pass it, even after trying his best. However, Bai Qing succeeded. He really was the top genius in Dragon Palace. "This is the strongest person in Dragon Palace, so awesome! Though Yang Zixuan is great, he is new and young. He cannot compete with Bai Qing yet. We thought Yang Zixuan would be strong enough to be Bai Qing's opponent, but the truth is that he is far away from him for now." A large number of disciples of Dragon Palace in front of the Dragon Gate were discussing the recent events secretly. Not long after that, Bai Qing walked out of the Golden Pavilion. Under the watchful eyes and shocked expressions, Bai Qing walked over to Yang Zixuan again and smiled slightly before saying, "You'll need to work harder, freshman." After saying that, Bai Qing left without looking back. Since Jian Wushuang only passed the 4th level, Bai Qing did not even give him a second glance. "He is really arrogant." Jian Wushuang licked his lips, the battle intent vaguely rising in his eyes. "Yang Zixuan, what do you think?" Jian Wushuang suddenly asked. "About what?" Yang Zixuan looked at him indifferently. "I don't like him, don't you want to defeat him?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Crush him under my feet?" He won't be qualified to be my opponent within 1 year," replied Yang Zixuan. Hearing that, the corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth quirked up. "All of you are so arrogant and conceited. Okay, you are peerless geniuses, so it's normal to be proud of yourselves. Besides, you really are strong," Jian Wushuang thought. Someone who just joined, passed the 8th level of the Dragon Gate, and the other one passed the 9th level. However, he could only pass the 4th level after trying his best. So there was a huge gap between him and those two peerless geniuses. The wider the gap was, the more it inspired him. There was a gap now, so what? It should be known that he had only started comprehending the essence realm of heaven and earth 4 months ago. It's unbelievable to comprehend both of the sword essences of Gale and Earth to such a high level within 4 months. No matter whether it was Bai Qing or Yang Zixuan, they were both older than him, and they had spent much more time comprehending the essence realm of heaven and earth as well. Bai Qing asserted that I could only be a golden dragon messenger like Yi Rufeng in the future. Let's see. Jian Wushuang snorted. All right, go back to your places. Yang Zixuan, Swordsman, you both follow me, Palace Master White said. Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan followed Palace Master White. Yi Rufeng and the Golden Dragon Messenger who brought Yang Zixuan here followed Palace Master Black to receive their rewards. These Golden Dragon Messengers had the right to recommend disciples. Every recommendation that passed the test and became a disciple of Dragon Palace would earn the Golden Dragon Messenger a reward based on the strength of the disciple. In the Dragon Palace, both Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan were curiously examining their surroundings while Palace Master White was telling them the basic information and rules of Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace is a cultivation sanctuary. You both became disciples of Dragon Palace means that you are talented, In Dragon Palace, there are 238 disciples, not counting both of you. Among the 238 disciples, only one had passed the 8th level of the Dragon Gate, and that was Bai Qing. But now he has passed the 9th level. 16 disciples passed the 7th level. 67 passed the 6th level. 141 disciples passed the 5th level. The 13 disciples left passed the 4th level. After saying this, Palace Master White could not help glancing at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang also could not help touching his nose with an embraced expression. There are 238 disciples in total, and only 13 of them were at the 4th level. Most disciples were all at the 5th level or higher. It seems that Bai Qing was right. I am at the lowest level in Dragon Palace right now. However, Jian Wushuang didn't worry about being at the bottom. It didn't mean that he would be at the bottom forever. So many geniuses are in Dragon Palace. However, the more geniuses the better for me. Jian Wushuang's eyes were sparkling with excitement. Chapter 65. Chapter 65, For Matchless Heroes. Dragon Palace is known as a holy place for cultivation, and it's worthy of the name. Palace Master White continued. The 4 temples of earth, fire, water, and wind, the secret land of heaven and earth, and the secret pavilion are the 3 treasures of Dragon Palace. They are of great help to the disciples of Dragon Palace. As for the benefits of the 3 treasures, you will gradually understand them in the future. In addition, there are also 2 places for practicing: the Dragon Gate and Heavenly Palace. The Dragon Gate, which you have just tried, is the best place to test the progress of the Dragon Palace disciples. It can accurately gauge the disciples' perception to the essence realm of heaven and earth. As for the Heavenly Palace, that is used to test overall strength. Usually, no one will go to the Heavenly Palace. Only disciples who have enough strength to leave Dragon Palace will go to the Heavenly Palace. Palace Master White simply explained a few basic conditions of Dragon Palace again. Not long after that, she arrived at the manor with Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan. Each disciple of Dragon Palace will have a single house. Your rooms are also in this manor, Palace Master White informed them. Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan quickly noticed that the manor contained 4 independent houses, even though the area was not big. Fatty Wang. Palace Master White's voice echoed throughout the area. Oh, I'm coming. A rough voice echoed back. After which, a big fat man in a blouse hurried out of one room and a timid figure hurried out of another room. Jian Wushuang looked at the 2 incoming people. That big fat man was not tall, but he was extremely large, weighing nearly 300 jeans. That big face, larger than an ordinary person, was covered with a smile. But the smile seemed very quirky no matter what angle you looked from. As for the other person, she was a tall and thin girl with long blue hair. A young girl who appeared to be only 14 or 15 years old. She followed the big fat man, looking down in a very shy manner. It seemed like she was afraid to make eye contact with Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan. Palace Master White glanced at the big fat man and told him, "From now on, they will live in the manor with you. You can take them and familiarize them with the environment of Dragon Palace." "No problem." The big fat man nodded and promised. "These are your disciple tokens, which contain your points. In Dragon Palace, points are very important. Many of the resources in Dragon Palace can only be redeemed using points," said Palace Master White. Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan took the tokens and examined the numbers. 2,000 points? Jian Wushuang felt excited, then he looked at Yang Zixuan's token. He had a full 6,000 points. "I only have 2,000 points, but he has 6,000 points, 3 times mine. Is it possible that the points depend on how many levels you pass through in the Dragon Gate?" Jian Wushuang secretly pondered. In his opinion, that was the only possibility given the situation. "All right, little guys, make sure to work hard. Many years from now, I hope to see another 2 excellent disciples emerge from my Dragon Palace," said Palace Master White, who smiled and then immediately departed. After Palace Master White walked away, the big fat man immediately looked over and introduced himself. My name is Wang Yuan, and the girl next to me is Suro. Swordsman, Jian Wushuang said. Yang Zixua. Yang Zixuan also introduced himself. Swordsman, Yang Zixuan, your arrival made the manor considerably full. Come, for the first meeting, the four of us need to have a quick drink, replied Wang Yuan with a smile. Then, he turned up his hand and a wine pot appeared. After the stopper was opened, the aroma of the wine soon spread it out. Smelling the aroma, Jian Wushuang smiled. While on the other side, Yang Zixuan's indifferent expression also slightly relaxed a bit. After which, the four of them drank in front of the stone table in this manner. After drinking a few glasses of wine in succession, the atmosphere was no longer so boring. At this time, Wang Yuan said, Swordsman, Yang Zixuan, we will not live in the manor together for more than several years. It's too polite to call each other by name. What if we call each other as brothers and sisters according to age? I'm the oldest, so I'm the elder brother. Yang Zixuan, your age is only a little younger than mine, so you are the second brother. Swordsman, you the third brother. As for Suro, she's our fourth sister. All right. Wang Yuan smiled and looked around. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. After all, they will live in the same manner in the future, the relationship among them should be better. And after drinking, the three of them all left a good impression on him. Wang Yuan, he was a generous and careless person without any scheming. This kind of person is the most worthwhile to make friends with, except his talkativeness. Yang Zixuan, as indifferent as he is, did not put on airs. It's said that he is the one who broke into the 8th level of the Dragon Palace when he arrived. With such talent, he was still willing to sit down with them to have a few drinks. His eyes did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. For the point, making friends with him was very worthwhile. As for the last one, the little girl Suro, she's so timid and shy that she didn't dare to say one word while they were drinking. Jian Wushuang felt a little strange in the beginning, but later he heard from Fatty Wang that when Suro was a little girl, she had been sold to a mansion as a servant girl. To be a servant girl since childhood, it's normal for her to be so timid. However, this timid little girl had a great reputation in Dragon Palace. As mentioned before, among the disciples of Dragon Palace, only Bai Qing had passed through the 8th floor. There were 16 disciples that had passed through the 7th level, and Suro was one of them. And most importantly, this year, Suro was only 14 years old. The 14-year-old Suro broke through the 7th level of the Dragon Gate. What does that mean? So, after Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan learned of her achievement, they were both astonished. Similarly, Suro is also worth making friends with. Therefore, after hearing the proposal of Wang Yuan, Jian Wushuang immediately agreed. Yang Zixuan, as always, was indifferent, giving neither refusal nor opposition. As for the timid girl Suro, she nodded her head shyly. Haha, since there is no objection, let us make this decision final. From now on, the four of us are siblings. We shall share happiness and hardship together, said Wang Yuan. Then he smiled and lifted the cup for a toast. Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang and Suro immediately raised their glasses. As for Yang Zixuan, he pondered for a while, then raised the glass too. Kuang! With the toasting finished, the famous Tianzong dynasty and the four matchless heroes of the heaven and the earth were born. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. Secret Land of Heaven and Earth. After drinks, Wang Yuan was hanging out with Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan. You two have just arrived at Dragon Palace. Let me show you around. I'll take you to the treasure troves of Dragon Palace, Wang Yuan said. All right. Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan nodded. Dragon Palace covered a large area and was famous for 3 treasure troves, 4 temples of earth, fire, water, and wind, secret land of heaven and earth, and secret pavilion. The first place Wang Yuan brought them to was 4 temples of earth, fire, water, and wind. Look, this is 4 temples of earth, fire, water, and wind. Wang Yuan pointed to the 4 pavilions which covered a wide area. Each pavilion had a gilded character engraved on the lintel: earth, fire, water, and wind respectively. The 4 temples of earth, fire, water, and wind are where the disciples of Dragon Palace visit the most. Earth, fire, water, and wind represent the 4 kinds of essence realm of heaven and earth, which are Earth Essence Realm, Raging Fire Realm, Water Drop Essence Realm, and Gale Essence Realm. There are 6 temple masters in each temple. They're the top experts in the world and have reached the highest level of comprehending essence realm of heaven and earth. The reason why disciples of Dragon Palace often visit 4 temples is that the temple masters usually give lessons in the temples, displaying some martial arts techniques and giving disciples some advice. If you have any problem in comprehending essence realm of heaven and earth, you can consult these temple masters. After receiving their guidance, you might be enlightened. On hearing this, Jian Wushuang's and Yang Zishuan's eyes lit up. If I have any problem in comprehending essence realm, I can consult these temple masters? What's more, there are 6 temple masters dealing with each essence realm. The 6 temple masters in each temple should be good at different aspects. It would be superior to following a top expert. Although a top expert would try his best to teach someone, he was alone and studied only one aspect. If he encountered unfamiliar fields, he would not know how to instruct them. In Dragon Palace, 4 temples covered 4 kinds of essence realms of heaven and earth. Each temple had 6 powerful temple masters, who studied various fields. Therefore, the disciples did not worry that they would encounter an unsolvable problem. Now we come to the secret land of heaven and earth. Wang Yuan led the way. Then they stood in front of a majestic palace. 2 golden-armored sergeants kept guard at the palace entrance. Wang Yuan said, "Secret land of heaven and earth is special and helpful at comprehending the essence realm of heaven and earth. If you want to enter secret land of heaven and earth, you need to pay 1,000 points to access the palace, and you can only stay inside for 2 hours each time. Though it is only 2 hours, I'm sure you'll benefit greatly from each visit. Moreover, you're newcomers in Dragon Palace, so each of you can enter the palace for free 3 times. Oh? Jian Wushuang said, raising his eyebrows. He had just been surprised at the 4 temples of earth, fire, water, and wind. The secret land of heaven and earth was as famous as the 4 temples. Jian Wushuang was somewhat curious about it, as the palace, with the harsh requirements to access it, must be extraordinary. How about it? Do you want to have a try? Wang Yuan smiled mysteriously. Sure. Jian Wushuang gave a little smile, and then glanced at Yang Zishuan. Second elder brother, you go first. Yang Zishuan nodded and directly walked toward the palace. The 2 golden-armored sergeants stepped forwards, but immediately allowed Yang Zishuan to enter secret land of heaven and earth. 2 hours later, Yang Zishuan came out of it with a blank look. Second elder brother? Jian Wushuang frowned. Don't disturb him. He's in the state of comprehension. Wang Yuan was not surprised at all and spoke to Jian Wushuang. Third younger brother, it's your turn. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and then he stepped towards the secret land of heaven and earth. The 2 golden-armored sergeants walked forward again, and let Jian Wushuang enter after realizing that he was a newcomer. What on earth is stored in the secret land of heaven and earth? Jian Wushuang stepped into the secret land of heaven and earth with a flicker of curiosity. As soon as he entered, Jian Wushuang immediately felt himself surrounded by darkness. There was only a glimmer of light ahead in the endless darkness. Jian Wushuang could not help but look at the light. He was totally absorbed in it. The glimmer of light suddenly changed into a sword, which contained sword essence of gale, earth sword essence of raging fire, and sword essence of the water drop. He knew the 4 kinds of sword essence were unfathomable, although he had not comprehended the last 2. Jian Wushuang drew out triple kill sword behind him, the sword light starting to move. One after another, the ethereal sword light moved flexibly. Jian Wushuang then started to perform the anonymous swordsmanship. He easily showed the first move of anonymous swordsmanship, Blood Shadow. He did not encounter any problem either in performing the second move of anonymous swordsmanship, sword-killing movement. The third move of anonymous swordsmanship, named Expeditious Maneuver, was a terrifying killing move, emphasizing absolute speed. Jian Wuxuang had not comprehended this move. He thought it was because his speed at unleashing the sword was not fast enough. In fact, it was related to his inferior comprehension of sword essence of Gale. However, Jian Wuxuang could not help wielding his long sword and slowly performed this move in this special situation. Hu! The sword light flashed, and then disappeared with the wind. He naturally performed the third move of anonymous swordsmanship, expeditious maneuver. Nevertheless, it was not over. As Jian Wuxuang continued to wield long sword, the sword light became grander and more massive. Every beam of the sword light contained sword essence of earth. One strike after another. Suddenly, the glimmer of light disappeared. Jian Wuxuang was slightly surprised and blankly stared into space. 2 hours, I've run out of time? Jian Wuxuang looked into the darkness, sighing. Then he turned to leave. Jian Wuxuang walked out of secret land of heaven and earth and saw his 3 sworn brothers waiting outside, but he ignored them and directly sat on the ground, with eyes closed. Wang Yuan, Yang Zixuan, and Su Rou were not angry at Jian Wuxuang. They knew Jian Wuxuang's state and did not want to disturb him. After a while, Jian Wuxuang finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately stood up. How about it? Wang Yuan asked with a smile. Good, very good. Jian Wuxuang nodded heavily. The benefits from practicing in secret land of heaven and earth for 2 hours can be comparable to that from earnest cultivation in a month. Chapter 67. Chapter 67, The Secret Pavilion. What Jian Wuxuang said was the truth. He had merely spent 2 hours inside the secret land of heaven and earth but made great progress in his understanding of the sword essence. My sword essence of earth and Gale have both made huge progress in the third form of formless swordsmanship. Jian Wuxuang was pleasantly surprised that those 2 hours were equivalent to his 1 month's worth of hard work, or more. Same here. I made great progress too, Yang Zixuan said seriously. Ha! This is one of the 3 treasures of the Dragon Palace. The cost of entering it so high, naturally there's a high return too. You can enter the place 3 times. Since you've entered once, you must treasure your 2 remaining chances, Wang Yuan said, smiling. Come with me. I'll show you the last treasure of the Dragon Palace. They followed Wang Yuan to the entrance of a heavily guarded tall attic that exuded a faintly ancient scent. This attic is the most important of the 3 treasures of Dragon Palace, the secret pavilion. There are countless treasures in the secret pavilion, but you can only take them in exchange for points. Go in and have a look, Tianbao said. Jian Wuxuang and Yang Zixuan immediately entered the secret pavilion. Inside the large and spacious secret pavilion, the treasures were divided into many categories. There were cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, elixir pills, and exotic classes. With a heavenly creation skill that defied the natural order, Jian Wuxuang had no need for cultivation methods. Neither did he need elixirs and exotic classes for now, so he made a beeline for the martial arts techniques section. The martial arts techniques section was divided into swordsmanship, knife methods, spear methods, and so on. Jian Wuxuang left Yang Zixuan's side and headed straight for the swordsmanship section. The section stored nearly thousands of rare books on swordsmanship. Fortunately for Jian Wuxuang, there was a list that he could refer to. Otherwise, he might need to flip through each book to find the one on his swordsmanship. The list detailed the number of swordsmanship, a basic introduction for each swordsmanship, as well as the points needed for exchange. But just from a quick glance, Jian Wuxuang realized the lowest rank swordsmanship on this list was already top-notch ones. There was also no shortage of sword skills. Sword skills were beyond the scope of so-called swordsmanship. Generally, one needed to use sword skills with the display of sword essence understanding at the same time. Formless swordsmanship. The first item he looked for was the formless swordsmanship. He found out from Yi Rufeng that the formless swordsmanship was none other than the anonymous swordsmanship. The formless swordsmanship had 9 sword movements, and what he had been cultivating was merely the simplest first 3 of the swordsmanship. Found it! Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened when he found the formless swordsmanship on the list. Formless swordsmanship, the sword skill acknowledged by the Tianzong dynasty as world's number one. It was suitable for warriors who understood the sword essence of Gale. There were 9 movements, and each was stronger than the one before it. Exchange for the first 3 movements with 200 points. Exchange for the middle 3 movements with 2,000 points. The last 3 movements are unavailable. So it's true they only have the middle 3 movements, not the last 3. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He had heard this from Yi Rufeng on their way here. Though there were 9 sword strokes of the formless swordsmanship, the most powerful latter 3 were long lost to history. The Dragon Palace might be the cultivation sanctuary of the Tianzong dynasty, but not even they could recover sword movements in a swordsmanship that had been lost. I'll need to spend 2,000 points alone just for the middle 3 movements. Jian Wushuang frowned secretly, for his current score was precisely that number. There's no hurry. Let's look at other sword skills. Jian Wushuang was not anxious to make his decision yet. He started reading the category of swordsmanship for Sword Essence of Earth Understanding. His comprehension of Sword Essence of Earth was, in fact, far higher than Sword Essence of Gale. It was a pity that he did not have any suitable sword skill to display it all this while. Even in the mansion of Sword Marquis, the first-class swordsmanship he learned leaned toward the Earth Essence. But that was not even a first-class swordsmanship, let alone a super first-class swordsmanship. It was too weak that he could not even show the might of his Sword Essence of Earth to its fullest. Therefore, his immediate priority was finding a suitable sword skill in the Sword Essence of Earth. There were many sword skills on the list that was suitable for his goals. He finally selected 3 after carefully pondering over each one. They were Mark of Earth, Immemorial Sword Skill, and Formless Sword Wave. Mark of Earth required 2,500 points, while Immemorial Sword Skill required 3,000 points. Formless Sword Wave was divided into 2 sections, with each being 2,500 points. Though each of these sword tactics has its own advantages, I think the Formless Sword Ripple seems superior. It also suits me better, but the exchange rate is higher. Jian Wushuang frowned. The 2 sections would cost him 5,000 points. At the moment, he only had 2,000 points. Whatever. Since I don't have enough points for the other 2 sword skills now, I'll just not exchange for now. I'll just wait and find a way to get more points. It wouldn't be too late by then. He then left the swordsmanship section and began taking a stroll through the elixir pills and exotic classes section. There were all kinds of odd treasures and elixirs here, many of which were hard to find in the outside world. In the secret pavilion, one only needed points to get them. Before long, Jian Wushuang left the secret pavilion with Yang Zixuan. But before he left, Yang Zixuan spent 4,000 points to exchange for a martial arts technique. Jian Wushuang could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. There was nothing he could about it. Yang Zixuan had more points than him after all. When he came out of the sword pavilion, Wang Yuan came up to him. What do you think about the treasures in the secret pavilion? There are many of them, Jian Wushuang said. I've once visited the storehouse of a great power, but it's nothing compared to this place, Yang Zixuan added. Ha ha! Of course. This is the secret pavilion of the Dragon Palace. How can those so-called sects of the Tianzong dynasty compare to? As the disciples of this place, we can redeem the treasures if we have enough points. Wang Yuan smiled. Boss Wang Yuan, how can we get these points? Jian Wushuang asked. There are many ways. I'll tell you one by one, Wang Yuan replied, immediately describing each method. First method, go through the Dragon Gate Pass. There are 13 stories in the Dragon Gate. Starting at the 3rd level, you can get 1,000 points for passing through each level. After the 9th floor, you get 2,000 points each. I heard you mention that one of you passed the 8th floor and the other the 4th. Old 2, you earned 5,000 points. Old 3, you earned 1,000 points. But every newcomer also get 1,000 points for free, so you have 6,000 and 2,000 points respectively. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Battle for Points. The second way is to complete a task. Dragon Palace provides various tasks for experience. Some of them are difficult, some are relatively simple. You will obtain points according to the complexity of the task. The third way is to battle for points. On hearing this, both Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan were puzzled. They could easily understand the first two ways, but could not figure out what the battle for points was. The battle for points is actually dueling. Wang Yuan spoke with a smile. There are more than 200 disciples of Dragon Palace with varying strength. As exceptional geniuses, they can be somewhat arrogant. As a result, they often fight with each other in Dragon Palace. Since there are fights, there are duels and bets. As for the bets, it's up to the two duelers. Got it. Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan immediately understood. Speaking of the battles for points, third younger brother, you should be careful. Wang Yuan suddenly spoke. Why? Jian Wushuang looked at him in surprise. Wang Yuan said, I just mentioned there are 3 ways to get points. First, going through the Dragon Gate. Many disciples will wait a long time to challenge, and they may not be successful. What's more, they can only gain a few points there. Second, complete tasks for experience. But only difficult tasks offer a lot of points. Disciples of Dragon Palace will face death trials while performing these tasks, so it's very dangerous. Only the third way, battle for points, is simple. You only need to challenge someone weaker than you and settle the bets. Disciples who have stayed in Dragon Palace for a period of time know the other disciples very well, so they won't easily accept challenges. However, you and second younger brother are different because you're newcomers. Jian Wushuang understood. You mean the other disciples of Dragon Palace will want to challenge me? Jian Wushuang asked. Right. Wang Yuan nodded. They are inclined to bully those weaker than them. You have just entered Dragon Palace, so they will treat you as a weakling. They will try their best to challenge you to a duel before you have time to use treasures of Dragon Palace to improve your strength. Of course, second younger brother is also a newcomer, but he made it through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate. He's so powerful that no one will dare to challenge him. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. We'll reach the martial arts practice field soon, where many disciples of Dragon Palace gather. Battle for points is usually held there. Third younger brother, you must remember my words. If someone challenges you, you can refuse directly or just ignore them. They cannot do anything to you. Wang Yuan reminded Jian Wushuang. Refuse? Why should I refuse? Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Don't be rash, third younger brother. It is not easy for you to earn points. Do not lose them by acting on impulse. Wang Yuan continued to persuade him. Don't worry. I know what to do, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. The 4 of them had finally arrived at the huge martial arts practice field. The martial arts practice field covered an extremely large area. There were quite a few disciples of Dragon Palace around the center of it. At the moment, all of them looked at the 4 people who just stepped inside. Ha, newcomers! I hear there are 2 new disciples. Those 2 must be the newcomers. The man with a cold expression is called Yang Zixuan. It's inconceivable that he has already gone through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate. He must be a monster on the same level as Bai Qing. Yang Zixuan, an exceptional genius. We're not comparable to him. The other person was called Swordsman. I hear he only made it through the 4th level? The 4th level means that his strength is at the bottom of Dragon Palace. Going through the 4th level is worth 1,000 points. And since he's a newcomer, he also received 1,000 points for free. In other words, he has 2,000 points now. Yang Zixuan should have attracted more attention, because of his brilliant results. Nevertheless, none of the disciples of Dragon Palace looked at him. All eyes were fixed on Jian Wushuang. Their eyes were full of expectation. It looks like I'm popular. Jian Wushuang noticed that their eyes sparkled with eagerness. The corner of his mouth lifted up. Haha, you are Swordsman, right? A laughter could be heard along with the question. Then a red-haired young man with a saber on his back appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The aura of spiritual power in the exceptional spiritual sea realm spread out. He said, with an expectant look, I'm Zhang Tao. I hear you have gone through the 4th level of the Dragon Gate. So have I. Do you have the guts to have a fair fight with me? Looking at Zhang Tao, Jian Wushuang was delighted in his heart. The other disciples of Dragon Palace were furious. Damn it. He got there first. Zhang Tao is really fast. I hope the newcomer does not accept his challenge. Zhang Tao. Wang Yuan frowned and shouted in a low voice. It's been a year since you went through the 4th level. Now your strength has improved greatly to the point that you can challenge the 5th level. Aren't you embarrassed to talk about having a fair fight with my brother? Third younger brother, leave him alone, said Wang Yuan, winking at Jian Wushuang. What? Are you afraid of fighting with me? If you became a disciple of Dragon Palace, you must be a genius. Don't you have the guts? Zhang Tao spoke directly, then laughed out. Zhang Tao, right? Jian Wushuang raised his head and stared at Zhang Tao with a faint smile. You don't need to provoke me. I accept your challenge. Tell me how many points you want to bet. Cool. Zhang Tao was glad that Jian Wushuang accepted his challenge. I know you should have 2,000 points. I will not bet for all of them, just 1,500 points. That will leave you with 500 points to choose a manual from the General Hall and Secret Pavilion. What do you think? 1,500 points? Zhang Tao, you have a huge appetite. Wang Yuan spoke angrily. It's true. He has a total of 2,000 points. Only you want 1,500 points. Isn't that too much? A disciple of Dragon Palace spoke up from the side. He also coveted Jian Wushuang's 2,000 points. 1,500 points. It's too much indeed. Well, I can bet 1,000 points, Jian Wushuang said. Okay, 1,000 points. Zhang Tao agreed without hesitation, secretly delighted. Zhang Tao thought that Jian Wushuang was not his match. Jian Wushuang had just become a disciple of Dragon Palace and had only made it through the 4th level of the Dragon Gate. Zhang Tao went through the 4th level a year ago. Since then, his strength had improved greatly with the help of the resources from Dragon Palace. Therefore, he thought he would win this fight no matter what would happen. He was over the moon when thinking about the 1,000 points. It was not a small amount for him, as it was hard to gain points in Dragon Palace. Haha, watch out. Zhang Tao spoke. He directly rushed forward. With a single stride, he appeared before Jian Wushuang and drew the saber on his back. Chapter 69. Chapter 69, The First Win. Swish! With one chop, the air was immediately cut. So fast. Jian Wushuang was stunned, and he thought to himself, they are undoubtedly Dragon Palace disciples. Jian Wushuang was very calm. The movement was swift, but his sword was faster. Swish! A dazzling glare of sword light fleeted. It was still the first blood shadow move of formless swordsmanship. A clashing sound could be heard when the two swords met. There was only a slight gap between these two powers. You will be defeated, Zhang Tao said in a low voice. Ridiculous, Jian Wushuang replied with a laugh. These two people began to display their power to its furthest extent. One used the knife, and the other the sword. Their splendid speed reached its peak. Clang! 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 Numerous clashing sounds could be heard. The blade lights and sword shadows were extremely rapid. Both Jian Wushuang and Zhang Tao sensed sword principle of Gale, and it was very powerful. Zhang Tao had achieved the 4th level a year ago. Although it was not certain that he would achieve the 5th level, he had been able to fight with the level keepers in the 5th level for a long time. Jian Wushuang did not have a deep comprehension of Gale's sword principle, and he was not as powerful as Zhang Tao. But he had obtained a better understanding of sword principle of Gale during the 2-hour cultivation in the secret land of heaven and earth. Thus he was no weaker than Zhang Tao now. The sword light moved and disappeared with the wind. The third move of formless swordsmanship, expeditious maneuver. It's formless swordsmanship, and it's the third move. Is this expeditious swordsmanship? Unbelievable! The surrounding Dragon Palace disciples were amazed. These disciples were familiar with the first sword skill of Tianzong dynasty, and several of them had cultivated the formless swordsmanship. All of them understood the high requirement of practicing this move. Formless swordsmanship? So what? Zhang Tao roared. The saber in his hand split straight down with a bloody light flickering. It burst out in the blink of an eye. The scarlet light of the saber hit the sword light. The sword essence changed suddenly as Jian Wushuang twisted his wrist. It started as the sword essence of Gale, and suddenly became the heavy sword essence of Earth. What? Zhang Tao looked pale. Sword essence of Earth. The Dragon Palace disciples were shocked. It was very difficult to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth, and someone comprehending two types at the same time, not to mention both at a high level, was rarely seen. Very few disciples in Dragon Palace could comprehend two types of the realm at the same time. The swordsmanship Jian Wushuang exhibited was obviously the sword essence of earth. Sword essence of Gale converted perfectly to sword essence of earth. Sword edge swept Zhang Tao's sleeves, and rolled up his robe. Zhang was defeated in this battle. Lose! Has Zhang Tao lost? The entire martial arts practice field went quiet. The Dragon Palace disciples were shocked, some held contempt for Zhang Tao. Wang Yuan was amazed too. No one had expected this. A newcomer like Jian Wushuang could beat Zhang Tao. Only Jian Wushuang, himself, thought this was very normal. Relying on the perfectly converted sword essence of Gale and sword essence of Earth, I have fought for a long time at the 5th level. When I went through the Dragon Gate Pass, I improved my cultivation of these two sword essences after just 1 hour of learning Secret Land of Heaven and Earth. Now I'm confident I'll pass the 5th level. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, still has a way to go before reaching the 5th level. It is natural that I should beat him. I even didn't do my best. Jian Wushuang laughed at heart. True, he had not done his best. If he had, it would not have taken so long to beat Zhang Tao. Of course, he had his reasons for not doing his best from the beginning. Zhang Tao had a gloomy look on his face. He was in agony. He had lost indeed, and with so many people watching. He could not change it. He transferred 1,000 points to Jian Wushuang immediately. When he saw that his pledge number had reached 3,000, Jian Wushuang smiled and looked around. Is there anyone who wants to fight with me? He called out in a loud voice. Me. An ice-cold girl stepped forward. Although Jian Wushuang beating Zhang Tao was beyond the expectations of many people, it did not count for anything. After all, Zhang Tao had only broken through to the 4th level, and he was not the top among those who were at this level. A duel is still 1,000 points. Jian Wushuang said. Good. The girl did not hesitate. She shot at him directly. Swish! A fierce blade slashed straight out. The blade's extreme speed caused a glimmer of heat. Haha, come on. Jian Wushuang laughed loudly. He moved his sword in a counterattack stance. The girl had a high cultivation of blade essence of raging fire. She was close to the 5th level and even stronger than Zhang Tao. As she fought with Jian Wushuang, she soon discovered that Jian Wushuang not only had a strong ability using sword essence of Gale, but also the sword essence of Earth. Sometimes these two swordsmanships were very fast and smart, sometimes they were heavy as a mountain pressing overwhelmingly. Two great changes of the sword essence quickly suppressed her. The fight did not last long. This fight caused many disciples of Dragon Palace to sigh. If her cultivation of the blade essence of raging fire were higher, she would not have been suppressed, and she would have had a better chance of winning. Yeah, he was just a little stronger than her. Jian Wushuang was just slightly stronger than the girl, everyone could see it. Hence, the third challenger was ready to challenge. This challenger was much more powerful than the ice-cold girl. Everyone was expecting Jian Wushuang to be defeated in this fight. But the result was shocking. A narrow victory! The fight with the third challenger had lasted for nearly an hour. Jian Wuxuang had finally obtained an extremely narrow victory. 3 consecutive fights had all been won. Jian Wuxuang's points went from 2,000 to 5,000. The Dragon Palace disciples' expressions become a bit weird. They were not stupid. It was rather coincidental to win 3 fights in succession with such a trivial difference. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. Do not reject anyone. He was victorious in all 3 battles, and all of them were narrow victories? What a lucky guy! This swordsman. Is he hiding his strength? Impossible. After all, he is just a newcomer. Those disciples of Dragon Palace knew that Jian Wuxuang was only a newcomer who had passed the 4th level of Dragon Gate, therefore his strength should be very limited. However, they were very suspicious of him after he won these 3 consecutive battles, beating his opponents. A burly man came out among the crowd looking extremely domineering, wielding a thick broadsword. Lin Feng! Lin Feng came out! Disciples of Dragon Palace all looked at this burly man. Lin Feng, you have gone through the 5th level. Aren't you ashamed of challenging a newcomer? Wang Yuan fumed with a dark face. Although Jian Wuxuang had defeated 3 challengers who were at the 4th level of the Dragon Gate, this burly man, Lin Feng, had passed the 5th level already. You are a swordsman. You should also have the strength to break through the 5th level. Why can't I challenge him? Lin Feng replied indifferently, and his eyes looked to Jian Wuxuang. Of course you can. Jian Wuxuang smiled slightly. To duel, it is still 1,000 points. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Be careful. Whoosh. Lin Feng crossed 10 meters instantly, and appeared before Jian Wuxuang. He swung his thick broadsword ferociously. A water drop essence erupted. All of a sudden Jian Wuxuang felt like he had been plunged into a boundless sea, with crashing waves. He was a lonely boat in the sea, at risk of capsizing any time. Water drop essence? Jian Wuxuang frowned, immediately berated in a low voice. I'll break it down. A strong sword light pierced out at an alarming rate, tearing down everything with its speed. The thick broadsword brought stacked waves, covering everything. The sword light pierced several ripples by Jian Wuxuang. The power was weakened to the extreme, but the thick broadsword continued to deliver its full force. Retreat! Jian Wuxuang retreated without any delay, exerting the sword essence of earth at the same time. The best skill of sword essence of earth, thick and strong, was defense. Hua 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 hua. Lin Feng's broadsword domain erupted completely. A series of shadows split endlessly, and it did not stop. Jian Wuxuang felt lost as if he had plunged into a huge whirlpool. No matter how he struggled to resist, he could not get rid of it. He only relied on sword essence of earth to resist. Water drop essence, this is water drop essence. Jian Wuxuang with a trace of horror. This was the first time he had fought with such a strong concentrated drip realm. He had a new appreciation towards this water drop essence. Water, the greatest power of water, despite it being seemingly weak and feeble, but it had the power to wear through boulders. After all, it is a lack of sword tactics of sword essence of earth. Otherwise, I can fight with Lin Feng. Jian Wuxuang sighed. His heart was yearning for formless sword wave. The swordsman is suppressed, he is finally suppressed. He will be defeated. It is normal. Lin Feng, after all, has passed the 5th level. The disciples of Dragon Palace around he saw the scene on the battlefield, and all of them sighed. But at this moment, a sword shadow pierced out in a straight line, at incredible speed. It was the 3rd type of formless swordsmanship, expeditious maneuver. Logically, the 3rd type of formless swordsmanship was not a threat to Lin Feng, but once this sword shadow appeared, boom! It was an extremely forceful sword, its power unexpectedly soaring at this moment, almost directly defeating Lin Feng's offensive. The sharp sword shadow was more than a stroke crossing his shoulder. What? Still in shock, Lin Feng's clothes at his shoulder had been cut away. Jian Wuxuang had still won this fight. What's the matter? Lost? How did he lose? This? Everyone around was confused. Lin Feng was so superior, completely suppressing Jian Wuxuang. And he should have won immediately, but yet he had suddenly lost. Only Lin Feng, himself, barely knew the reasons for his loss. Strength, it's strength. His power surged suddenly on that sword so that the power of his swordsmanship also rose sharply, tearing through everything directly. Lin Feng thought inwardly. But he was curious that Jian Wuxuang was at spiritual sea realm, like him. Why was his power so much stronger than his? He did not know that compared to ordinary martial warrior, the biggest advantage of Jian Wuxuang was not his sword essence, nor swordsmanship, but cultivation method. He practiced the heavenly creation skill. He was an inverse cultivator who defied the natural order. Lin Feng's power was at the peak of ordinary spiritual sea realm, and Jian Wuxuang, at the peak of his spiritual outbreak, could compare to Gold Core. The spiritual power of Gold Core was far from spiritual sea realm. In the Dragon Palace, although there were numerous disciples, most of them were just as the spiritual sea realm. Only a handful of people could break through to reach Gold Core. All men defeated by Jian Wuxuang were just at the spiritual sea realm, and he deliberately controlled his power to fight with them. However, Jian Wuxuang had only broken out 30% power while facing Lin Feng. Although it had only been 30%, it was also stronger than the normal spiritual sea realm peak. So he defeated Lin Feng with one sword strike. Lin Feng defeated. Jian Wuxuang got 1,000 points again. Who else wants to fight with me? Jian Wuxuang looked around, but those disciples of the Dragon Palace were now hesitant. Before, everyone treated Jian Wuxuang as a soft persimmon, and wanted to pinch and get points from him, but after these 4 showdowns, especially the fight with Lin Feng, they still did not know why Lin Feng failed in the end. They also realized that Jian Wuxuang had hidden his real strength before, so now no one was willing to duel him. Watching this scene, Jian Wuxuang squinted his eyes, but immediately laughed. Among disciples of the Dragon Palace, there are innumerable geniuses, so many people. Why is it so difficult to find someone to duel with me? Or are you reluctant to fight with me as I am just a newcomer? Well, among you, as long as you went through the 5th level, you can challenge me. I will not reject anyone. As for the bets, all will be 1,000 points. Do not reject anyone? Disciples of Dragon Palace around he turned to a dark face. This swordsman, what a crazy guy. He even dares to say that he would not reject anyone, clearly looking down on the disciples who broke through the 5th level. I'll fight with you. Most of disciples of the Dragon Palace were infuriated by Jian Wuxuang. A disciple who had broken through the 5th level came to fight with Jian Wuxuang immediately. Chapter 71. Chapter 71, 11 Match Winning Streak. The battle continued. Jian Wuxuang's arrogant words of, "All are welcome," indeed annoyed the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Many disciples who had broken through the 5th level itched to have a try, which was as he expected. Based on the comprehension of realm, these disciples were almost all at the level of exceptional spiritual sea realm, while Jian Wuxuang barely reached the 5th level. So many of the disciples who broke through the 5th floor are stronger than him. Nevertheless, his greatest strength was in his cultivation method, which had superior overall power. Relying on his absolute strength, he won the 5th confrontation. Followed by the 6th and 7th challenges, until the 11th. Jian Wuxuang won all 11 matches. Those disciples of Dragon Palace at the martial arts practice field were speechless in astonishment. It was nothing for Jian Wuxuang to win 1 or 2 battles consecutively, but now he had won 11 battles successively. In addition to the first 3 disciples who were at the 4th level, the other 8 disciples were all at the 5th level. However, they were all defeated by Jian Wuxuang. It is his power that makes this happen. His power is even stronger than exceptional spiritual sea realm. It's strange that he has so much power as he is only at the level of spiritual sea realm. He has completed 11 battles in a row, but his spiritual power has not diminished. Why? Did he not need to consume his spiritual power when confronting others? Everyone was astonished. They thought Jian Wushuang's strength and vast spiritual power were amazing. Needless to say, his strength was much stronger than exceptional spiritual sea realm. But it was also his vast spiritual power shocked others so much. Several battles among these 11 battles were bitter fights, so how much spiritual power would these successive battles consume? Usually warriors needed to stop and have a rest to recover their spiritual power after at most 3 battles, but what about Jian Wushuang? Keep fighting! After 11 battles without any pause, Jian Wushuang won all of them without any reduction in spiritual power. How could this happen? And he was actually still at his peak level. What kind of monster is he? All those watching thought that this was incredible. Who else wants to battle me for points? Jian Wushuang said confidently and looked around. The disciples of Dragon Palace looked at each other in speechless despair, and nobody stood out. Winning 11 battles in a row, Jian Wushuang proved to all that he was strong enough, and those people who wanted to challenge him would surely lose face and worse, 1,000 points. For them, 1,000 points was a big deal. No one else? Seeing everyone's hesitation, Jian Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. However, as he was about to turn around and leave, an ethereal voice was suddenly heard. It's very crowded here, isn't it? The soft voice was followed by the arrival of a handsome man dressed in a luxurious robe who slowly appeared. Nangong Jie! Isn't he isolating himself? Why is he here? Ha! It must be the commotion. A burst of noise swirled all around, which made it clear that these disciples of Dragon Palace knew this handsome man. Jian Wushuang also looked at the man and found his appearance was almost perfect with slender physique, handsome face and a free and ethereal temperament. Soon after I finished my self-isolation, I heard that there was a newcomer in Dragon Palace, and he said that anyone who had broken through the 5th level can challenge him. What arrogance! Nangong Jie smiled lightly, but his eyes were instantly locked on Jian Wushuang. Nangong Jie, my brother has said this, but these words are only for the disciples of Dragon Palace at the level of spiritual sea. So you, who has broken through 6 months ago, shouldn't be here. Wang Yuan couldn't help but shout. Most disciples of the Dragon Palace were at the level of spiritual sea realm, but a small part of them were at the level of gold core, and Nangong Jie was one of them. Oh, I do not know that your brother has made a distinction between spiritual sea realm and gold core. I am also the disciple of Dragon Palace who has broken through the 5th level, so it's okay for me to join this battle. Moreover, your brother just has a normal perception of the realm of heaven and earth, but he successively defeated so many disciples of Dragon Palace who are at the 5th level. It is precisely that his strength is much stronger than the others. I think his strength will not be weaker than a disciple at the level of primordial gold core if he goes all out. So it's quite fair for me to challenge him. Nangong Jie said. Exactly. This swordsman defeated so many disciples because that his strength is stronger than exceptional spiritual sea realm. Now Nangong Jie's strength is also stronger than exceptional spiritual sea realm. These two should have a battle. Immediately some disciples kicked up a fuss. You! Wang Yuan wanted to refute them. Wang Yuan, stop! Jian Wushuang waved one of his hands to interrupt him, and continued. Since I said that, I won't break my promise. Nangong Jie, it's okay to gamble with you, but the stakes are still only 1,000 points. 1,000 points? Nangong Jie raised his eyebrow and said. No problem. I'll start. Nangong Jie smiled thinly, and his figure began to slowly dissipate at this moment. Whoosh! A sword light appeared in front of Jian Wushuang suddenly. So fast! Jian Wushuang was greatly frightened. He knew sword principle of Gale, and was also good at speed, but the speed of Nangong Jie was so fast that he even did not know when his sword was drawn. The sword essence of earth was so strong that Jian Wushuang did not hesitate to defend with it. Clang! 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 Nangong Jie slashed his sword 10 times consecutively with increasing speed and power. Jian Wushuang went for broke to going all out with sword essence of earth to defend against Nangong Jie. However, He felt that he could not sustain this because the sword shadow was like thousands of poisonous snakes. Suddenly, pop! Nangong Jie's sword edge crossed Jian Wushuang's right-hand wrist with a very clear sword scar. The pain in Jian Wushuang's wrist made him loosen his grip of the triple kill sword. Bro Jr., are you okay? Wan Yuan, Yang Zixuan, and Su Rou immediately rushed over. I'm fine. Jian Wushuang shook his head and picked up triple kill sword again. Nangong Jie, the battle is just for learning from each other. You shouldn't hurt him so much. Wan Yuan shouted in a low voice. Oh, sorry, it's just an accident. Nangong Jie replied immediately. But his joking smile made it clear to everyone that he did it on purpose. Chapter 72. Chapter 72, Scheduling a Battle. Damn it! Wan Yuan gnashed. Bro Senior, can I help you? Yang Zixuan said with an increasingly cold look on Nangong Jie. They all knew that Nangong Jie Gong did it deliberately. No, Jian Wushuang shook his head. He knew that Yang Zixuan had enough strength to defeat Nangong Jie, but he thought this was his own matter, and he did not want others to help him. I lost this battle. 1,000 points, here you are. Jian Wushuang gave Nangong Jie 1,000 points directly without hesitation. After getting the 1,000 points, Nangong Jie didn't change his facial expression but touched his nose and said suddenly, Swordsman, do you want to fight with me one more time? Jian Wushuang was so surprised. Nangong Jie, don't go that far! Wan Yuan immediately shouted. Don't get me wrong. Nangong Jie shook his head and said, I intend to continue the battle for points, but this time the condition will be changed. For example, you will win as long as you withstand my swords for 3 times. What do you think about it? I can win after 3 swords? Wan Yuan immediately looked at Jian Wushuang in confusion. Disciples of the Dragon Palace around him all looked over and discussed this heatedly. What does Nangong Jie intend to do? Jian Wushuang will be the winner after fighting with him for 3 moves. In the past battle, Swordsman used nearly 20 moves before he won. What's wrong with Nangong Jie? Does he want to give his points to others for nothing? These disciples of Dragon Palace were confused over Nangong Jie's behavior, because in the past battle, Jian Wushuang endured nearly 20 moves before he won. Now he wanted to defeat Jian Wushuang with less than 3 moves. What a joke! If I agree with the battle, how many points will you bet? Jian Wushuang looked at Nangong Jie calmly. 1,000 points is too few. I believe you have many points now because you have won so many battles before, so I will bet my 7,000 points, including my current points and the 1,000 points I won from you. Nangong Jie said with smile. 7,000 points? People around he were all shocked. Nangong Jie is too confident. How could he be so brave to bet 7,000 points in such an unfair confrontation? 7,000 points? Jian Wushuang smiled slightly with his pupils shrinking, but then he rejected. Sorry, I'm not interested in it. What? Nangong Jie changed his facial expression. He refused? It was incredible! Someone around exclaimed. It's clear that the swordsman can win points without any effort, but he refused it. Is he a fool? Humph! You are a real fool. Nangong Jie must have enough ability to bet on 7,000 points with the swordsman. In my opinion, the swordsman is really stupid if he agreed with the battle. Yes, Nangong Jie absolutely has enough confidence in his strength. Many of these disciples of Dragon Palace were shrewd enough to see through the intention of Nangong Jie. Jian Wushuang, of course, was not a fool. Humph! Wanting to set a trap for me to get more points from my hands? Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. In the past battle, though Nangong Jie did his utmost to conceal himself, Jian Wushuang saw the truth clearly. He did not do his best, and he even just used less than half of his strength. Jian Wushuang knew it clearly. It looked like Nangong Jie beat him with nearly 20 moves in the last battle, but in fact, Nangong Jie did it deliberately. Jian Wushuang had no doubt that if Nangong Jie goes for broke, he could not withstand 1 move, let alone 3 moves. His comprehension for sword essence is much better than me, and he definitely has the strength to break through the 6th level. The 6th level? Yes, this was Jian Wushuang's assessment for the strength of Nagong Jia. Nagong Jia was at the level of Gold Core, and his understanding of sword essence was at the 6th level of Dragon Gate. His strength could surely defeat him with no more than 3 moves. He rejected? He didn't fall into my trap? Nagong Jia was very angry at this moment. How did he know that I deliberately concealed my strength? Or was he too cautious to use 7,000 points to bet with me? Nagong Jia. Jian Wushuang's voice was heard again. Nagong Jia could not help looking up. If you really want to bet with me, it's okay. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and continued. But today I battled with others many times and my spiritual power has been consumed greatly. My wrist is hurt, so I have no power to battle again. Therefore, we can conduct this battle in 3 months' time. 3 months? Nagong Jia frowned. Of course, after 3 months, I will have a fair battle with you, and I will accept any points you want to bet. What do you think? Jian Wushuang said. Hearing these words, Nagong Jia's eyes were bright. Deal! Nagong Jia agreed quickly. Deal! Jian Wushuang nodded seriously. Hearing their words, people around were confused. Is this swordsman stupid? Having a fair battle with Nagong Jia in 3 months? Points are also up to Nagong Jia? Does he think that he can beat Nagong Jia in 3 months? He is definitely crazy. Almost everyone thought Jian Wushuang was crazy and silly. After all, Nagong Jia had great strength. Many disciples knew from the last battle that he could break through the 6th, and he was also an expert of the Gold Core realm. While Jian Wushuang just was at the level of Spiritual Sea realm. Even if his strength was great enough to fight with Primordial Gold Core, how was his understanding of sword essence? Jian Wushuang's understanding of sword essence could just narrowly break through the 5th level. What a big gap! Could he make up such a large gap in 3 months? What a joke! Ha! Nagong Jia was very happy, and he laughed. Your words have been heard by so many people present. I will come see you in 3 months. After these words, Nagong Jia turned around and left happily. As he was leaving, Nagong Jia was still thinking about the scene in 3 months. This guy didn't know that I just showed a small part of my strength, and I didn't show my perception of sword essence completely. I also didn't show my trump card. Even in this case, I beat him easily. How can he beat me in 3 months? Haha, come on. I'm looking forward to that day, but that day, I will bet much more than 7,000 points. Nagong Jia was full of confidence for the battle in 3 months. All those on the martial arts practice field looked at Jian Wushuang with pity in their eyes. However, no one noticed that a subtle smile appeared in the corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth. Chapter 73. Chapter 73, Sword Skills Being Obtained. It was not long before Jian Wushuang left the martial arts practice field. Wushuang, are you sure that you can duel with Nagong Jia in 3 months? Wang Yuan could not help asking the question. I have already promised him. I can't break my word, can I? Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. But Nagong Jia is very strong, Wang Yuan said seriously. I know, Nagong Jia can break through level 6, said Yang Zhaixuan. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded, but was not afraid. Take it easy. I promised I would duel with him, and I'm confident of success. In 3 months you'll see. Jian Wushuang had a faint smile. He did not feel anxious. Perhaps 3 months was a short time for ordinary warriors, but for Jian Wushuang it was too long. It had only taken him 4 months before he understood what the sword essence was. It had only taken 4 months before Jian Wushuang was eligible to break through to the level 5 of the Dragon Gate. Perhaps, even Dragon Palace disciples would be shocked at his cultivation speed. He had cultivated by himself without any teachers or help for 4 months. Even so, great progress had been made, not to mention now in the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was renowned as a holy place for cultivating. It was rich in resources. 4 temples of earth, fire, water, and wind, the secret land of heaven and earth, the secret pavilion. Besides, Jian Wushuang could learn from so many talents now by exchanging views. With such wonderful conditions for cultivation, he would certainly comprehend the realm of heaven and earth faster. That was why he was confident enough to duel with Nangong Jia in 3 months' time and had promised that no matter how many points Nangong Jia required, Jian Wushuang would agree. Anyway, nobody but Jian Wushuang himself knew the reason. Shortly afterwards, Jian Wushuang went to the secret pavilion again. He had hardly won 11 duels in succession when he lost one in the martial art practice field. Every time he won a duel, Jian Wushuang would get 1,000 points. So he had 10,000 points in total. Including the 2,000 points from his own, he had 12,000 points in total. He was very well off now. Surely now that he had enough points, Jian Wushuang would naturally buy whatever he wanted. Using 7,000 points, he bought the formless sword wave and 3 skills of the formless swordsmanship. Then he exchanged 1,500 points for the reincarnation sword skill and comprehending sword essence of earth. Reincarnation sword skill was a sword skill for defense. Sword essence of earth was the best for defense. After obtaining these 3 superb sword skill, Jian Wushuang bought 20 first-class divine pills with 400 points. Heavenly Spirit Pill was similar to Spirit Cultivating Pill. Only by breaking through Spiritual Sea Realm could warriors take Heavenly Spirit Pill. Weaker warriors should take Spirit Cultivating Pill. First-class Heavenly Spirit Pill was the best in Heavenly Spirit Pills. It was potent enough to produce the desired effect. In the outside world, first-class Heavenly Spirit Pill was very rare with extraordinary value, but in the secret pavilion of Dragon Palace it only cost 20 points for one first-class Heavenly Spirit Pill. Thus, Jian Wushuang exchanged 400 points for 20 first-class Heavenly Spirit Pills. As soon as he had bought what he wanted, he returned to his manor. In the courtyard of the manor, Wang Yuan, Yang Zixuan, and Su Rose sat at the stone table drinking wine. From time to time they turned to look at Jian Wushuang, who was practicing his sword skill. Bzzz. Jian Wushuang happened to be aggressive with his firm sword shadow. It was quite easy for him to learn the first move of formless sword wave without stopping. The second, third, fourth, sixth move. Formless sword ripple was divided into 2 parts. Each part included 7 sword skills. However, Jian Wushuang was such a genius that he performed the first 6 sword skills easily. He has performed the 6th move? Wang Yuan was shocked. After having bought the sword skill, he performed the first 6 moves in merely 2 hours. Even if he had comprehended the sword essence of earth, he shouldn't have performed such sword tactics so fluently. Yang Zixuan was a little surprised as well. After all, sword skills were combined perfectly using sword essence and swordsmanship. It was important to comprehend sword essence, but it was more important and difficult to grasp every move of the wonderful sword skills. Like a general warrior, even if he got the sword skills and had the appropriate sword essence, it would take a long time to learn and grasp the moves and skills of sword tactics. But Jian Wushuang was absolutely not an ordinary warrior. After having bought the sword skills, he performed the first 6 moves in just 2 hours with no difficulty. He is a genius, Yang Zixuan thought with eyes blazing like torches. Wushuang has a gift for sword principle. He's such a genius. If an ordinary genius wants to grasp the first moves of such advanced sword skills, he must learn for several days. Wang Yuan sighed. Jian Wushuang had hardly performed the 6th move of the formless sword wave when he stopped practicing. Formless sword wave is worth 5,000 points. Every skill or move is powerful enough, so I'll comprehend the sword essence of earth as much as possible. Jian Wushuang was quite satisfied. He had always been distressed for he could not comprehend the sword essence of earth fully without suitable sword skills. But now he did not need to worry. What a pity! Perhaps I cannot comprehend the sword essence of earth fully. Although I am trying my best, I cannot break through the 6th move, Jian Wushuang thought. He had grasped the basic skills of the 7th move but had not been able to perform the complete swordsmanship. Haste creates waste. I have to walk with a firm step, Jian Wuxuang thought with a faint smile. Shortly afterwards he started learning the reincarnation sword skill. Early the next morning, Jian Wuxuang came to the 4 temples. The 4 temples of earth, fire, water and wind were renowned for their 6 strong temple masters, who would occasionally give instruction in the palace. Today, a master was giving lessons. Jian Wuxuang went into the ground palace where many of Dragon Palace disciples sat on the ground. Some were discussing as they pleased. Jian Wuxuang did not mind the disciples talking around him. He sat down and closed his eyes to cultivate. It was not long before a master appeared. Jian Wuxuang opened his eyes and turned to him. He was a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe. He looked quite kind. He seemed to be an ordinary person without excessive tyranny, but when Jian Wuxuang first looked at this middle-aged man, he found himself deeply attracted by the master, as if the man had something magical. That is why he can give lessons in Dragon Palace. Although he showed no strength outside, he seems stronger than Yi Rufeng, Jian Wuxuang thought. Chapter 74. Chapter 74 3 months. The whole Earth Temple fell into complete silence immediately when the man showed up. The middle-aged man sat on the ground and started giving lessons. What he taught were some concepts and experiences. He occasionally performed a few movements of the Earth Essence realm. Every one of the disciples, including Jian Wuxuang, listened intently. It was not long before Jian Wuxuang felt puzzled about the lessons. He fell into deep thought. After an hour, the man stopped teaching. He waved his hands to the people in the palace before all the disciples on the ground left. Jian Wuxuang rose to walk out of the palace slowly. He was in deep contemplation. He did not come out of it until he was far away from the palace. Is that it? That's the reason! A flash appeared on Jian Wuxuang's face. His eyes were sparkling like fire. He turned to gaze at the Earth Temple and inhaled deeply. He was clear that though the middle-aged man had only taught for 1 hour, Jian Wuxuang had still learned a lot. He had also comprehended unknown knowledge about sword essence of earth in his head. Perhaps this is why the 4 temples are called one of the 3 treasures of Dragon Palace. It was so helpful to listen to the lessons from the temple master. Jian Wuxuang sighed. 4 temples of the 3 treasures of Dragon Palace did not require many points. Dragon Palace disciples could listen to their lessons whenever they wanted. But this did not mean the 4 temples were useless. Instead, the 4 temples were sometimes more helpful and larger than the secret land of heaven and earth and the secret pavilion. I did not comprehend a lot and had no teachers to ask before. I relied only on myself to cultivate. However, everything I needed is now in front of me. Next I'll know what achievements I can make. Jian Wuxuang held his hands tightly with eyes sparkling. From then on, Jian Wuxuang was deeply focused on cultivating. His cultivation was very regular. When the temple masters of the Earth Temple and the Wind Temple in the 4 temples gave general lessons, Jian Wuxuang would go and study by himself afterwards. Sometimes he would go to the martial arts practice field and watch the other disciples' fights. When he fought with others, he always kept his strength. As for the secret land of heaven and earth, he could not go there whenever he wanted. After all, although it was helpful for him to comprehend the sword essence there, he would think about the mechanism of it for a long time. Thus, Jian Wuxuang went there once every 2 weeks in general. 3 months passed quickly. These were the most precious 3 months for any newcomer. One must know that almost everyone lacked in good teachers and cultivation resources before going to the Dragon Palace. So they began to learn considerably in the 3 months. In the history of the Dragon Palace, some disciples had been ordinary, but after the 3 months they showed significant talent and improved remarkably. Never mind Jian Wuxuang, who had woken up his sword soul during the 3 months, how much had he improved? He was in the manner. His sword shadow was so swift that it was like lightning in the sky. A gust of wind passed. When he stopped performing, the wind died away. Everything fell into silence. No, this movement is still far from perfect. Jian Wuxuang wrinkled his brows in concentration. Though it was fast enough, He was not satisfied with the movement he had just performed. I have completely grasped the fourth movement of the formless swordsmanship, but the fifth is still wrong. The fourth movement of the formless swordsmanship was named 100 Variations, which he had completely grasped in 2 months. But the fifth, it was much more difficult than the fourth. The first 3 movements of the formless swordsmanship were very complicated, while the middle 3 movements were even more difficult. Never mind the last 3 movements. That's why the formless swordsmanship is renowned as the greatest sword skill in Tianzong dynasty. Although the formless sword wave was also a sword skill, it only took him 2 hours to completely grasp all of the first 7 movements, and perform the first 6 movements on the ground. But the formless swordsmanship was much more complicated than the formless sword wave. He had completely comprehended the 4th movements after 3 months. However, he did not understand the 5th. Wuxuan. Wang Yuan hastily came in with his raspy voice, and Yang Zixuan and Su Rou followed him. What's the matter? Jian Wuxiang turned to look at them. Wang Yuan approached Jian Wuxiang and breathed for a while before he said, Nangong Jia has gone through the Dragon Gate Pass. Oh? Jian Wuxiang was a little surprised but immediately said with a faint smile. Which level did he pass? The 6th. Wang Yuan looked serious and said, As we know, he has passed the 6th in less than an hour. It will not be long before he goes through the 7th, but he will stay there for a long time before he advances further. 3 months ago, I knew he could pass the 6th, but he did not try until today. It was obviously deliberate for him to go through the 6th today when you will fight with him. I think he was afraid you might flee away if he did so earlier. Yang Zixuan said. Timid Su Rou, who had been speechless, added, There's a threshold between the 6th and the 7th Dragon Gate. The level keeper of the 7th is much stronger than that of the 6th. He could fight with the level keeper of the 7th, which means he is very strong. Jian Wuxiang listened carefully and he nodded slightly. Indeed, it was not a big deal for him to go through the 6th because they had already known he could pass it. But it was completely different for him to fight with the level keeper of the 7th. Nangong Jia's capacity to understand the sword essence is the best even among the disciples who have gone through the 6th. Yang Zixuan said. Wuxiang, what's your plan? Wang Yuan turned to look at him. All I can do is take measures according to the actual situation. Jian Wuxiang smiled. You have a big heart. Wang Yuan rolled his eyes. Jian Wuxiang smiled. He did not feel anxious. He had passed the 6th level in Dragon Gate and fought sharply for a long time with a 7th level keeper. So what? So what? I'm not shocked by that at all. It's funny. It was because he had not gone through the Dragon Palace for 3 months. Otherwise it was Nangong Jia who had to worry now. You 3 can talk while I have to go to the secret land of heaven and earth once more. Jian Wuxiang said. He left to go to the secret land of heaven and earth. Wang Yuan and the others watched Jian Wuxiang's back from afar. They were worried. Wuxiang must be anxious. That's why he is going to the secret land of heaven and earth. I am afraid he's not confident about fighting with Nangong Jia. Wang Yuan said seriously. I hope Nangong Jia will not bet too many points. Otherwise it'll be your turn to win back the points for Wuxiang. I do not mind fighting with him. But I am afraid Nangong Jia dares not to fight with me. Yang Zixuan said in a cold voice. Chapter 75. Chapter 75, Battle for Massive Points. Despite it being early in the morning, there were many disciples of Dragon Palace, some of whom were even at the 6th or 7th level, gathered on the martial arts practice field. Many people wanted to watch as it was well known that Jian Wuxiang and Nangong Jia would fight here in 3 months. Have you heard? Nangong Jia got past the 6th level in Dragon Gate. He even fought a close battle for a long time with a 7th level keeper. Of course. Nangong Jia didn't fight earlier or later until the last day before the duel. His purpose was very clear. Look, he is coming. Nangong Jia, in a luxurious robe with charming smile, and another 2 disciples came over side by side, slowly walking amongst all the disciples of Dragon Palace. The 2 disciples were well known in Dragon Palace, who both had passed the 6th level. You two, don't forget what I told you. Nangongjia talked with the 2 disciples in a low voice. Don't worry. We will never forget what we have promised. Not to mention that it is also important for us, one of them replied. 3,000 points. It is not a small number. I will not lend it to you easily if I didn't know your actual ability. The other one smiled. So you two just enjoy the fight. As soon as the fight is over, I will return the 3,000 points with an extra 1,000 points. Nangongjia smiled. Of course. We have never doubted your ability. The 2 disciples smiled. They have both battled with Nangongjia, so they knew his ability. There was no point worrying. It was why they agreed to lend their points to Nangongjia. Not long after Nangongjia arrived at the martial arts practice field, Jian Wushuang also appeared, of course followed by Wang Yuan and others. Look! The newbie is coming. It seems that he is confident. Wouldn't a genius like him who is qualified to be a member of Dragon Palace be confident? What's more, he has been in Dragon Palace for 3 months, which is a time of great improvement. So as a newbie, he must have improved significantly in this period. Great improvement? So what? How far can he go in 3 months? He could get past the 5th level with difficulty 3 months ago. It is unlikely that he could reach the 6th level. He can only beat Nangongjia in his dreams. Yeah, he is a newbie after all. Hope he won't lose too badly. Guess how many points will Nangongjia bet with the newbie? The newbie has said in public that he will agree with any amount of points. Let's wait and see. He won't win anyway. It will be a lesson for him to be more humble as a newbie. Disciples of Dragon Palace on the scene spoke loudly without much thought, so both Jian Wushuang and Nangongjia could hear them clearly. Swordsman, you dare to come? Nangongjia laughed and looked at Jian Wushuang. I promised to fight with you 3 months ago, so I've come. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Great courage! But you are a newbie after all, too naive. Nangongjia shook his head and said. Cut the crap, Nangongjia, how many points do you want to bet? Jian Wushuang asked. Don't worry. You are a newbie after all, so I won't go too far. Nangongjia grinned. I know you won 11 fight 3 months ago. Although you have been defeated by me, you won 10,000 points in the end. Plus you came to here to fight and won some points. So you have about 15,000 points. I have borrowed my friend's points, 12,000 in total. Let's bet 12,000 points. 12,000 points? Isn't this too much? All the people present were stunned. They all knew that Jian Wushuang got many points by fighting. But scores were very valuable and important in Secret Pavilion and Secret Land of Heaven and Earth. It must be difficult for him to take out 12,000 points. Isn't it too much? 12,000 points? 12,000 points were enough to exchange for several secret techniques or to go to Secret Land of Heaven and Earth 12 times. It was a large amount for any disciples of Dragon Palace. Nangongjia had gone too far in betting 12,000 points. Do you think the points are too much? But you said yourself that you would agree to whatever bet I wanted. Nangongjia put on an act and said, 12,000 points? Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head directly. Haha, great courage. Nangongjia said with a smile immediately. The drill ground was immediately filled with turmoil. He agreed. The swordsman dared to take it. It is 12,000 points. The swordsman has so many points? Is he being arrogant at his own cost? Seeing all the worried eyes, Jian Wushuang smiled secretly and turned to Wang Yuan and other 2 people. Bro Senior and Sis Junior, I need you to borrow me some points. Jian Wushuang said. He did not have 12,000 points, but he could borrow them. Do you have the confidence, bro? It is 12,000 points. Wang Yuan frowned and said. Definitely. Jian Wushuang nodded. Okay, it is enough to hear that. I trust you. You can have all my 4,000 points. Wang Yuan said directly. I have exchanged for 2 secrets before, so I don't have that many. You can have my left one. 5,000 points. Yang Zishuan said. You can also have my 3,000 points. Su Rou said timidly. Enough. Jian Wushuang smiled and looked at his brothers and sis gratefully. Jian Wushuang regarded the 3 people as his brothers and sis the moment they lent their points to him without any hesitation. 12,000 points. Jian Wushuang took out his disciple's pledge. The points in the pledge were shown to everyone. Jian Wushuang looked at Nangong Jia with a threatening gaze. Nangong Jia, you looked for this fight yourself. Primordial Gold Core is a big deal? You got past the 6th level in Dragon Gate and fought closely for a long time with a 7th level keeper. Is that a big deal? I will test how much progress I have made in the 3 months by fighting with you. Come on. A 12,000 point battle would begin at any moment. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. Formless Sword Ripple. Ha ha, freshman, you should be careful. Nangong Jia's laugh rang out on martial arts practice field. Ch. A cold sword shadow broke the air and moved towards Jian Wushuang. The sword edge was cold enough to tear through anything. Formless swordsmanship? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Jian Wushuang was very familiar with this sword skill. Nangong Jia was using the first move of the formless sword art, Blood Shadow. Jian Wushuang drew his sword and used the formless sword art too. The 2 sword shadows were both incredibly fast. They entwined with each other like 2 serpents, then separated immediately after colliding. Fuck off! Followed by a howl, the long sword in Jian Wushuang's hand drew up immediately, filled with killing intent. A fresh, bloody sword shadow moved through the air like it was dancing in the wind. In an instant, the air was cut through directly. Ha! Nangong Jia laughed. Then he moved his wrist and used the same sword movement. It started with the first move, Blood Shadow, then came the second move, Sword Killing movement. They were tied again at the end. Time for a different skill. Jian Wushuang had a cold look in his eyes. Whoosh! A sword shadow immediately stabbed out. It seemed very slow, but the real speed was astonishingly fast. The 4th move of formless swordsmanship, 100 illusions. The 4th move? Ridiculous! Nangong Jia yelled out and grinned. The same slow sword came out from Nangong Jia. They struck each other, and then separated at the same time. Jian Wushuang stared at Nangong Jia with a dignified look. Swordsman, this is your level of strength after earnest cultivation in Dragon Palace for 3 months? Nangong Jia stared at Jian Wushuang with a little derision. It is really brave of you to take out those 12,000 points and fight with only this much strength. Stupid enough. I will show you my real strength. After saying that, Nangong Jia prepared to make his next move. Wang. It seemed slow, but it was actually an astonishingly fast strike. Nangong Jia still used the 4th move, 100 illusions. It was the same move, but it was twice as fast as before. The previous sword strike was already extremely fast. How did he manage to reach a speed that was twice as fast as before? So fast! Jian Wushuang's complexion couldn't help changing when he saw that terrifying speed sword. You lose! Nangong Jia growled in an excited voice at that moment. Will he be defeated? All the people around there paid attention to the scene, watched as the sword light approached Jian Wushuang. After the sword essence of earth was released from Jian Wushuang's sword. A thorough and majestic sword shadow struck out. The sword shadow seemed to be overlapped by numerous sword shadows, striking out violently. It seemed like a 100 million pound mountain, grinding everything as it violently moved forwards. What? Nangong Jia's complexion changed a lot. Before he could respond, the 100 million pound mountain reached him. Pun! The loud roar shook the whole space instantly, with its power forming several shock waves. It even swept away many disciples of Dragon Palace that were too close at that time. After that strike, on the battleground, Nangongjia was knocked back awkwardly. He quickly noticed a sharp pain in his palm and a little blood. A giant sword scar, nearly a foot wide, was left on the ground in front of him. Lots of disciples of Dragon Palace around there gasped after seeing the sword scar. It was the 7th move, Formless Sword Wave. Some disciples of Dragon Palace immediately recognized the swordsmanship Jian Wushuang used just now. Formless Sword Wave? Nangongjia felt stressed. There were a lot of sword skills in the secret pavilion. That included some famous ones, such as Formless Sword Wave. He knew that. Formless Sword Wave was quite fitting for warriors who comprehended the sword essence of Earth. In general, if you could fully use the 6th move, you would be able to pass the 5th level in the Dragon Gate. As for the 7th move, it was no problem to get past the 6th level in the Dragon Gate. I was too careless. I didn't expect his comprehension of the sword essence of Earth to be much higher than the sword essence of Gale, but this is the end. I will not give him another chance to use that move. Nangongjia thought solemnly. The 7th move, Formless Sword Wave, was powerful. A sane person would not confront the toughness with toughness. However, warriors who comprehended the sword essence of Gale depended on speed, rather than strength. Nangongjia. Jian Wushuang's voice rang out suddenly. His black eyes stared at this Nangongjia with indifference. You said you would show me your real strength just now, and I've seen it. Jian Wushuang spoke, with a grin that was similar to a blade. Now I'll let you see my real strength. After saying that, Jian Wushuang held the triple kill sword with both hands, raising the long sword high. Wengweng, the splendid sword essence of Earth, reached its peak at that moment. Boom! Such a terrifying sword stroke. Before the sword stroke landed, everyone already felt a horrible power was continuously condensing. The momentum in Jian Wushuang's triple kill sword increased suddenly and sharply. Everyone saw a giant sword shadow forming slowly, 3 meters long and half meter wide. Oppression! The moment the giant sword shadow formed, the oppressive atmosphere reached its peak. The air seemed to shiver. Formless Sword Wave, the 8th move. Jian Wushuang shouted out suddenly. The huge streak of sword shadow drew everyone's attention. With a soaring aura, it wavered slightly and then lashed out. The world suddenly changed colors. The 8th move? Can it really be the 8th move? Nangongjia's eye opened widely. He was already shocked when Jian Wushuang used the 7th move. Now Jian Wushuang was about to use the 8th move. It was well known that anyone who was able to perform the 7th move was qualified to reach the 6th level. The 8th move? The Formless Sword Wave, 8th move, along with his comprehension of the sword essence of Earth, was enough to pass the 7th level. 7th floor! Although he fought fiercely with the keeper of the 7th floor for a long time when he went through the Dragon Gate yesterday, he knew that it was not a fierce fight. Instead, it was a very suffocating fight because he was completely suppressed by the keeper. He only managed to prolong the fight for a while by relying on his speed. He clearly understood that he was far from being able to pass the 7th level. But now, someone who entered Dragon Palace for only 3 months ago surpassed him completely in comprehension of sword essence. Nangongjia was dumbfounded when the splendid, giant sword shadow hacked directly towards him. Following that, an unprecedented look of madness appeared on his face. Swordsman, you made me do this. Chapter 77. Chapter 77, Profound Gold Core Realm. The huge and mighty sword shadow crashed down. The 8th move? He can master the 8th move? All the disciples of Dragon Palace held their breath. Go away! Nangongjia shouted suddenly with a tremendous spiritual power erupting out of him. What? Everyone was surprised. An icy sword shadow erupted with incomparable power, struck out directly and tore the sword shadow into pieces immediately. The mighty power then turned into a strong breeze and dissipated. However, after tearing the sword shadow into pieces, the power of that sword shadow still persisted and turned into a light flying straight towards Jian Wushuang. What's this? Shockingly, Jian Wushuang swung his sword against it immediately. Clang! A violent power crashed over Jian Wushuang with a loud bang. He was forced to step back, each step heavy enough to crack the ground. When he came to a stop, he shook his stinging palms. Jian Wushuang looked up at Nangong Jie again with an extremely serious expression. Nangong Jie, I have looked down on you. I would have never thought that you would not only hide your comprehension of sword essence, but also your cultivation of spiritual power. Maybe only a few people knew you were at Profound Gold Core Realm in Dragon Palace. Profound Gold Core Realm. Right. This moment, the spiritual power of Nangong Jie had reached Profound Gold Core Realm. When the disciples of Dragon Palace on martial art practice field noticed his spiritual power, a stir was raised. Profound Gold Core Realm? Nangong Jie has reached Profound Gold Core Realm? A man who has reached Profound Gold Core Realm challenged a new guy who was at the level of Spiritual C to a duel. Nangong Jie might be going too far. The gazes of disciples of Dragon Palace looking at Nangong Jie suddenly changed. One should know that one has his own pride as a genius. Anyway, Jian Wushuang had just reached Spiritual C realm. As a primordial gold core, Nangong Jie was just bullying. And now, Nangong Jie had revealed that his cultivation of spiritual power reached Profound Gold Core Realm. A man who has reached Profound Gold Core Realm challenged a warrior who was at the level of Spiritual C to a duel. It was far more than bullying, this was shameless. Nangong Jie, as a Profound Gold Core Realm, you challenged my bro to a duel? You are so shameless, so brazen! If I were you, I would hide my face in disgrace. Wang Yuan shouted from the sidelines. Huh! Nangong Jie looked around and said in his chilliest tone. The world has its law of the jungle, and the Dragon Palace has too. How would you fight a duel to win points if you don't even know how to hide your strength? Swordsman. Nangong Jie looked at Jian Wushuang. You, as a freshman entering Dragon Palace for less than 3 months, it's an honor to force me to this situation. I will still gladly accept your 12,000 points. Boom! Nangong Jie pushed off the ground, which cracked at once. With an ear-piercing rushing sound, Nangong Jie slashed with his sword. It was still formless swordsmanship. Under the outburst of spiritual power of Profound Gold Core Realm, the speed and power had both reached a brand new level. The sword light pierced the void and whistled. Its amazing speed and intense power were heart-stopping. Disciples of Dragon Palace held their breath as they watched this. Nangong Jie, do you think you can defeat me like this? Ridiculous! Jian Wushuang sneered. Although Nangong Jie's spiritual power was at Profound Gold Core Realm, he was still calm. Reincarnation sword skill! When Nangong Jie's swordsmanship swept through, Jian Wushuang engaged reincarnation sword skill. The vast sword essence of Earth was maximized in the meantime. Reincarnation sword skill, a defensive sword skill, which could be exchanged for with 500 points. It could not be compared to formless sword wave. However, if it was properly used, its power could overcome the formless sword wave. Moreover, because of the low points needed for reincarnation sword skill and its outwardly simple technique compared to formless sword wave and formless swordsmanship, Jian Wushuang could master this sword skill perfectly. Jian Wushuang has completely mastered the reincarnation sword skill in the last 3 months, even reaching the peak. And now he used the reincarnation sword skill to its full potential. Clang! 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 Continuous clanging sounded around the martial art practice field. The surrounding disciples of Dragon Palace were shocked to see this. How fast! How strong! This swordsmanship is so fast, so amazing! Look, the swordsman is being completely suppressed. He seems to be losing. That is not necessarily the case. Don't you see that the swordsman has resisted Nangong Jie's swordsmanship even though he is being suppressed all the time? His defense is watertight. Right. He has mastered the reincarnation sword skill completely and put it to good use. It won't be easy for Nangong Jie to win. Lots of disciples started discussing in whispers. On the battlefield, sword flash struck at high speed and from multiple angles. Nagong Jie's swordsmanship, perception of sword essence, and cultivation of spiritual power of the profound gold core realm had reached perfection. The heart-palpitating sword flash generated an irresistible feeling among the surrounding disciples. But what about Jian Wushuang? The sword kept moving dauntless. His swordsmanship seemed simple, but resisted all the sword shadows perfectly. It was true that Nagong Jie's sword flash was powerful, and it had completely suppressed Jian Wushuang, who had no chance to strike back. Still, Jian Wushuang was resisting every attack from Nagong Jie. Well, although his cultivation of spiritual has reached profound gold core realm and his power is much better than mine, I can still defend. When I use my reincarnation swordsmanship, I can weaken the power of his swordsmanship. Otherwise, even if I could block, its impact force would be enough to defeat me. But now, he can dream about my defeat. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold. The most exquisite part of reincarnation sword skill is its ability to wear the opponent down, using the sword strokes to weaken the power gradually. Finally, the power from the attacks had no impact to him. This boy is so hard to deal with. Nagong Jie's expression became unsightly as his attacks were blocked by Jian Wushuang over and over again. Chapter 78. Chapter 78, Impudence. I cannot defeat him quickly even with my full strength. His defense is perfect and can even disperse force. Perhaps I could defeat him directly if my swordsmanship much faster than his. Nagong Jie said to himself. He needed a stronger and faster swordsmanship to defeat Jian Wushuang, but he has already used his full strength. How can he make it faster? There is only one way to defeat him, though it's a bit disgraceful. However, even if it's shameful, if I win, I will receive 12,000 points. Nagong Jie's face turned grim. He had already made up his mind to defeat Jian Wushuang in the most unethical and dishonorable way. That way is through spiritual power consumption. Spiritual power is the source of power. The importance can be imagined. During the battle, spiritual power was constantly consumed, but it has a limit. Nagong Jie decided that he would compete against Jian Wushuang using the consumption of spiritual power. After all, he was in the primordial gold core realm and had reached the profound gold core realm. However, Jian Wushuang was only in the level of spiritual sea. There were 2 subrealms between them, including a true realm. Under normal circumstances, Nagong Jie should have much more spiritual power than Jian Wushuang. Naturally, he should last longer during battle. Once Jian Wushuang's spiritual power runs out, he would win. Phew! 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 The roar of swordsmanship continued. But, as the battle continued, the disciples of Dragon Palace began to understand Nagong Jie's intention. How shameless Nagong Jie is! Wang Yuan gnashed his teeth. He's going too far. As someone in the profound gold core realm, he should stop and end it in a draw if he can't quickly defeat an opponent in the spiritual sea realm. That way, he would suffer less embarrassment. But now, he actually wants to rely on his advantage and spiritual power to compete with Swordsman. It's a disgrace. Even if he wins, I would despise him. It's so humiliating. He even makes me, an expert of the gold core realm, feel extreme shame. The disciples of Dragon Palace looked at Nagong Jie with disdain. Even the 2 who came with Nagong Jie looked at each other for a moment with complex feelings. They also thought Nagong Jie is being ignoble. However, considering that they had loaned their points to him, if he won, they would also benefit. So they didn't say anything. Idiots. During the battle, Nagong Jie glanced at the surrounding disciples of Dragon Palace, sneering in his heart. It is disgraceful, so what? The winner takes all. I will even do despicable acts to win those 12,000 points. Lose. Nagong Jie watched Jian Wushuang, paying attention to his aura of spiritual power, but his complexion quickly changed. What's the matter? This is impossible. It was unbelievable. Yes, he could not believe it. He has been fighting with me for so long, but his spiritual power it is not weakening at all? Nangong Jia looked startled. As someone in the profound gold core realm, he has already consumed more than half of his spiritual power while fighting for so long. But what about Jian Wushuang? His aura was still grand, his swordsmanship was still sharp, and his spiritual power was still strong. There were no signs of him weakening. How is that possible? Nangong Jia couldn't believe what he was seeing. However, when Jian Wushuang saw the rich expression on Nangong Jia's face, the corner of his mouth lifted, turning into a cold smile. Spiritual power consumption? You want to defeat me with only spiritual power consumption? Jian Wushuang really wanted to mock Nangong Jia at this moment. He practices the heavenly creation skill. Although it seemed that he was in spiritual sea realm, the spiritual sea realm for the heavenly creation skill is the ultimate spirit sea. What is the ultimate spirit sea? It is a vast sea of spiritual power. When he first broke through to the ultimate spirit sea, he had 10 times as much spiritual power as ordinary warriors in the spiritual sea realm. However, he kept practicing these last 3 months. Not only that, he had eaten and absorbed the effects of 21 first-class heavenly spirit pills. Now, he was at the second stage of the ultimate spirit sea, endless spiritual power. He had 100 times more than an ordinary warrior in spiritual sea realm. 100 times more spiritual power. And Nangong Jia, in the profound gold core realm, only had several times that of ordinary warriors in the spiritual sea realm. How dare he compete against Jian Wushuang using consumption of spiritual power? It was like a novice warrior in sword principle complimenting his swordsmanship is in front of a master of swordsmanship. It was stupid, just ridiculous. It's impossible, impossible. Nangong Jia's face had become extremely pale. He could suppress Jian Wushuang in a fight, but he couldn't win. Adding to that, his consumption of spiritual power was far more than Jian Wushuang's. Eventually he would lose. Swordsman, stop. Can we end this in a tie? Nangong Jia said quickly. A tie? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help cursing. Nangong Jia, I knew you were shameless, but I did not expect you to be this shameless. It is already ridiculous for you, an expert in the profound gold core realm, to fight with me, someone in the spiritual sea realm. When you realized that you could not defeat me directly, you even tried to defeat me using the consumption of spiritual power. But that did not work. Now you know that your consumption is faster than mine, and you actually have the guts to say that you want to end this in a tie. Nangong Jia, be a man. I have never met someone who is as shameless as you. Jian Wushuang cursed him openly, with no mercy, while the surrounding disciples of Dragon Palace looked at Nangong Jia in disdain. At first, he did not want to end with a tie. Now that he was going to lose, he wanted to stop with a tie. He was treating everyone like they were fools. Bastard! Nangong Jia tensed up. Now, with more than 90% of his spiritual power gone, his lack of spiritual power led to a sharp reduction in the speed and power of his swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang, who had been suppressed by him, struck back at this moment. Oem! 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 His sword shadows were displayed majestically using the sword essence of earth. Jian Wushuang was obviously still at his peak and his sword continued to strike out. Nangong Jia had been completely defeated. Finally, a cold sword shadow swept out directly across Nangong Jia's arm, while Jian Wushuang used his foot to kick him. Nangong Jia flew back in an arc, like a parabola, eventually falling onto the ground. Nangong Jia lost! The whole martial arts practice field fell into silence. And at this moment, Jian Wushuang walked to Nangong Jia slowly, under everyone's gaze, looking down at him indifferently. You lost! 12,000 points. Pay up! Chapter 79. Chapter 79, Sulai. On the martial arts practice field, the corner of Nangong Jia's mouth contained a trace of blood. After slowly standing up, his expression grew ferocious and was filled with resistance. Yes, he was not willing. He did not want to concede, even though he was defeated by Jian Wuxuang after using his full power. However, no matter how unwilling he was, it was a fact that he lost to Jian Wuxuang. He could not quibble. Ultimately, he could only tremble as he gave 12,000 points to Jian Wuxuang. On the other side, the two disciples who had previously loaned points to Nangong Jia had a pale look. After seeing more than 12,000 points in his token, Jian Wuxuang grinned and faced Nangong Jia again. Nangong Jia, I have some advice for you. Natural iniquity can be forgiven, but human iniquity cannot. Nangong Jia trembled physically and mentally. Suddenly, it's a good sentence. This rookie of the Dragon Palace is becoming more and more arrogant. A strong voice sounded out in the martial arts practice field, slowly followed by a red-robed man with a saber on his back. Everyone turned to face him at the same time. Su Lai! It is him? The tyrant Su Lai! After seeing him, many of the disciples of Dragon Palace that were present couldn't help exhaling a breath of cold air. Obviously, they were in awe of this man. Su Lai! Why is he here? Wang Yuan's expression instantly changed after seeing this person. Who is Su Lai? At this moment, Yang Zixuan, who was always silent, frowned and asked. He sensed a mighty pressure that he had only felt from Bai Qing since the time he joined Dragon Palace 3 months ago. The tyrant Su Lai, a top genius among the disciples of Dragon Palace. Su Lai was the only one who could possibly be compared with Bai Qing, before second brother joined Dragon Palace, said Wang Yuan. Hearing this, Yang Zixuan's eyes could not help but squint. A warrior, who is in the profound gold core realm, was defeated by a rookie who has only been here for 3 months. Not only that, the rookie is only in the spiritual sea realm. Nangong Jia, you are definitely shameful enough, said the burly man, Su Lai, with a laugh. Nangong Jia had a pale look on his face. If these words were said by someone else, he would be furious. However, these words were spoken by Su Lai, who was also known as a tyrant. He was afraid to display even a little bit of a temper in front of Su Lai. Su Lai glanced at Nangong Jia, but he was too lazy to talk to him. Looking at Jian Wuxuang though, he said, Little guy, your name is Swordsman, right? Yes. Jian Wuxuang nodded with a serious expression. When Su Lai appeared in front of him and looked at him, all the pores in Jian Wuxuang's body were directly tied up. This feeling felt similar to being looked at by a fierce ancient beast. Jian Wuxuang immediately understood that Su Lai's strength was terrifying. I have heard of you. When you entered Dragon Palace 3 months ago, you only made it through the 4th level. But now, 3 months later, you should be able to make it through the 7th level with your comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth. That speed is matchless in Dragon Palace. Such a genius, I can't help being interested in you. Why not fight with me? Su Lai said casually. Battle with you? Jian Wuxuang changed his countenance, but he immediately shook his head without any hesitation, and said, Sorry, I'm not interested. Jian Wuxuang did not want to battle with Su Lai at all. The reason was simple. Su Lai's strength was terrifying. Although he never made a move and just stood in front of Jian Wuxuang knew that he was not this man's opponent. It was hard to say whether or not he could even take one move from Su Lai. The gap in strength was incredible and Jian Wuxuang had no interest in being abused. You are refusing me? Su Lai's countenance became clouded, but he suddenly grinned and said, I don't want to make a bet with you, I just want a pure fight with you. Your refusal. What good is it? Boom! The floor under Su Lai's feet exploded instantly, and the figure of Su Lai rushed forwards. At first glance, it looked like a mass of hot flames was fiercely racing towards Jian Wuxuang. Oh no! At the moment when Su Lai started moving, 2 figures also rushed out, simultaneously, from behind Jian Wuxuang. Those 2 people, one was Yang Zixuan, and the other was Su Rou, who rarely spoke. As for Wang Yuan, he had only gone through the 4th level, so he was unable to help Jian Wuxuang. 2 traces of flowing light appeared simultaneously, in front of Jian Wuxuang. Yang Zixuan's eyes were cold, and his saber was already drawn. In Su Ro's hands, there was a 2-meter-long, thick and heavy sword. Her slender figure raised the heavy sword and chopped out. "Ha ha, you want to stop me by yourselves?" Su Lai laughed while clenching his 5 fingers. Then, a terrifying flame filled with the essence of raging fire was released. It was as if he could burn everything around it. Then, Su Lai used his fist to directly attack them. A violent force suddenly rushed towards them. Yang Zixuan was someone who had gone through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate. And Su Ro, herself, had gone through the 7th level. As for Su Lai, on the surface, his strength was equal to a warrior who went through the 7th level. Bang! Bang! 2 deep crashes sounded and the figures of Yang Zixuan and Su Ro were both knocked backwards. They were knocked back forcefully. It was not because they moved backwards. The next moment, Su Lai struck out with his fist again. This fist smashed directly toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang quickly lifted his sword and executed the reincarnation sword skill with his full power in an attempt to parry it. Bang! A terrifying power arrived. The force was more than Jian Wushuang could parry, even with the reincarnation sword skill. Subsequently, the figure of Jian Wushuang was sent flying back under that terrifying force, smashing onto the ground behind him. Silence! Everyone at the martial arts practice field looked startled. The only emerging voice was from disciples of Dragon Palace swallowing their saliva. Fearsome! Similar words echoed in everyone's mind. It was indeed terrifying. In only a flash, Jian Wushuang, Yang Zixuan, and Su Ro were defeated without any room to even struggle. So strong! Jian Wushuang slowly rose to his feet and wiped the blood from his lips, but there was a trace of shock in his eyes. His cultivation of spiritual power absolutely reaches the exceptional gold core realm. Not only that, his comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth is far higher than mine. Jian Wushuang thought secretly. I have gone through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate. But based on his attack, I know that his comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth is definitely higher than mine. Yang Zixuan had a serious look on his face. You too. Su Lai clasped his hands and looked at Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan. A word of advice, as rookies, you better keep a low profile. Dragon Palace is not as simple as you think. What you are seeing now is only the tip of the iceberg. Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan were both startled. What they had seen of Dragon Palace so far was only the tip of the iceberg. Su Lai was too lazy to explain any more, and he wanted to leave. But after only taking 2 steps, he stopped suddenly. He looked to the side, smiled, and said, Bai Qing, you have been watching for so long. Have you seen enough? If you are itching for a fight, I don't mind playing with you. Chapter 80. Chapter 80, The Earthly Dragon List. Bai Qing! It's Bai Qing! Following Su Lai's gaze, the crowd immediately saw a white-haired man dressed in a white garment on the edge of the martial arts practice field. White hair like snow. He, Bai Qing, was the top person of Dragon Palace. As everyone was looking at Su Lai, no one noticed Bai Qing's arrival. Su Lai, I hope I didn't upset you. Bai Qing squinted at Su Lai. You don't provoke me, but just looking at you puts me in a bad mood. What can you do? If you feel bad, we can play a game and take a bet. Su Lai sneered and gave a bold look. Bai Qing's countenance was clouded, and he shouted in a low voice. You don't get it. One day sooner or later, I'll beat you down completely. Haha, I'm waiting, but before this, you can think of ways to climb up the earthly dragon list. Su Lai smiled and then left. Humph! Bai Qing gave a cold grunt and then left. This scene made many disciples of Dragon Palace on the martial arts practice field look confused. It's said that Bai Qing is the strongest disciple in the Dragon Palace. But why do I perceive that Bai Qing seemed to be afraid of Su Lai? I don't think so. I think that Bai Qing doesn't dare to battle with Su Lai. What on earth happened? Those disciples of Dragon Palace were confounded, as were Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan. Soon after, people on the martial arts practice field began to disperse. In the Dragon Palace. Palace Master White. Appearing in front of Palace Master White, Sulai said with great respect but not the previous superciliousness on the martial arts practice field. I have given Swordsman and Yang Zishuan some lessons based on your order. Okay. I have seen it. Good job. Palace Master White nodded slightly and said, Swordsman and Yang Zishuan have high talent, especially Swordsman. 3 months ago, he merely was at the 4th level. But now, he is qualified to go through the 7th level. In the history of our Dragon Palace, only several people could match with him in terms of the speed of his advancement. I have great hopes for him. However, we should give them some obstacles. After all, they are still rookies. Hearing this, Sulai could not help pursing his lips. It was known that he was similar to Jian Wushuang when he joined the Dragon Palace. He did not put other disciples of Dragon Palace in his eyes. But Palace Master White also asked a powerhouse to let him face some obstacles. He was badly defeated in that battle. He became more humble after that. In the manor, Jian Wushuang and another 3 people were drinking, sitting at a stone desk. Haha, I'm very happy looking at the defeated countenance of Nangong Jie. Wang Yuan sneered. He's arrogant and shameless. He is only at the level of the profound gold core realm. But he still wanted to vanquish third brother by the consumption of the spiritual power. What a foolish man. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and said, Nangong Jie is not important seeing how he's not a threat in the future. As for Sulai, his strength still shocks me until now. So do I. Yang Zishuan also nodded. I thought that the people who could be qualified to be my rival in the whole Dragon Palace was only Bai Qing. However, it's not the case now. Dragon Palace is not as simple as it appears. Su Ro on the side said with low voice. I have gone through the 7th level, so I know something. Though there are only 16 people that have passed through the 7th level, there are many others who have the strength to go through it. But they don't do it, so nobody knows them. I conservatively estimate that there are at least 30 people that have the strength to pass through the 7th level, or even the 8th level. On the surface, there is only Bai Qing and your second brother going through the 8th level. But in fact, there are at least 5 people who can complete it. Sulai is one of those 5. Sulai has reached the level of exceptional gold core realm a long time ago. So Bai Qing would be vanquished if they battle, although Bai Qing's comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth is higher than his. So that's what it is. It could be the reason that Bai Qing seems not to dare to battle Sulai. Yang Zishuan nodded secretly. We all looked down on Dragon Palace. Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. By the way, what is the earthly dragon list Sulai mentioned? I know it. Wang Yuan said this time. Earthly dragon list, set by the Golden Dragon Palace, lists the 100 strongest powerhouses of all experts of the Gold Core realm in the Tianzong dynasty. If someone can be listed on Earthly Dragon list, he would stand at the top of pyramid of all those of the Gold Core. All of them could vanquish those at the primordial Gold Core. The higher rank, the greater the strength. It's said that the experts ranked at the top 10 of Earthly Dragon list could match, or even kill warriors at the level of the Yin-Yang Void realm. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was shocked. Match, even kill the warriors of the Yin-Yang Void realm? It should be known that the gap between Spiritual Sea realm and Gold Core was huge. And the gap between Gold Core and Yin-Yang Void realm was even larger. A warrior of primordial Golden Pill realm was like a monster if he could match with a warrior of Yin-Yang Void realm. It would be legendary if a warrior of primordial Gold Core killed a warrior of Yin-Yang Void realm. It's true. Each powerhouse listed in the top 10 of the Earthly Dragon list has this ability. Wang Yuan continued saying, By the way, the Earth Dragon list seems to be at the secret pavilion. If you are curious about it, you can swap points for it and read it carefully. Okay. Jian Wushuang left toward the secret pavilion without any hesitation. Hearing this, he was filled with ambition to rise on the Earthly Dragon list. Soon after, Jian Wushuang was back. He swapped 100 points for an Earthly Dragon list in the secret pavilion. Although it was called a list, it was a thick book. Jian Wushuang opened the first page. Tianzong dynasty is vast and is filled with talented heroes. Over time, old people are replaced by new people. Lots of heroes die and are forgotten. Our Golden Dragon Palace compiles the Earthly Dragon List and the Heavenly Dragon List by recording the heroes in the Tianzong dynasty. Earth Dragon lists record the 100 strongest of the primordial Golden Pill realm in our Tianzong dynasty. Jian Wushuang was fascinated. There is not only the Earth Dragon List but also the Heavenly Dragon List. The Earthly Dragon List records the experts of the primordial gold core, and the Heavenly Dragon List should record those of the Yin-Yang Void realm. Jian Wushuang kept reading. The 100 superiors of the Golden Pill realm on the Earthly Dragon List all had outstanding battle results, and their strength was recognized by many sects. If you want to be listed on the Earth Dragon List, you need great battle results. Reading the first page, Jian Wushuang continued reading the second page right now. There were some introductions of the 100 powerhouses listed on the Earth Dragon List on the second page. Chapter 81. Chapter 81, Mission Assigned. Ranked the 100th on the Earthly Dragon List, Fire Fairy was a solo powerhouse who had achieved the peak of fulfillment realm of Jindan. She is eccentric and has many enemies. She also excels at marksmanship and has a comprehension of raging fire. A half-year ago, by herself, she killed 5 opponents who had achieved the exceptional gold core realm at Sunset Ridge over the body of a spiritual beast. 2 months ago, she beat Mount, the former 100th expert on the list, and replaced him. The 99th on the list is Luo Ao. Jian Wushuang carefully read the introductions and combat abilities of every expert. The person who was 94th on the list was surprisingly the tyrant Su Lai. Su Lai, Jian Wushuang said with surprise. Yang Zixuan, Wang Yuan, and Su Rou beside him came closer. Su Lai, a bad-tempered disciple of Dragon Palace, was known for his aggression and excellence at exceptional gold core realm, raging fire and brutal fist position. He once fought against 13 gold core warriors, among which 8 achieved the exceptional gold core realm, and killed 11 of them, including 7 of the 8. 2 survived and he only had a minor injury. What Jian Wushuang saw really shocked him. Su Lai by himself could unexpectedly kill 11 of the 13 primordial gold core with only 2 surviving and escaping. It was no wonder that there was a saying that any powerhouse on the list is able to beat a large group of people of exceptional gold core realm. Su Lai is really tough, said Yang Zixuan seriously. It made sense that Bai Qing dare not fight him, said Wang Yuan. Jian Wushuang kept reading. The list revealed all the names of powerhouses and their achievements. Jian Wushuang soon read the top 5. The person who ranked the 5th was Barbarian King Qing Tsang, a disciple of Dragon Palace, who achieved the peak of exceptional gold core realm. The 4th was Feng Yutian, who belonged to Gladiator Arena, who achieved the peak of exceptional gold core realm. The 3rd was Mu Yingying, a member of the Mu clan, who achieved the peak of exceptional gold core realm. The 2nd was Bai Lycan, a disciple of Dragon Palace, who achieved the peak of exceptional gold core realm. The 1st was Shuiyun from Blood Feather Tower, who achieved the profound gold core realm. Shuiyun from Blood Feather Tower, said Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. How could Shuiyun rank first on the list by merely achieving the profound gold core realm? Yang Zixuan and other people wondered. Check his combat achievements. Jian Wushuang also saw his achievements. The list read: a year ago, Bai Lycan, the 2nd on the list, and Barbarian King Qing Tsang, the 5th, joined hands to fight Shuiyun outside the Imperial Palace, and this only ended in a draw. The description of this was simple but shocked all of them. Because the top 5 on the list could even contend against Yin-Yang Void Realm, and yet the 2 of them against him could only end in a draw. Meanwhile, Shuiyun had merely achieved profound gold core realm. I now understand why Dragon Palace is reputed as the cultivation sanctuary, said Yang Zixuan suddenly. Exactly, nodded Jian Wushuang. 16 of 100 primordial gold core on Earthly Dragon list were disciples of Dragon Palace, and there were even 3 in the top 10. Jian Wushuang could not help but admire how outstanding Dragon Palace was. Among 100 people on the list, there were 16 of disciples of Dragon Palace, 9 from Gladiator Arena and 3 from Blood Feather Tower. Although there were 3 people from Blood Feather Tower on the list, this did not mean that these experts were inferior to those from Gladiator Arena. As the tower was an assassin's organization, members in it seldom exposed their true abilities and nobody knew if they were able to be placed on the list. Apart from the 3 hegemons, the 7 ancient clans of Tianzong dynasty were home to various talents, and more than 10 of them were named on the list. There were also many solitary experts. Among 100 experts on the list were nearly 40 solitary experts. I have never seen any disciple of Dragon Palace named on the list with the exception of Su Lai, said Jian Wushuang. Me either, said Wang Yuan. As those disciples left the palace long time ago, it is rare to meet them. The palace, however, held regular annual meetings, during which many strong disciples on or off the list would be back, said Suro. Really? Asked Jian Wushuang with a smile. Right about that time, whoosh, a person in a white robe appeared in the manor. Jian Wushuang and his companions hurried to stand up. Palace Master White. The 4 people gave a salute to him. Swordsman and Yang Zishuan, an expert in the world, could only emerge from countless trials and tribulations. As we know this, we assign missions to our disciples at intervals to train them, said Palace Master White with his hands behind his back. You 2 have been here for 3 months and it is time to receive your first mission. Saying that, the master produced 2 beams of light with his hands. Jian Wushuang and Yang Zishuan took them and saw 3 minor scrolls. As you 2 are at different stages, one in the spiritual sea realm and the other at primordial gold core, I have assigned you 2 different missions. But both of your missions have 3 stages which are already on your scrolls. You'd only see the next one after completing the former one, the master said. Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang directly opened up the first scroll. My first objective is to become a 2-clawed golden dragon guard by finishing the guard mission. Perform it in the innumerable huge mountains. The reward for completion of the task was to get 2,000 points. Jian Wushuang's complexion immediately turned strange as soon as he saw the introduction of the task. As there were many 2-clawed Golden Dragon Guard tasks including those of any Golden Dragon subsidiary palace of Tianzong dynasty, but the master appointed me to complete the mission in the innumerable huge mountains. After that, Jian Wushuang came to understand that his second and third assignments were likely to be finished in the mountains. Tasks are now assigned and you may set off as soon as possible. You can only return to the palace after completion of the assignments, said the master with a light smile and left. Chapter 82. Chapter 82, Meeting with Yi Ruffin again. My brothers, what is your task? Wang Yuan immediately came close as soon as Palace Master White left. Damn it, 2-clawed Golden Dragon Guard? Wang Yuan screamed after he saw Jian Wushuang's task. Dragon Palace is so cruel. They made you complete the task of a 2-clawed Golden Dragon Guard when you are just a warrior of spiritual sea. Jian Wushuang smiled awkwardly. There had always been a huge risk in Golden Dragon Guard's mission. Normally, 1-clawed Golden Dragon Guard missions were completed by a warrior reaching the peak of exceptional spiritual sea realm, while 2-clawed Golden Dragon Guard missions would be finished by primordial gold core, the peak of initial gold core realm, or even the profound gold core realm. It was a joke that a spiritual sea realm was even sent to complete a 2-clawed Golden Dragon Guard mission. Jian Wushuang, however, was totally different from other ordinary warriors because he was a disciple of Dragon Palace. He showed how outstanding he was by beating Nan Gongjia of profound gold core realm. It seems ridiculous to ask a warrior of level of spiritual sea to achieve that, but actually it is not too difficult for me. The real arduous one, I thought, was at the second and the third stage because I don't even know what they are, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. He was more curious about the tasks at the last 2 stages. He had scrolls in his hands, but he did not open them in a hurry. Brother, your first stage mission was simple. said Jian Wushuang when he had a glance at the scroll in Yang Zishuan's hands. Yang Zishuan's first mission was to kill a warrior of profound gold core realm who could be killed easily by him, although the warrior was good. When do you plan to set off? Said Yang Zishuan. I am going to visit Secret Pavilion and then leave directly. What about you? Said Jian Wushuang. I will go now, answered Yang Zishuan. Good luck, said Jian Wushuang and left for Secret Pavilion immediately. With lots of points, he purchased as many elixir pills as possible. First-class Heavenly Spirit pill was worth 20 points, and he surprisingly spent 1,000 points buying 50. He had no alternative. Other people may reach the peak of exceptional spiritual sea realm from initial spiritual sea realm with the use of 10 pills. Jian Wushuang, however, was different, because he needed too much spiritual power to support his ultimate spiritual sea. It was questionable whether he would be able to reach Stage 3 from Stage 2 of Ultimate Spirit Sea. What's more, he also spent 1,200 points buying pills for treatment. After his preparation, he set off. The innumerable huge mountains contained hundreds of mountains. The vast space and dangers in it were on another level compared to the dark forest. Moon Heart City was located at the foot of great mountains. Whoosh! A huge figure dived sharply in the vast place outside the city. That was a big spiritual beast, griffin, with huge wings carrying a man on its back. Jian Wushuang directly jumped off its back and said, "Thank you," to Golden Armored Sergeant. Nodded with a smile, the sergeant left riding the griffin. As the city was very far away from Dragon Palace, it could take him over half a month. But now he just spent less than half a day by taking the beast. Of course, he paid 100 points for that. After entering the city, Jian Wushuang went straight to the crowded and noisy Golden Dragon subsidiary palace. When he came to the counter, an old man behind the counter asked, "Can I help you?" Jian Wushuang took out the pledge as a disciple of Dragon Palace, which surprised the man. The man immediately said, "Master, this way please." Saying that, the man led him to the cellar. There was a man there who seemed cold. By coincidence, he knew Jian Wushuang. "Your Excellency," said Jian Wushuang with surprise. "Swordsman? I didn't expect that you were here," said the cold man with a smile when he saw Jian Wushuang. The man's name was Yi Rufeng, the Golden Dragon Ambassador, who had actually brought him to Dragon Palace. "His Excellency, you know each other?" said the old man in confusion. "We can handle this, you can go," said Yi Rufeng. "Yes, Your Excellency." The elder immediately retreated. "Haha, nice to see you again, brother," said Yi Rufeng with a big laugh. "What a coincidence," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "Come on and have a seat." After sitting on chairs in the cellar, Yi Rufeng asked, "Brother, you were supposed to cultivate in the palace. Why did you come here? Did you get mission?" As a Golden Dragon Ambassador of Golden Dragon Palace, Yi Rufeng knew about the Dragon Palace and understood that their disciples often received assignments from it. "I am on my mission as a two-clawed Golden Dragon Guard and the destination was innumerable huge mountains," Jian Wushuang said. "What? You are here for a two-clawed Golden Dragon Guard mission?" Yi Rufeng asked in shock. "Yes, what's wrong?" asked Jian Wushuang with confusion, and he did not know why Yi Rufeng overreacted. "Haha, that's great, to tell you the truth, we actually were going to ask you to do us a favor," said Yi Rufeng with a joy. "What is that?" asked Jian Wushuang with a smile. He could enter the palace just because of Yi Rufeng's recommendation and he owed him. So Jian Wushuang would not decline it if it was not to the death. "Follow me," said Yi Rufeng and took him to another hidden cellar of the Golden Dragon subsidiary palace. There was a girl in purple practicing swordsmanship. Phew! 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 The sword shadow was actually not bad. "She is?" asked Jian Wushuang looking at the girl. Although the girl was young, she, with exquisite swordsmanship, reached level of primordial gold core. What most impressed people was that the girl unexpectedly comprehended the level of water drop essence, although she was not yet high in it. Chapter 83. Chapter 83 Yimei. The purple-clothed lady quickly finished practicing her swordsmanship, finally placing her sword back into its sheath. "Mayor, come here!" Yi Rufeng lightly beckoned her. The purple-clothed lady immediately ran to Yi Rufeng and said, "Father! Father?" Jian Wushuang was shocked. "Brother Swordsman, this is my daughter Yimei. Today she accepted a 2-clawed Gold Dragon Guard mission in the Gold Dragon subsidiary palace," Yi Rufeng said. "Oh?" Jian Wushuang smiled silently. He immediately understood what Yi Rufeng wanted to request from him. "Mayor, this is Swordsman, a brother of mine. Since you insist on doing the mission, I asked Swordsman to accompany you. That way, he can take care of you on the way," Yi Rufeng said to Yimei. "Him?" Yimei looked at Jian Wushuang coldly and said, "He is just a warrior in the spiritual sea realm. He has not even reached the primordial gold core realm. It's not him taking care of me, but me taking care of him." An expert of the gold core realm possessed a distinctive aura, so one glance was enough for Yimei to know that Jian Wushuang did not have a gold core. "You don't understand. Brother Swordsman is a disciple of Dragon Palace," Yi Rufeng replied. "A disciple of Dragon Palace?" Yimei was a little bit shocked and gave Jian Wushuang another glance. But what followed was her sneering again before saying, "So what? Even if he has a lot of talent, he is still only in the spiritual sea realm. If he uses his full strength, he is only the equal of someone in the initial gold core realm. How is he qualified to take care of me?" No sooner than the words had been uttered by Yimei, she directly left the secret chamber, not even speaking one more word to Jian Wushuang and Yi Rufeng. "She is..." Yi Rufeng looked a little bit awkward, and then he quickly apologized. "Sorry, Brother Swordsman, my daughter was very impolite." "It's okay." Jian Wushuang shook his head and replied. He was not mad at all. "Mayor is such a stubborn and arrogant girl." "But it's my fault," Yi Rufeng said, then lightly sighed. "Her mother died when Mayor was a child. Being her father and a golden dragon messenger, I spent most of my time dealing with public affairs. Because of that, I failed in taking care of her well. Over the years, she has taken care of herself on her own. I guess that helped create her current personality." "I see." Jian Wushuang nodded and then asked, "Ambassador Yi, your purpose in coming was just to help her with the mission?" "Yes." Yi Rufeng continued. "Mayor is too arrogant. She is anxious to become a 2-clawed gold dragon guard, but she only achieved the primordial gold core realm half a month ago. What's more, the location for the mission is the innumerable huge mountains, which is extremely dangerous on the inside. Considering she could have an accident, I tried to stop her, but she would not listen to me. However, at that time you arrived." Yi Rufeng looked at Jian Wushuang and pleaded, "Brother Swordsman, since you are going to the innumerable huge mountains for the same mission, I want you to do me a favor and with Mayor, to watch out for her on the way." "Okay, no problem." Jian Wushuang agreed without hesitation. "Haha, that is great. I am relieved that I can leave her to you," Yi Rufeng said with a smile. He knew Jian Wushuang's strength well. He could easily kill experts in the initial gold core realm even before he was a disciple of Dragon Palace. Now he had spent time in a holy place for cultivators like Dragon Palace for 3 months, so his strength should be much greater than before. The next day, outside Moonheart City, the 8 people who accepted the 2-clawed Gold Dragon Guard mission had all arrived. Among them, only Jian Wushuang was in the spiritual sea realm. So naturally he stood out from the crowd. Why is there a warrior in the spiritual sea realm here? Who brought him here? Taking a 2-clawed Gold Dragon Guard mission with someone in the spiritual sea realm. Is this a joke? Several eyes that were as sharp as a blade glared at Jian Wushuang. A few of them even shouted at him. It was common knowledge that 2-clawed Gold Dragon Guard missions were extremely risky. Even if they were all in the primordial gold core realm, the mission would still be quite a challenge. Not to mention now, with someone in the spiritual sea realm dragging them down. "Hey boy, who allowed you to take this task? Get out of here!" A heavily built man with whiskers howled angrily. Jian Wuxuang gave the man a glance and said, "Idiot! Why can't warriors in the spiritual sea realm accept a two-clawed gold dragon guard mission? Boy, what are you talking about?" The whiskered man shouted in rage. "All right, everybody shut up!" A yell was heard, coming from a black-robed man. The black-robed man was the only two-clawed gold dragon guard among the 8 people who were present. He was also the initiator of this mission, while the remaining 7 were just one-clawed golden dragon guards. Among the 8 there were obvious disparities in strength. 2 had achieved the profound gold core realm, including the black-robed man. 1 was a warrior in the spiritual sea realm, which was Jian Wuxuang. The other 6 were all in the initial gold core realm. Boy, no matter how you got the two-clawed gold dragon guard mission, I have to inform you that it's not a mission that just anyone can easily accomplish. Also, opportunism will not work on this mission. The black-robed man stared at Jian Wuxuang and rumbled. In addition, this mission was initiated by me. So I can tell you guys clearly, although you 7 accepted the mission simultaneously, only 5 at most can accomplish the task. That is to say, 2 of you are doomed to fail this mission. And you will have to rely on your own strength to decide if you can be one of those 5 who accomplish the task. Hearing this, everybody present looked serious, except for Jian Wuxuang. Did you hear that, boy? Only 5 can accomplish the task. You are only at the spiritual sea realm. Do you think you can accomplish the mission? How ridiculous! The heavily built man with whiskers shouted and sneered. It's not something you get to decide, Jian Wuxuang replied, without even giving him a glance. What an arrogant boy! Just wait, you will have your chance to be arrogant once the mission begins, the whiskery man said coldly. If everybody is ready, then let's go. No sooner than the black-robed man uttered this, the 8 warriors left for the innumerable huge mountains. On the way, the purple-clothed lady, Yi Mei, walked up to Jian Wuxuang. Didn't I tell you I don't need anyone to take care of me? Yi Mei whispered. I owe your father a favor. What's more, I am also taking this mission, so I just have to watch out for you at my convenience, Jian Wuxuang replied. With only your strength? You should give priority to your own safety, since I don't want you to run to me once you are in danger, Yi Mei said, then sneered. Don't worry. If I was in danger, then you would have already died long before that, Jian Wuxuang said. Hearing what Jian Wuxuang said, Yi Mei half closed her eyes. Her dislike for Jian Wuxuang grew stronger. I cannot believe that the legendary disciples in Dragon Palace are as arrogant as you. Having finished her words, Yi Mei quickened her pace and glided ahead of Jian Wuxuang. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Innumerable huge mountains. Enormous forests and numerous spirit beasts were spread throughout the innumerable huge mountains. And apparently these spiritual beasts were much stronger than those in the dark forest. Likewise, the innumerable huge mountains are much more dangerous than the dark forest. A sudden loud thump disturbed the tranquility of the forest. Pun! Following that, a human could be heard laughing before he said, Ha! Just a spiritual beast in the initial gold core realm. You were doomed the second you met me. Taishan, don't waste your time, let's keep going. A black-robed man, the leader, said in a low voice. I'm coming, said Taishan, a strong man with a big mustache, laughing while holding a spirit beast core in his hand. Every spirit beast in the gold core realm has beast core that is very valuable. It had been 2 days since the 8 of them had entered the innumerable huge mountains, so they knew very little about each other. But they at least knew each other's names. The 2 men leading them were strongest, having reached the profound gold core realm. The black-robed man was known as Bai Yen. As for the other, he was called Taishan. He was a burly man with a big mustache, who liked to argue with Jian Wuxuang. The 8 continued to move forward, deeper into the innumerable huge mountains. But a short while later, they suddenly halted on a treetop. What is it? They stood on the treetop and looked down. There were many dead bodies laying parallel to each other, spread out on the ground. Let's check the area, said Bai Yen. Following his words, everyone went down to the ground, carefully checking the bodies. Jian Wuxuang also approached one of the dead bodies. This is a sword scar? Seeing the deadly scar on the neck of the dead body, Jian Wuxuang became alert. Apparently, the scar was not caused by a spirit beast, but a sword. Thus, Jian Wuxuang looked around and noticed that they all died the same way. Nothing but a sword scar was found on each one of them. They were killed in one move, without a chance to fight back. Whoever did this was much stronger than them, Jian Wuxuang said with a dark expression. These people. Min also looked, while feeling overwhelmed. They were killed by a human hand, and probably all by the same one, Jian Wuxuang said. Human? Mei changed her look all of a sudden. They have not been dead for long, which means that the killers might still be in the area. Jian Wuxuang checked the bloodstains on the dead bodies once again. It was obvious that they were killed just minutes ago because the bloodstains were not dry yet. Besides that, there were so many spirit beasts in innumerable huge mountains. If they had been dead for long, their bodies should have been eaten by those spirit beasts already. In which case they would no longer be completely intact. All of you need to be careful. Spirit beasts are not the most dangerous threat here. Other humans can be even more dangerous, Bai Yan said with a serious look. Everyone nodded. They all knew that human beings are more dangerous than spirit beasts since this was not the first time that they had accepted a mission from the Golden Dragon Guard. Captain Bai Yan, you are being too paranoid. Look at the people who were killed. Only 4 of them reached the initial Gold Core realm, while the rest were merely in the Spiritual Sea realm. Now look at our group. We are much stronger than them, aren't we? They won't have the guts to mess with us, said Taishan, in a disapproving tone. Just be careful anyway, Bai Yan said. Let's keep going. Thus, the 8 continued their journey. Finally, half a day later, they arrived at the destination. In front of them was a thick mountain forest. All right, now I can tell you what the specific mission is. Bai Yan looked at the 7 people and said seriously. In the forest in front of us, there are 2 blue-eyed beasts with golden horns. I accidentally saw them while passing through here previously. The blue-eyed beast with golden horns has a coarse appearance. Both its skin and bones are excellent materials for making weapons, not to mention the golden horns. On top of that, its core is also quite valuable. Its whole body is a treasure. That's why I set up the mission at the Golden Dragon Palace. All you need to do is help me kill the 2 beasts. Everyone became alert. A blue-eyed beast with golden horns? How many gold horns do they have? Someone quickly asked. For blue-eyed beasts with golden horns, the more horns they have, the more powerful they are. One has 3 golden horns and the other has 2, so they are absolutely within our ability. As for the requirement for completing the mission, that would be obtaining a golden horn. However, there are only 5 golden horns altogether. After hearing that, all 7 of them had a strange look on their faces. The blue-eyed beast with 3 golden horns is the most powerful among spirit beasts in the profound Gold Core realm. Normal warriors in the profound Gold Core realm cannot match up to it at all. By comparison, the one with 2 horns is less powerful, but it could still fight on even terms with a human in the profound Gold Core realm. With their current group, it would be easy to deal with the 2 blue-eyed beasts with golden horns. There was only one problem. 7 people accepted the mission, but there were not enough horns for everyone to complete the mission. 7 people wanted to obtain the 5 golden horns, which meant 2 of them were doomed to fail this mission. As for who would finish and who fail, Bai Yan didn't say a word because everyone understood it would depend on how capable they were. Although the 2-clawed missions are not as cruel as the 1-clawed missions, it is still full of danger. 7 people and 5 golden horn. Eventually, there will be a deadly struggle to decide who succeeds. Jian Wuxuang thought secretly. They are in the same forest, but the forest is big, and they don't always stay together. However, once one of them is in danger, the other will immediately come. So we have to split up. Bai Yan began to make the arrangements. Everyone, listen up. Tai Shan, Wang Chong, Lin Yu, and I will deal with the 3-horned beast. The rest of you. Bai Yan looked at the other four and said, "You four are not as powerful, but you can still deal with the two-horned beast. After you finish, you are free to decide who gets the horns. What do you say?" "Okay, not a problem," Tai Shan said and smiled. "I agree." Wang Chong and Lin Yu also nodded. Tai Shan, Wang Chong and Lin Yu agreed without any hesitation, because they knew they can finish the mission by killing the blue-eyed beast with 3 golden horns and get 3 golden horns, and distribute them evenly. But the rest 4 of them didn't look well except Jian Wushuang, because they knew that only 2 golden horns would be gained after killing the blue-eyed beast with golden horns, which means that 2 of them are doomed to fail this mission. They are reluctant to do this, but they have to. After all, they are not powerful enough in terms of their cultivation of spiritual power. "Since you all agreed, it's settled then, here we go," Baya said, and the 8 soon divided into 2 groups, moving toward the forest. Chapter 85. Chapter 85, The Accident. The 4, including Jian Wushuang, hastily and quietly went ahead in the forest. Boom! A huge roar could be heard nearby with a bright sound of animals. "They have launched their attack," proclaimed Yi Mei. "We need to find the two-horned beast quickly and begin our attack as well," the indigo-robed man said. "You don't need to find it because it is running towards us," Jian Wushuang said immediately. The other 3, including Yi Mei, had no time to figure out what was happening because the humongous two-horned rhino appeared in front of them while knocking down rows of trees. "The blue-eyed rhino with 2 horns!" They were shocked. "Kill it!" Without hesitation, all 4 of them began releasing their spiritual power, after which they launched their attacks. Among the 4 warriors, the indigo-robed man and the purple-haired middle-aged man quickly displayed their strength. With one using an axe while the other used a long spear, they launched a powerful attack toward the incoming blue-eyed rhino. Jian Wushuang also immediately launched an attack with his sword, releasing power equivalent to the initial gold core realm. Among them, Yi Mei seemed to be the strongest. Swish! As she attacked, a streak of sword shadow using water-drop sword essence slashed towards the blue-eyed rhino. Before landing on its body, the sword shadow split into 3 dazzling streaks of sword light. "Impressive swordsmanship!" the indigo-robed man exclaimed. Jian Wushuang frowned and shook his head. "Her swordsmanship is good, but she is too naive and hasty." Jian Wushuang understood clearly, killing the blue-eyed rhino was not a problem. The real issue was the fight over the 2 horns. However, since Yi Mei showed her strength already, the indigo-robed man and the purple-haired middle-aged man would be cautious around Yi Mei. Jian Wushuang noticed that the indigo-robed man seemed to be shocked by Yi Mei. In fact, both of them had a weird look in their eyes. Jian Wushuang immediately knew that as soon as the blue-eyed rhino was dead, both men would work together and launch a sneak attack on Yi Mei for the sake of acquiring the horns. Clang! 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 Although the attack landed on the blue-eyed rhino's body, only 3 white marks were left behind on its hard shell. "The shell is too hard. Aim for the stomach, it should be softer, and it's not protected by the shell," Jian Wushuang shouted. "I do not need your advice." Yi Mei glanced at him before launching an attack towards the blue-eyed rhino's belly. Howl! As the blue-eyed rhino roared, it stomped on the ground with its hooves, causing the ground to tremble. Then it lowered its head, pointing the 2 horns at Yi Mei, and attacked. It charged straight towards Yi Mei with its golden horns. But it was so big and awkward, Yi Mei easily moved around it and let it pass. "Kill it quickly. It's trying to run away." The indigo-robed man was attacking as he exclaimed happily. Although the blue-eyed rhino had great defense, it was still just a beast. Jian Wushuang and the others worked together to attack it. In particular, Yi Mei aggressively attacked the beast's belly. As a result, the blue-eyed rhino had already reached its limit. "It is going to die." Yi Mei had a delighted look on her face, but she still felt contempt towards Jian Wushuang. She had played the biggest part in killing this blue-eyed rhino. Of course, the other 3 did work together and assist her. But Jian Wuxuang only helped to prevent the beast from escaping, so it wasn't odd that she felt contempt towards him. With this level of strength, you thought you could help me? Yi Mei thought. But at this moment, a violently rampaging spiritual power appeared as a 2-meter-tall figure jumped out of the forest. Not good! Another beast? It's a Herculean demonic monkey! Profound gold core realm! Yi Mei and the indigo-robed man were shocked when it appeared, causing their expressions to become slightly pale. Even a normal Herculean demonic monkey is powerful, let alone this one, which is in the profound gold core realm. The Herculean demonic monkey, in the profound gold core realm, was stronger than them since they were in the initial gold core realm. This is a catastrophe. Yi Mei's face turned pale. You three should finish killing the blue-eyed rhino. I will deal with the Herculean demonic monkey, Jian Wuxiang said in a deep voice. You! When Yi Mei looked towards Jian Wuxiang, he had already rushed towards the Herculean demonic monkey. A Herculean demonic monkey at the profound gold core realm. Jian Wuxiang smiled, releasing a strong spiritual power that surpassed the spiritual sea realm. At the same time, a massive amount of earth sword essence began to fill the area. The 7th move of the formless sword wave. As he shouted, his triple-kill sword moved to attack the beast. Countless sword shadows gathered together to form an immensely heavy mountain, which began descending towards Herculean demonic monkey. Damn humans! The Herculean demonic monkey's eyes turned red as it launched an attack that seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. Yi Mei and the indigo-robed man were shocked when they saw this. That guy, does he want to die? With his strength, he shouldn't even be able to defend against the Herculean demonic monkey in the profound gold core realm. Yet he dared to attack it head-on. He must want to die. Stupid! Yi Mei cursed him. Herculean demonic monkeys were known for their strength. Even if a warrior in the same realm was fighting with it, they would be careful and would avoid facing its strength head-on power. Let alone Jian Wuxuang, who was only in the spiritual sea realm. He must be crazy. Yi Mei and the indigo-robed man thought Jian Wuxuang had lost his mind. What happened next surprised all three of them. Boom! When they saw what happened, they were shocked by Jian Wuxuang. The beast, which reached the profound gold core realm, flew out like a bullet, smashing into a tree that was more than 10 meters behind it. Boom! The tree, unable to withstand the impact from the Herculean demonic monkey, was smashed to pieces. Chapter 86. Chapter 86, Jian Wuxuang's Strength. How could that be? The indigo-robed man's eyes almost fell out their sockets. This is impossible! The other purple-haired middle-aged man was also completely shocked. Is this the real strength of the disciples of Dragon Palace? Yi Mei also had unprecedented shock in her eyes. It was an unstoppable force versus an immovable object when a warrior at the level of spiritual sea confronted the Herculean demonic monkey with profound gold core realm. As a result, would the Herculean demonic monkey decide to escape? Quick, kill the blue-eyed beast with golden horns! After a brief shock, the indigo-robed man reacted first and shouted loudly. Yi Mei was startled, and the harsh light in her eyes flashed. Wow! The sword light roared out instantly with astonishing power. Her strength at the moment erupted to the extreme. She did not know how long Jian Wuxuang could delay the Herculean demonic monkey, so she had to battle quickly to force an outcome. Go to hell! The indigo-robed man and the purple-haired middle-aged man also shot out at full force at the moment. As their power was unleashed, the blue-eyed beast with golden horns, who had already been pushed to the limit, immediately lost its struggle and was killed directly. When the blue-eyed beast with golden horns died, the 2 golden horns on its foreheads immediately became the target. Golden horns! Yi Mei rolled her eyes and went towards the blue-eyed beast with golden horns. Grab them quickly! The indigo-robed man suddenly burst out shouting, followed by a sound of humming and a towering axe shadow chopped towards Yi Mei suddenly. What? Yi Mei was shocked and quickly wielded her sword to resist. As the axe shadow heavily hit on her long sword, Yi-mei backed sharply. Ha ha! When the laughter sounded and Yi-mei was retreating, the indigo-robed man and the purple-haired middle-aged man rushed to the dead body of the blue-eyed beast with golden horns immediately. Then they removed the 2 golden horns of the blue-eyed beast with golden horns with giant axes. After 4 blows in succession, they finally detached the 2 golden horns. 2 golden horns immediately fell into the hands of the indigo-robed man and the purple-haired middle-aged man. You too! Yi-mei, armed with a long sword, glared at the 2 men in front of her with fury in her eyes. All is fair in war, little girl. Thank you for killing the blue-eyed beast with golden horns, but these 2 golden horns belong to us. The indigo-robed man smiled. Bastard! Yi-mei was becoming more furious. There was a towering aura surrounding her with signs that it would erupt. What? Do you want to fight? The indigo-robed man grinned, and next to him, the purple-haired middle-aged man also stared at Yi-mei icily. If it was 1-for-1, he knew that neither of them was an opponent of Yi-mei, but by teaming up, they would have no fear. Ho ho, 2 strong men attacking a little girl. Don't you feel ashamed? A light voice suddenly sounded. The facial expression of the indigo-robed man and purple-haired middle-aged man both changed, and they quickly looked towards the source of the voice. At the side, Jian Wushuang, armed with his triple-kill sword, was surrounded by overwhelming sword essences. As for the mighty demonic monkey, which frightened them when they heard of it, it was lying at the feet of Jian Wushuang unmoving. A bloody hole was in its chest with streams of blood flowing out. This scene made both the indigo-robed man and the purple-haired middle-aged man inhale sharply. The Herculean demonic monkey is dead! Yi-mei was also astonished. After watching Jian Wushuang fighting with the Herculean demonic monkey and hacking it to death with 1 sword stroke, they had already been shocked, but now it was dead. The Herculean demonic monkey could not be dead. Since Jian Wushuang began his fight with the mighty demonic monkey, it had only been a few minutes. It was during those few minutes that the mighty demonic monkey had been killed. What was happening? Were they dreaming? The indigo-robed man and the purple-haired middle-aged man were a little confused. Even Yi-mei, who knew Jian Wushuang's real identity, was still extremely shocked. At the same time, she finally understood why her father asked Jian Wushuang to take care of her. She had looked down on Jian Wushuang before, thinking that disciples of Dragon Palace were useless. But now she knew how foolish she was. They were shocked, but Jian Wushuang was very calm without any exultation. After all, he was a disciple of Dragon Palace. Disciples of Dragon Palace were all super talents. They were all weirdos. But he was the weirdest among them because he could defeat Nandong Jia after he had joined the Dragon Palace for only 3 months. Besides, he cultivated such a defiant cultivation tactic as the heavenly creation skill. Although the Herculean demonic monkey's power is extremely high, it only had brute force. The power I use through the heavenly creation skill is only at the level of the ordinary initial gold core realm, but my swordsmanship and sword essence are very high. Depending on the power of the formless sword wave and the swordsmanship power to fight with it directly, I had an absolute advantage. In other respects, I have a significant edge. It was an easy kill. Jian Wushuang did not take it too seriously. Catching a glimpse of the remains of the Herculean demonic monkey, Jian Wushuang waved his hand and put the remains of the mighty demonic monkey into the interspatial ring, and then Jian Wushuang looked at the indigo-robed man and the purple-haired middle-aged man again. During the killing of the blue-eyed beast with golden horns, Yi-mei and I contribute the most. But the 2 most important gold horns belong to you 2 whose contributions are the least. That's not fair, is it? Jian Wushuang said with a light smile. What do you want? The indigo-robed man and the purple-haired middle-aged man were staring at Jian Wushuang fearfully. They thought Jian Wushuang would be entangled with the Herculean demonic monkey for a long time and had no time to think about him, so they grabbed the 2 gold horns quickly. They had never dreamed that Jian Wushuang would kill the Herculean demonic monkey in only a few minutes. Take out the 2 golden horns, and I can ignore what happened just now, Jian Wushuang said. The indigo-robed man and the purple-haired middle-aged man were displeased and looked at each other. Then the indigo-robed man nodded and said, "Okay, we will take them out." Hearing this, Yimei breathed with a relief. However, suddenly, "Run!" the indigo-robed man shouted lowly, and the purple-haired middle-aged man leaped up immediately. Both of them were very clear that the condition for the completion of this mission was exactly the 2 gold horns. As long as they could escape and flee to the Golden Dragon subsidiary palace, even without the witness of their team leader Bai Yen, they could complete this 2-clawed Golden Dragon Guard mission with these 2 gold horns. But once they moved and acted, an icy sword light immediately whistled out. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword light whistled slightly, skimming directly onto these 2 men's faces. The indigo-robed man and the purple-haired middle-aged man stopped their paces at once. They were shocked, feeling their faces turn cold. They subconsciously touching their faces and felt a stream of scalding blood. At the same time, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of them suddenly, and the icy voice passed slowly into their ears. "The stroke just now only left a sword mark on your faces, but the next one will cut your throats." Chapter 87. Chapter 87, The Observed Prey. The purple-haired middle-aged man and the indigo-robed man swallowed their saliva. They trembled and experienced great fear, after they saw a death-like smile on Jian Wushuang's lips. I will hand over the golden horn." The indigo-robed man trembled and tossed the golden horn to Jian Wushuang immediately. "Me too." The purple-haired middle-aged man also handed over his golden horn. Taking the golden horn, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. "You are not foolish men." After speaking, Jian Wushuang walked toward Yimei with a flicker. Jian Wushuang handed over a golden horn to her and said, "This is yours." "Me?" Yimei was still confused. "You deserve it because of your contribution while killing the blue-eyed beast with golden horns," Jian Wushuang said. After hesitating a while, Yimei ground her teeth and took the golden horn. She mumbled, "Thank you." After shrugging his shoulders, Jian Wushuang said quietly, "Yimei, for your father's sake, I remind you that you'd better not trust anyone even if he is your partner, because many have incomprehensible hearts. You will meet many as you travel the world." After being slightly startled, Yimei looked at the indigo-robed man beside her and the purple-haired middle-aged man and subsequently nodded. "Is it already over?" While a loud booming voice, the black-robed man Bai Yen walked out from the forest. "Captain Bai Yen!" Jian Wushuang and others looked at the black-robed man. Seeing the corpse of the blue-eyed beast with golden horns, a satisfied smile emerged on Bai Yen's face. Bai Yen waved his hands to put the corpse into the interspatial ring. Bai Yen only knew that Jian Wushuang together with 3 people killed the blue-eyed beast with golden horns, but did not know what happened here a moment ago nor the existence of the Herculean demonic monkey. Jian Wushuang had already put the corpse of the Herculean demonic monkey into his interspatial ring. "Who got the 2 golden horns?" Bai Yen asked curiously. After hearing that, the indigo-robed man and the purple-haired middle-aged man's expression were depressed. However, Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "You may got one. So did I, with good luck." "Oh?" The countenance of Bai Yen grew odd. He did not expect that Yimei obtained 1 golden horn. After all, Yimei was in the initial gold core realm of Jindan, and her strength was not weak. But Jian Wushuang. Only in the spiritual sea realm, Jian Wushuang could obtain 1 golden horn? Bai Yen couldn't help but look at the indigo-robed man and the purple-haired middle-aged man. He found that they stood there with reticence, and sporadically looked at Jian Wushuang with gazes filled with dense fear. These 2 men. Bai Yen, an experienced person, understood the 2 men's gazes. Based on this, Bai Yen was more curious. "What happened?" "I feel the fear from the 2 men towards Swordsman. After all, Swordsman is only in the spiritual sea realm, but they are all in the primordial gold core." Although Bai Yen was curious, he did not ask. "Now that the 2 golden horns have been distributed, we should move to meet Tai Shan immediately. The strength of the 3 blue-eyed beasts with golden horns was high, so we expended more effect to kill them. Now, Tai Shan and the two others are recovering their spiritual power. Bai Yan smiled and said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. Several people walked toward another battlefield. In the mountain forest. Swordsman, could you tell me what happened a moment ago? Why do I feel that the two men are afraid of you? After glancing at the indigo-robed man and the purple-haired middle-aged man, Bai Yan asked discreetly. Captain Bai Yan, I have said that it was due to luck. Jian Wushuang smiled and did not want to explain much. Forget it if you don't want to say. Bai Yan smirked. My aim is the two corpses of the blue-eyed beasts with golden horns. As for who could succeed in the mission, it does not matter much to me. Jian Wushuang smiled silently. He found that the attitude from Bai Yan towards him had improved. At this moment, come out, son of a bitch. Do you dare to battle me directly? Ah! Hearing a salvo of hysterical and furious roars from up ahead, Jian Wushuang and other people were startled. Something has happened, Jian Wushuang said. The voice belongs to Tai Shan. Bai Yan frowned. Hurry up! Hurry up! The 5 men accelerated their speed and dashed up ahead as quickly as possible. Soon after, they arrived at a desolate war-torn land. In the center of this land, a bearded strong man was clasping a big bronze saber. He stared around appearing flushed, and roared furiously continuously. Around the bearded strong man, there were 2 cold corpses. Wan Chong! Lin Yu? After seeing the 2 corpses, Jian Wushuang and the others changed their expression. The 2 corpses were their partners. They had worked together with Bai Yan and Tai Shan to kill the blue-eyed beast with golden horns ago. Subsequently, Wang Chong, Lin Yu, and Tai Shan had stayed there to recover their spiritual power. Meanwhile, Bai Yan had been looking for Jian Wushuang and his 3 companions. However, it was beyond their expectation that the 2 people had actually died before Bai Yan could lead Jian Wushuang and his companions over. Tai Shan! What happened? Bai Yan walked toward Tai Shan. Don't ask me. I don't know. Tai Shan still flushed with his veins bulging on his forehead. Furthermore, a trace of fear was in his eyes. We are being observed by someone, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. Ah? Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang. Look at their wounds. Jian Wushuang pointed to the 2 corpses of Wan Chong and Lin Yu. There was only 1 scar on the whole corpse. The scar was located at their necks and there was an obvious sword scar. Death with a single blow. They had no chance to retaliate. It's similar to the corpses on the road which we passed by earlier. Jian Wushuang spoke softly. It's him? The countenance of everyone fell after hearing what Jian Wushuang said. In fact, they didn't know who he was. However, they had seen numerous corpses by the road. Those people were killed by a single harsh blow. He might be close by. Jian Wushuang only saw tall trees and could not identify where the man was hiding. Does he regard us as prey? Yi Mei whispered. Very likely. Jian Wushuang nodded. In the innumerable huge mountains, not only was it useful to hunt spirit beasts, but also hunting humans. Hunting humans was even more profitable. A man in a silver robe stood in a treetop adjacent to the barren land. Cloaked by leaves, he could see what Jian Wushuang and his companions were doing, but his targets could not see him. 2 people in the profound gold core realm. 3 people in the initial gold core realm. And a man at spiritual sea realm. All of them are the Golden Dragon Guard. This looks interesting. Let me play with you. The man in the silver robe tilted his lips and smiled coldly after observing the worried expression on Bai Yan and others. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Human or Ghost? Inside the innumerable huge mountains, 6 figures walked ahead slowly, looking around vigilantly. Tai Shan, what happened? You should tell us the details, Bai Yan said. Wan Chong, Lin Yu, and I were recovering our spiritual power because it had been greatly consumed after battling the blue-eyed beast with golden horns. Suddenly, Wan Chong screamed miserably. When I turned to look at him, he had been killed, Taishan said with a muffled voice. After the death of Wang Chong, Lin Yu and I became vigilant immediately. But what was unexpected was that a few seconds later, Lin Yu was also killed in my presence. Even I couldn't see how the assassin did it. Hearing that, everyone's expression became very somber. Do you know his appearance and his cultivation of spiritual power? Bai Yan continued asking. No. Taishan shook his head. You are a man in the profound gold core realm. How could you not know the man's cultivation of spiritual power? Yimei could not help excoriating him. I said that I couldn't see him. His speed was amazing. When I was able to perceive him, he had already fleeted off into the mountain forest. Taishan exclaimed in a low voice. Yimei wanted to say something. Okay. Please stop. Bai Yan waved his hands, and then looked around, saying, We don't know whether the man is still around and targeting us or has left. He could have left. An indigo-robed man could not help saying. The deaths of Wang Chong and Lin Yu could induce grief from other people. But to the indigo-robed man and the purple-haired middle-aged man, their deaths could only induce delight. That was because the golden horns were left, and the two of them could succeed in the mission of the two-clawed golden dragon guard now that they had died. Ha! Thanks to the powerhouse who killed Wang Chong and Lin Yu, I can obtain the golden horns and then succeed in the mission. The indigo-robed man laughed secretly. Suddenly, a ghost-like figure approached him, followed by a sword shadow that swept directly toward his neck. Too fast. Too sudden. The people around him perceived nothing, barring Jian Wushuang, who swerved his head at this moment. In the next moment, the sword shadow directly cut the indigo-robed man's neck. What? The indigo-robed man's life was dissipating as he goggled from the pain in his neck. The ghost-like figure faded into the nearby forest. Thud! The corpse of the indigo-robed man fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Huh! What? This? No one around noticed what had happened until now, and they were all startled. It's him! It's him! He didn't leave. He is still nearby. Taishan roared, filled with terror. The countenances of Bai Yan, Yimei, and the purple-haired middle-aged man became ghostly pale at that moment. Before, they had not thought that it was terrifying, even though they had heard Taishan's narrative about his prior experience. But now, they had witnessed it for themselves. The indigo-robed man had been with them, and was killed right under their noses. Nevertheless, they could not see any trace of the adversary. They did not even know whether it was a human or a ghost who had killed the indigo-robed man. Just then, a feeling of terror emerged from the bottom of everyone's heart. Except for the fearless Jian Wushuang, who wore an odd expression. Jian Wushuang had witnessed the scene, but Bai Yan and Taishan, who were in the profound gold core realm, did not see it. However, because of what he saw, he felt strange. A warrior in silver who is in the profound gold core realm. His cultivation of spiritual power is in the profound gold core realm, and the strength that I sensed is not very strong. However, his speed is very fast and his movements are very flexible. Moreover, he has a good method of assassination. Jian Wushuang thought secretly. Regarding the assassination method, he had first thought of the killers from the Blood Feather Tower. However, the killers from the Blood Feather Tower dressed in masks and black robes, which was different from the warrior in silver. The actual strength of that man is probably not comparable to Bai Yan. However, his cloaked assassination terrifies Bai Yan and Taishan, who are in the profound gold core realm. It's a wise method. Jian Wushuang tilted his lips slightly. Jian Wushuang was not afraid of the warrior in silver after learning something about him. But the other people were still in fear. Who are you? What kind of hatred do you have for us? Why did you pick us? Looking around unceasingly, Bai Yan spread his voice with a cold expression. Behind a nearby tree, the warrior in silver's cold smile bloomed upon hearing that. Who's next? The warrior in silver looked straight ahead. At this moment, the 8-person group of Bai Yan had only 5 people left. The 5 people were Bai Yan and Taishan, who were in the profound gold core realm. Yimei and the purple-haired middle-aged man, who were in the initial gold core realm. and Jian Wushuang, who was in the level of spiritual C. The warriors who are in the profound gold core realm are a bit hard to kill. Therefore, I must kill those two people last. The warrior in silver looked at Bai Yan and Tai Shan, shaking his head. And then he looked at Jian Wushuang. That spiritual C realm warrior. He is too weak to motivate me to kill him. Okay. The two remaining warriors are in the initial gold core realm. The warrior in silver stared at Yi Mei and the purple-haired middle-aged man, and then made a decision. I'll choose her. The gaze from the warrior in silver was locked on Yi Mei. A few seconds later, he silently approached her. In the center of the mountain forest, Bai Yan and the others had already become greatly frightened. Watch out! Pay attention to the surroundings, Bai Yan said in a muffled voice. The 5 living people all wore somber expressions, except for Jian Wushuang. Whoosh! A supersonic noise resounded, followed by a silver figure suddenly bursting out of the nearby forest. His movements and appearance were just like a ghost's. His speed was stupendous. In a flash, he was right in front of Yi Mei. Watch out! Bai Yan first cried out, but it was too late to rescue her. Escape! Tai Shan also roared. What? Immediately, Yi Mei's dark pupils shrank as her hair stood on end. An outburst of astonishing killing intent enveloped her when the ghost-like figure appeared in front of her. At that moment, Yi Mei was fraught with dense terror. She was too frightened to resist it. Ha! Another one. After seeing that, the warrior in silver grinned. His purple soft sword lightly stabbed toward Yi Mei's neck. Suddenly, swoosh! A cold sword light silently chopped toward him. Chapter 89. Chapter 89, Slaughter. What? The smile on the warrior in silver froze at once. He looked in disbelief at the sword light that had suddenly appeared. It's him? The warrior in silver also recognized who had executed that move. Was it that warrior at the level of spiritual C, whom he had paid no attention to and regarded boring to kill? Yes, it was exactly that warrior at the level of spiritual C. When everyone around, even including Yi Mei herself, did not realize what was happening, Jian Wushuang had clearly seen the warrior in silver's figure and cleaved toward him. This sword light. A flicker of fear appeared in the warrior in silver's eyes. The sword light was too fast, even much faster than what he could execute with his full power. It was too fast for him to defend. In the next instant, the sword had directly roared past right in front of him. Ah! The warrior in silver immediately let out a sad and painful cry, looking at his right hand with astonishment. Actually, that sword light had directly chopped half of his palm off as streams of blood wildly burst out. What? The several people around also witnessed what had happened. They finally were able to clearly see the warrior in silver's figure, as well as his palm chopped in half and the purple soft sword that had dropped on the ground. At that moment, everyone stopped breathing. Run! With half of his palm chopped off, the warrior in silver's face twisted with great pain, but he still remained a little sober. Instead of picking up the chopped off half palm and that purple soft sword, he rushed out and escaped. He clearly knew that what he was most versed in were assassination and high speed. As for face-to-face slaughter, either Bai Yan or Tai Shan, who were both in the profound gold core realm, could beat him single-handedly. Hence, once his figure was seen, he had to leave immediately. What was worse was that his right hand was crippled now, and his battle strength was largely reduced. As long as all of you have come, then stay here. A floating voice was passed into the warrior in silver's ears when his complexion sharply changed. Shwa! The icy sword edge directly penetrated through the warrior in silver's chest from the back, with its edge passing right through the entire heart. The third movement of formless swordsmanship. Expeditious maneuver. The warrior in silver just felt a little sweetness in his throat. In the next instant, a gush of blood spurted from his mouth, before his body slowly slumped down to the ground. Even when he died, he could not believe that he would die at the hand of a warrior at the level of spiritual C. After killing the warrior in silver, Jian Wushuang put the triple kill sword back into its sheath. Then, he bent over to pick up the warrior in silver's ring of heaven and earth, and that purple soft sword from the ground before turning around to look at Bai Yan and the others. As soon as he turned around, Jian Wushuang found that all of Bai Yan, Tai Shan, Yi Mei, and that purple-haired middle-aged man were staring at him with shocked faces. "Swordsman, you killed him?" Bai Yan said in astonishment. "Should I not try to kill him and wait for him to kill you one by one?" Jian Wushuang asked in return. Both Bai Yan and Tai Shan looked at Jian Wushuang in a different way. Like Tai Shan, he did not regard Jian Wushuang as somebody at all before this. In his view, a warrior at the level of spiritual sea trying to complete the task of the two-clawed golden dragon guard meant that he was pursuing death. He had even quarreled with Jian Wushuang. But now, Tai Shan absolutely could not look down upon Jian Wushuang. Instead, he felt deep fear toward him from the bottom of his heart. Yes, it was fear. After all, that warrior in silver had killed 3 of his companions in front of him, but he did not even see the shadow of their opponent. However, Jian Wushuang did directly slaughter that warrior in silver. Having witnessed such strength, how could he stand there with no fear? As for Yi Mei and that purple-haired middle-aged man, they had seen before that Jian Wushuang killed the Herculean demonic monkey in the profound gold core realm in just a moment, so they had known that Jian Wushuang's strength was very horrifying. Yet, when they saw Jian Wushuang so easily slaughter that warrior in silver, they still felt extremely shocked. "Swordsman, thank you!" Yi Mei earnestly stared at Jian Wushuang and expressed her gratitude. Just now, that warrior in silver had aimed to kill her, which she knew very clearly. If Jian Wushuang had not saved her in time, she would be dead now. "You're welcome. Anyway, we are companions. Of course I can't watch you be killed," Jian Wushuang casually answered. Yi Mei nodded slightly. Although Jian Wushuang seemed to be very casual, she had remembered his kind help. "All right. The guy who was in our way has been killed. Captain Bai Yan, let's continue ahead," said Jian Wushuang. "Huh!" Bai Yan was stunned before grasping his words. Then, he nodded in a hurry, saying, all right. Let's go." At night, on a hill, Bai Yan and the other several people were gathering in front of a fire. How could it be? That man was only in the profound gold core realm with not very powerful strength. He was just relatively good at assassination. If I fought against him face to face, maybe I could have beaten him. Tai Shan's voice was very solid. "Humph, what a shame! Anyway, you are an expert in the profound gold core realm, but couldn't see his cultivation of spiritual power," Bai Yan sneered. "That's all due to that guy's high speed." Tai Shan curled his lip and then said, "Yet Brother Swordsman is really awesome. He's only in the spiritual sea realm, but he's so easily killed a warrior in the primordial gold core?" After knowing Jian Wushuang's real strength, Tai Shan was not proud at all in front of Jian Wushuang. "Really awesome!" Bai Yan also praised him. "Such an excellent spiritual sea realm warrior can't be an ordinary person. In my opinion, he must possess a great background. He is even maybe a disciple of the Dragon Palace." "Dragon Palace?" Both Tai Shan and the purple-haired middle-aged man opened their eyes wide. "That swordsman is really a disciple of Dragon Palace," said Yi Mei just then. "Really?" Bai Yan, Tai Shan, and the purple-haired middle-aged man showed expressions of great interest. At their side, Jian Wushuang was casually sitting on a giant rock, playing with the purple soft sword in his hand. That purple soft sword was obtained after killing that warrior in silver. What was noticeable was that there were 2 red characters engraved on its sword hilt. 11. 11? Jian Wushuang murmured. Then, he turned his hand over and a small scroll appeared. That was naturally the task scroll of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace's task of Stage 1 had been mostly finished, so he began studying the task of Stage 2. Opening the scroll. Task of Stage 2, kill the Dark Silver Guard. Task location, innumerable huge mountains. Task description, in the palace of the Dongyang Commandery Prince of the Tianzong Dynasty, There is a well-cultivated guarding army called the Dark Silver Guard. There are more than 100 Dark Silver Guards, who often secretly help the palace of Dongyang Commandery Prince to kill enemies and complete some confidential tasks. The cultivation process of the Dark Silver Guard is extremely cruel and complicated. Chapter 90. Chapter 90, Dark Silver Guard. According to news received from Golden Dragon Palace, the Dark Silver Guard launched a mission this month with the target of assassinating a Golden Dragon Guard to obtain the Golden Dragon Ring. There was a Dark Silver Guard team with 12 members which successfully entered the innumerable huge mountains. Mission requirements: to kill at least 5 Dark Silver Guards and take their purple soft swords with specific numbers that the Dark Silver Guards carry all the time as evidence. Award: 1,000 points for killing a Dark Silver Guard and 3,000 points for killing a Dark Silver Guard leader. After reading the whole mission scroll, Jian Wuxuang looked weird. Was the warrior in silver I killed the Dark Silver Guard? Jian Wuxuang looked at the purple soft sword carved with the number 11. Obviously, it was the specific number of the Dark Silver Guard. The Dark Silver Guard set the Golden Dragon Guard as a target for their mission. When Dragon Palace got the news, I, a disciple of Dragon Palace, was sent to stop the Dark Silver Guards. Well, what they plan and conspire are so complicated. Jian Wuxuang silently smiled but took it seriously in his heart. The Stage 1 task was quite easy for him. However, Stage 2 made him feel stressed. It should be known that it was a Dark Silver Guard team with 12 members in the Profound Gold Core realm. All members were good at rapid and stealthy assassination. What's more, they were elusive. It was not easy to set them as the targets. It's good news that members of the team are dispersed in the innumerable huge mountains. I only need to assassinate 5 Dark Silver Guards to fulfill the task, and this is possible. Jian Wuxuang thought. By late noon of the next day, the mountains were still in darkness. Leader Ba Yan, in front it is the periphery of the innumerable huge mountains. We do not need to worry about being the targets of others after we arrive there, Jian Wuxuang said. Swordsman, are you sure that you want to adventure alone in the innumerable huge mountains? Ba Yan asked. Yes. Jian Wuxuang nodded. Could you please extend the deadline of the task of 2-claw marked Golden Dragon Guard when you return to Golden Dragon Subsidiary Palace? Then when I return next time, I can complete it with the Golden Horn. Ha! No problem. See you next time, Ba Yan said. See you, Jian Wuxuang said with a smile. Swordsman. Yimei looked at Jian Wuxuang with mixed feelings and did not know what to say next. The innumerable huge mountains were immense. There were old trees aged tens and even hundreds of years around. Overgrown weeds and thorns were everywhere. The black-robed youth with a long sword walked alone in the jungle. He seemed to be relaxed and carefree, but his spiritual power was at the ready constantly. He looked around with vigilance. It has been 2 days. He slowly raised his head. It had been 2 days after he left Ba Yan and had walked alone into the innumerable huge mountains. He encountered many spirit beasts and even a few human warriors, but he had not encountered Dark Silver Guards again. Well, the innumerable huge mountains are so immense. What's more, there are just 12 Dark Silver Guard and one of them was killed by me. It is so difficult to find out the rest of the members. After all, they are spread out. Jian Wuxuang slightly nodded his head. Suddenly, he noticed a spirit beast crawling hundreds of meters away. Then, he came up with an idea. Since I'm unable to find them, let's see if I can make them come to me instead. Next moment, there was an outburst of spiritual power from Jian Wuxuang, and it flew directly at the spirit beast, which was only at the level of initial Gold Core realm. A fierce battle broke out within a moment. With Jian Wuxuang's strength, it would have been quite easy for him to kill the spirit beast at the level of initial Gold Core realm. However, this battle lasted a long time. Boom! 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 The booming sound thundered and many trees around the battlefield fell over, some of which were even crushed. The ground was pitted with holes and sword scars, looking like a scene of great devastation. Judging from the battlefield, it seemed like a close battle. They made a huge racket when slaughtering, which gave the impression to people far away that it was a ferocious battle. Of course, all of this was caused by Jian Wuxuang deliberately. The reason was quite simple: to attract Dark Silver Guards through the sounds of fighting. The reason why the Dark Silver Guards were here was to kill Golden Dragon Guards. So, they would be attracted where there were battles. If there was a Dark Silver Guard around Jian Wuxuang, he would be attracted and immediately reveal himself. Obviously, Jian Wuxuang was not very lucky. He deliberately slaughtered with the spirit beasts for a long time, but the Dark Silver Guards were not attracted. It happened to attract another 2 spirit beasts, and one of them was at the level of Profound Gold Core Realm. It seems that the Dark Silver Guards are not around. I'd better move to another place. Jian Wuxuang immediately left. After an hour, he appeared in a place tens of meters away and slaughtered with a spirit beast at the level of initial Gold Core Realm again, and still made a tremendous sound. In the dense forest. Whoosh! A figure like a ghost rapidly passed the trees and then soon stopped at the top of a big tree. The warrior in silver with a bony face was one of the members of the Dark Silver Guard team. The task has been going on for half a month, but I have only got 16 golden dragon rings. The warrior in silver frowned. It's too few. I have to hurry up and try to gain 50 before the deadline. 16 golden dragon rings meant he had killed 16 golden dragon guards. Suddenly, boom! A deep booming sound was heard at a distance. What? The warrior in silver changed color. The booming sound suggested that there was a slaughter ahead. I hope that there will be golden dragon guards. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes, then he rapidly moved towards the source of the commotion. After a moment, the warrior in silver arrived at the vicinity of the battlefield. He stood behind a tree to observe what was happening in the forest. He noticed that a black-robed youth was slaughtering with a lion spirit beast using a long sword, and that the slaughter was intense. At first, warrior in silver was astonished at this scene. How can a warrior at the level of spiritual C be able to slaughter with a spirit beast at the level of initial Gold Core Realm? But later he observed that there was a golden ring of heaven and earth in the hand of the black-robed youth. Golden dragon ring? The eyes of the warrior in silver were bright, and there was a weird smile on his face. It seems that I'm able to immediately get the 17th golden dragon ring. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. Who is the prey? On the bumpy earth, Jian Wuxuang was vehemently fighting with a Moonfire Lion who was in the initial Gold Core Realm. If he wanted to, Jian Wuxuang could have easily killed the Moonfire Lion. But it was obvious that he did not intend to do so. It's the third time that I've had a fierce fight with a spirit beast and deliberately made tremendous noises. Are there any Dark Silver Guards around that will be attracted by it? Jian Wuxuang was not sure because only other spirit beasts had been attracted the last 2 times. The intense battle continued for a while, and then Jian Wuxuang, very fiercely, killed the Moonfire Lion. A silver-haired man, standing behind a nearby tree, watched this scene silently. At the moment, he concentrated his attention and then quietly rushed out. Beat the air again? Jian Wuxuang felt pity as he went to pick up the core of the Moonfire Lion. At that moment, a slight wind came suddenly. Common warriors, even the warriors in the Profound Gold Core Realm, might not have been able to sense such a light sound, but Jian Wuxuang could hear the sound clearly because he had comprehended the sword essence of Gale. He's finally come. Jian Wuxuang felt happy, and in the next moment, he turned around and looked over. That warrior in silver was worthy of being a professional killer of the Dark Silver Guard. He picked a very good time for assassination, as Jian Wuxuang had his back toward him. When he burst out, he directly stabbed at Jian Wuxuang's neck with a purple soft sword. The sword was so fast, and the warrior in silver was full of confidence with this move. How wonderful the opportunity is! And what a perfect assassination! Even if he is a real expert in the Profound Gold Core Realm, he could not withstand my sword. There is no doubt that this guy is going to die, and the 17th golden dragon ring will be had. The warrior in silver smiled to himself, along with the smile on his face. But unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang, who had his back toward him the entire time, suddenly turned around with a pair of cold eyes. And then, Jian Wushuang grinned at him. That smile gave a sudden scare to the warrior in silver. Damn! As a dark silver guard, years of experience told him that he had fallen into a trap. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang directly fought back. Shua! A beautiful scarlet sword light blazed out, and instantly confronted the purple soft sword of the warrior in silver directly. However, in the next moment, that scarlet sword light disappeared like an unreal image. When it appeared again, the sword had arrived at his chest. What? The warrior in silver was shocked. He was violently beaten back the first time. The scarlet sword light flashed across his chest. His silver cape was torn and a long wound appeared on his chest. How powerful! The warrior in silver was intimidated. He was not good at face-to-face slaughtering, he was in the profound gold core realm at least. However, when he fought with Jian Wushuang, he felt that he had gone through gate of hell after just one encounter. At this moment, the strength that was revealed by Jian Wushuang even horrified him. He should have had the self-confidence to take Jian Wushuang as prey just now, with the purpose of taking that golden dragon ring that was in his hand. But now it seemed, out of the two of them, who was the hunter, and who was the prey? You are a dark silver guard, right? Jian Wushuang suddenly asked. Huh! The warrior in silver looked up at Jian Wushuang with astonishment. How could he know his identity? I have taken your purple soft sword. A grin spread over Jian Wushuang's face. Then, as he moved, the spiritual power in his body broke out while sword essence violently rushed into sky simultaneously. Shwa! As it stabbed, the sword shadow made people feel that it was slow, but in fact, its true speed was so fast that it was scary. The fourth move of formless swordsmanship. 100 variations. The warrior in silver was scared and had intended to stop it, but that sword was too fast. When he just raised the purple soft sword in his hand, that slow sword had appeared in front of his throat and then pierced his throat directly. Jian Wushuang picked up the purple soft sword from the warrior in silver and looked at the engraving 9 on its sword hilt. 2 purple soft swords. Jian Wushuang smiled, and then he checked the ring of heaven and earth left by the man in silver. As expected, like that dark silver guard from before, both of them had collected a lot of golden dragon rings. This time, there are 16 in total, which means that he had killed 16 golden dragon guards. Jian Wushuang was astonished. The true strength of these dark silver guards was actually not frightening, but their ability of assassination was indeed so strong that people in the profound gold core realm might be directly killed if they were careless. Keep moving! Jian Wushuang continued to go further in the innumerable huge mountains. Just like before, he stopped at each section of the road to find a spirit beast in the initial gold core realm and impetuously fight with them. He deliberately made it a big scene so he could attract the dark silver guards that came on their own initiative. But unfortunately, his luck seemed to have completely run out. Over the next 3 days, Jian Wushuang did not come across a third dark silver guard. In the innumerable huge mountains, a breeze blew with a mild bloody odor. Be careful. Buck up, a man said in a low voice. And a small team with a dozen people slowly moved ahead in the jungle. Most of them in this small team looked pale, even some of their eyes were full of terror. Suddenly, the grass in the front shook. Who is it? A sudden shout was raised, and all the people in the team looked over at the grass. Crash! The grass then parted to 2 sides. A black-robed youth wearing a long sword slowly appeared in front of these people. It was Jian Wushuang. Ha! Jian Wushuang looked up at this small team of a dozen people without any astonishment in his eyes. The innumerable huge mountains were boundless. There were a lot of nature treasures and countless spirit beasts. It was a perfect place for warriors to cultivate themselves, so it was common to encounter other people occasionally. When seeing Jian Wushuang, the whole team felt nervous. But soon after, they perceived that Jian Wushuang was only a warrior at the level of spiritual C, so they relaxed. Where does this reckless dude come from? Get out now! The team's leader, who had bird eyes, immediately shouted. Someone in the spiritual sea realm dares to adventure in the innumerable huge mountains alone? You are really heading for death. The rest of the team members also laughed at him, which lightened the tense atmosphere at that moment. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. He was not angry about their words, but their expressions attracted his attention. These people obviously feel some degree of fear, Jian Wushuang thought. People who dare to adventure in the innumerable huge mountains generally have experienced life and death, so it's impossible for common things to make them feel scared. Unless… Jian Wushuang glanced at their hands quickly, and there surely were 4 people who wore golden dragon rings on their fingers. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. The Mutation of Sword Soul. It seems that I am being watched? With a cryptic smile, Jian Wushuang said nothing to the people in front, moving into the jungle quickly and vanishing from their view. After Jian Wushuang left, someone in the team started to talk. What a surprise! I initially thought that he was that guy. Unexpectedly, he's a warrior at the level of spiritual C. A warrior with just a level of spiritual C dares to adventure in the innumerable huge mountains. He must be really bold. I think he isn't bold, just suicidal. These 2 men were walking abreast and talking. Suddenly, a silvery ghost-like figure appeared in front of one man while a sword light stabbed at him. The man could react. After the sword light slashed across his throat, he was immediately killed. Just as quickly, the silvery ghost-like figure disappeared. Hey, do you think that the horrible guy has left? The other man was still talking to that man and looking towards him. He saw the corpse of that man slowly falling to the ground. Oh! The strong man screamed and all the other members of the team came over for a look. What happened? They asked. This asshole. It's him again. He's coming. The bad guy. He's coming again. Devil. Devil. He's a devil. Suddenly the whole team became restless and terrified again. It should be known that this team originally had over 30 people. But now there was just a half alive, the other half of them were killed by this devil. From start to end, they had not even seen the devil's face clearly. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind was heard again. A silvery figure like a ghost moved swiftly, and showed up in front of the strong man. The strong man saw a sword light with difficulty, and then was killed directly. The silvery figure moved toward the jungle again. It's so easy to kill these people. The dark silver guard laughed. Shortly after he had just entered the jungle, he found a black-robed youth standing here. With his hand clasping his wrists behind his back, the black-robed youth watched him with interest. It seemed that the black-robed young man had been waiting for him. Who and what are you doing here? The dark silver guard felt surprised, but the black-robed youth in front of him had already started to attack him. The dark silver guard was outclassed by a formidable sword shadow filled with strong earth sword essence. The dark silver guard changed his countenance at once, and hastily brandished his purple soft sword to parry. Bang! The sword shadow hit the purple soft sword and twisted it due to the powerful force. The dark silver guard felt his palm numb, and a stinging pain. He flew out of the jungle and staggered back a few steps before standing firmly. Shwa! All of the people in the team with more than 10 members looked at him together. Damn it! The dark silver guard said and had a ghastly expression. The 7th. The other silvery figure showed up at the side of the dark silver guard, staring with alertness at the black-robed youth who was walking towards them slowly. Oh? There are 2 guys! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and felt delighted secretly. Jian Wushuang followed the team before. Perceiving the countenance of the people in the team, Jian Wushuang guessed that they might be under surveillance of the dark silver guard. So he didn't leave and hid in the jungle. As he expected, the dark silver guard appeared. But lucky for him, the team was waylaid by 2 instead of only 1 dark silver guard. 2 for 1? Who are you? The man with bird eyes, the leader of the team, shouted to them immediately when he saw Jian Wuxuang and 2 dark silver guards. All the other members took a deep breath and waited to see what would happen next. It's not a matter of who I am. You need to know that they're targeting to your team. And I am targeting them. Jian Wuxuang laughed and said, Those 2 guys staring at us? The man with bird eyes looked at the 2 dark silver guards and said, The devils? Are them? 2 warriors, who are in the profound gold core realm. Immediately, the whole team became restless. With a solemn expression, the 2 dark silver guards did not care about the man with bird eyes and his team, but they were afraid of Jian Wuxuang standing in front of them. Although Jian Wuxuang's cultivation of spiritual power was just at the level of spiritual C, no one dared to regard him as a common spiritual C realm warrior in terms of that movements he showed just now. Old 7th. We are exposed. It's not our strength to slaughter directly. We should leave now. Hurry up! The dark silver guard, who had never fought with Jian Wuxuang, said. Okay. The other dark silver guard nodded heavily. Both of them transformed into beams of flowing light and fled into the jungle at the side. Ha! Do you think you can escape? A cold voice emerged, and then Jian Wuxuang stabbed at the 2 dark silver guards with his triple kill sword. The sword shadow moved so quickly and was like a flash of lightning streaking through the void. A gust of wind roared. The wind stopped, and the swords fell to the ground at the same time. Everything returned to peace. The 2 dark silver guards' eyes widened in shock. They looked incredulously at their chests, which had been poked through. The 2 dead bodies dropped to the ground at the same time. Jian Wuxuang held the triple kill sword with blood dripping from the sword edge. I have already mastered the 5th move of the formless swordsmanship. Jian Wuxuang's lips curled into a small smile. The 5th move of the formless swordsmanship was faster and more ruthless than the 4th move, 100 variations. The sword was brandished. The wind stopped, and then the sword dropped. The 2 dark silver guards were already dead. They are also warriors in the level of profound gold core realm, but are far from the disciples of Dragon Palace. Jian Wuxuang looked down at the 2 corpses, shaking his head secretly. The disciples of Dragon Palace were the talents who comprehended the essence realm of heaven and earth to a high level. At the Dragon Palace, a disciple of Dragon Palace in the level of profound gold core realm was able to compete with the warriors in the level of exceptional gold core realm. However, Jian Wuxuang had beaten a disciple of Dragon Palace who was in the level of profound gold core realm. It was really easy for him to kill warriors at the level of gold core. Moreover, the formless swordsmanship he mastered was the ultimate sword skill which stressed speed. As long as Jian Wuxuang used the 5th move of the formless swordsmanship, the 2 dark silver guards had no chance to struggle, and would be killed immediately. After killing the 2 dark silver guards and picking up their purple soft swords and rings of heaven and earth, Jian Wuxuang was far too busy to care about the shocked expressions of those people around him. He turned around and wanted to leave. After he had walked several steps, he stopped suddenly. What? Jian Wuxuang said. With unprecedented shock in his eyes, he looked out into the distance. He still could see the vibrant jungle. But at this moment, there was a kind of strange feeling emerging in his heart. Meanwhile, a mysterious strength from the sword soul within his body gradually emerged. The sword soul. His sword soul was waking up. Although his sword soul was awakening, he didn't know what it was. He just knew that because of the awakening of sword soul, he could comprehend sword essence with an astounding speed. But now, it was his first mutation after the awakening of sword soul. Chapter 93. Chapter 93 Abyss. Jian Wuxuang had an odd feeling because he felt a sense of attraction. It seemed that something in front, not far away, was summoning and calling to him. To be exact, it was summoning and attracting his sword soul. What on earth is there? What is summoning me? Jian Wuxuang leaped to a branch of a big tree, looking forward. Hesitating for a while, Jian Wuxuang decided to investigate. Whoosh! Jian Wuxuang directly rushed forward. And he also found that as he was getting closer and closer, his sword's soul felt stronger and stronger. Likewise the attractive summoning power. In the meantime, Jian Wuxuang rushed toward the source of that power. Meanwhile in the mountain forest where Jian Wuxuang had killed 2 dark silver guards. Humph! Is it these 2 fuck guys that killed so many teammates? The bird-eyed man and other teammates approached the corpses of the 2 dark silver guards. They thought the one that had spied on them and killed several dozen teammates was a devil, a demon. But now looking carefully, they found that they were also ordinary mortals without 3 heads and 6 arms and only possessed cultivation of profound gold core realm. Pooh! 2 bastards! Useless! The rest of the team were all cursing. Some of them were spitting at the 2 dark silver guards. No one noticed that a coquettish shadow had already appeared in a nearby tree. It was a lady with a bleak face. She was quite beautiful in silver, tightly holding a purple soft sword whose hilt was carved with the number 1. Lao Lu Lao Chi? Standing in the tip of the tree, the severe-looking lady observed the corpses of the 2 dark silver guards at a glance, and a frozen killing intent flashed in her eyes immediately. Are they? The frosty lady took action at once. They were still cursing when a coquettish shadow moved suddenly. Ah! Ah! 2 miserable shrieks sounded in succession. The next moment, they felt panic. Devil? Devil again? Hadn't he been killed already? Shit! He hasn't. He is coming again. Amidst those frightened voices, the blurry silver shadow moved, again and again, killing people crazily. Just after a while, there were numerous corpses on the ground. Dozens of teammates were dead except the leader, the bird-eyed man. But his arms had already been chopped off, he had lost the ability to struggle. Good for nothings. You aren't likely to kill Lao Lu and Lao Chi. Tell me, who killed them? The bleak lady turned up in front of the bird-eyed man, interrogating. The bird-eyed man had been frightened into numbness, and immediately told everything he knew. Spiritual sea realm? Lao Lu and Lao Chi were killed just by a spiritual sea realm? The bleak lady's face clouded over. When she waved her hands, a sword directly pierced through the bird-eyed man's throat. And then she chased toward the direction where Jian Wuxuang left. Pursuing the sense of fate, Jian Wuxuang soon came to the convergence of 2 mountains. However, the convergence was cut off in the middle by a dark bottomless abyss. What is this? Jian Wuxuang stood nearby the abyss, looking upon the bottom of the dark abyss where the chilly wind blowing. Swoosh! A chilly wind blew on both sides of the mountain wall with a crackling sound. Meanwhile, some mountain stones were blown off. Horrible wind! Jian Wuxuang was astonished, and knew where this was. The abyss is well deserved as the most dangerous land among innumerable huge mountains. Jian Wuxuang looked grim-faced. Before leaving for innumerable huge mountains, he had gotten a map of it. There was information about the natural dangers on it, including the abyss. The abyss, located at the convergence of 2 great mountains, was bottomless. There was a strong chill wind blowing into the abyss. The force of this chill wind was so terrible that rocks would be cracked into pieces, not to speak of the human body. However, a human warrior could generate a shield of spiritual power to forcibly withstand these chill wind. However, the most terrifying aspect of the abyss was absolutely not the chill wind, but its mystery. Since the abyss had appeared, over a long period, a great many strong warriors, including some warriors of Yin-Yang Void Realm, had attempted to explore it. But they only could enter within a kilometer. Once exceeding that, no one could get out alive. So until now, nobody knew what existed at the bottom and what the secret was. Unknown. Mysterious. As such, the abyss was so frightening and universally acknowledged to be the most dangerous land among innumerable huge mountains. Is it the abyss that attracted me all this time? There was a hint of shock in Jian Wuxuang's eyes. The abyss was well known, mysterious, and terrible. What on earth was attracting him over there? Is it the ancestors' land that Anne had told me before? Jian Wushuang remembered it spontaneously. Ancestors' land? Jian Wushuang also did not know what it was. Ji Wuyue had told him to carefully keep the triple kill sword, the only token to enter the ancestors' land. In his view, it seemed that in the abyss, the only thing deeply attracting him was the ancestors' land. Of course, Jian Wushuang was uncertain whether it was the ancestors' land below the abyss. Even if confirmed, he dared not go down now. Seriously, it was the abyss. Among other things, he was unable to withstand the chill wind with his present strength. It was no different from going to hell if he entered the abyss impulsively. I should explore it after my strength is increased, murmured Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang felt very curious to find that there seemed to be a relation between the abyss and the ancestors' land. But what made him happy was the changes in his body. Sword Soul, are you completely awake? Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Just on the way, his power of Sword Soul hidden in the body was continually improving, becoming stronger and stronger. Until now, the power of Sword Soul had reached a completely new level. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang also found that there was something new in his brain. Chapter 94. Chapter 94, Crisis. In the vast sea of consciousness, a streak of sword-shaped phantom floated there silently, looking transparent and dreamlike, just like glass, but brighter than ever. The moment that Jian Wushuang recognized this streak, he knew that it was the Sword Soul. Previously, the Sword Soul just began to awaken and had not taken form yet. However, now the Sword Soul had awoken thoroughly and formed a solid sword-shaped phantom. I'm wondering what would happen after my Sword Soul evolved into the sword-shaped phantom? Jian Wushuang was curious. But now the sword-shaped phantom just silently floated in the sea of consciousness, so he could not find out anything. Maybe it would be helpful to my sense of sword essence? Jian Wushuang murmured with a smile. But at that moment... What? Jian Wushuang sensed a sudden feeling of fear, and he turned his head in a rush only to see an alluring silver figure dashing toward him with a purple soft sword. The chilling light reflected by the sword edge surprised Jian Wushuang, and the cold and murderous look in her eyes frightened him. So fast! Much faster and more terrifying than the 4 dark silver guards that I fought before! Jian Wushuang wanted to retreat, but obviously, the sword edge flickering with purple light had already approached him. Jian Wushuang had no time to take out his sword and parry, but he tried his best to force his body to one side. This move had allowed him to avoid hurting vital parts of his body. Shua! The cold sword edge crossed Jian Wushuang's shoulder, tearing his clothes up as blood spattered. A 2-centimeter blood stain emerged from his chest to his shoulder. Seeing this blood stain, even as tough as Jian Wushuang was, he could not stop a chill from going up his spine. Just at that moment, he would have been a dead person if he had reacted even a little bit slower. He could avoid hurting his vital parts? That cold-faced woman looked surprised when Jian Wushuang survived her attack, and then she retreated rapidly. Trying to escape now? Too late! Jian Wushuang shouted, and then he withstood the sharp pain from his shoulder, dashing out with the triple kill sword. A gust of wind roared. This sword movement. Having a look of fear, the cold-faced woman thrust out her purple soft sword. Clang! The 5th movement of the formless swordsmanship, which Jian Wushuang had used, was blocked by the cold-faced woman. She then fled into the woods behind Jian Wushuang. Ha! Do you think you can escape? Jian Wushuang said with a snort, and lifted the triple kill sword up high. His tremendous earth sword essence condensed gradually, forming a huge, 3-meter-long and half-meter-wide sword-shaped phantom. Formless sword wave, the 8th move. The majestic phantom quaked a little and directly slashed toward the woods, where the cold-faced woman was hiding. The huge sword-shaped phantom showed its power. The power struck heaven and earth. Immediately, a large number of trees collapsed, some were even pulled up from their roots. The cold-faced woman was exposed to Jian Wushuang at once. Found you, Jian Wushuang said with a fleeting murderous gaze. What the? The cold-faced woman was deeply shocked by the big patch of rupturing woods. And at that moment, a gust of wind blew over that almost burst her head. Right away, she was buried in the wind. And then, the wind dropped, and the swords fell on the ground. The surroundings totally calmed down. Jian Wushwang walked slowly toward the dead body of the cold-faced woman, with his hands covering the bleeding wound on his shoulder. The dead woman's wide-open eyes were filled with shock. A woman? Jian Wushwang looked down at the dead body. Although it was a woman, Jian Wushwang did not dare to underestimate her at all. It was this cold-faced woman that had nearly killed him. Leaning over to take her purple soft sword, Jian Wushwang stared at the number on the sword hilt. Just as I thought. Jian Wushwang understood what happened when he saw the number 1 carved on the sword hilt. She was the leader of the Dark Silver Guard. Jian Wushwang was not surprised. The cold-faced woman was far superior to the Dark Silver Guards that he had met before. Just the time that she chose to attack, the speed that she burst in an instant, the determination that she had to kill, and the sword that she thrust out almost got him into big trouble. Only the leader of the Dark Silver Guard could possess such powerful assassination skills. Regarding the points reward of the Stage 2 missions distributed by the Dragon Palace, to kill an ordinary Dark Silver Guard could only earn you 1,000 points. To kill a leader of a Dark Silver Guard, however, was 3,000 points. Such a big difference between the points made it reasonable for such a great difference in their strengths. With this purple soft sword of the leader of Dark Silver Guard, I have finished my mission for Stage 2. Jian Wushwang sighed slightly and looked over his shoulder unconsciously. The nearly 2-centimeter wound from his chest to his shoulder was still bleeding. The blood had reddened his clothes. I need to first find a place to bind up the wound and recover a little. Jian Wushwang left there immediately. After half a day, near a stream in the innumerable huge mountains. The sword lights were brandished one after another. After binding up the wound, Jian Wushwang had started to practice his swordsmanship. The wound on his shoulder was indeed very severe, but the elixirs from the secret pavilion of the Dragon Palace were magical. After taking the elixirs for only half a day, the pain from the wound was alleviated, and he was getting better. He would recover in no more than 2 days. Flashes of sword shadows fleeted incessantly with straight stabbing or chopping, and every single sword rumbled with a slight heat. With Jian Wushwang practicing his swordsmanship faster and faster, the heat hidden in his swordsmanship became violent and fierce. Hua! Shouting out loud, Jian Wushwang brandished the triple-kill sword and chopped into a giant tree beside him. Bang! The giant tree, tens of meters high, burst from the middle. Watching this, a trace of a smile appeared on Jian Wushwang's face. Sword essence of raging fire. So this is the sword essence of raging fire. After comprehending the sword essence of gale, and the earth sword essence, Jian Wushwang had comprehended a third sword essence. Sword essence of raging fire. Sure enough, now that my sword soul has awakened totally, it is much easier for me to comprehend sword essence, Jian Wushwang said with a slight smile. Before the awakening, he had tried to comprehend the sword essence of raging fire many times, but always failed in the end. But now, he could comprehend the sword essence of raging fire with ease. There was only one reason that the sword-shaped phantom was formed in his sea of consciousness. After that, it was much easier and simpler to comprehend the sword essence. Chapter 95. Chapter 95, Stage 3 Task. Such a pity! Though I comprehend some sword essence of raging fire, I don't have the appropriate sword skill to display it now. There is nothing to do but exchange the appropriate sword skill of sword essence of raging fire after going back to the Dragon Palace. Jian Wushwang smiled and then leaped to the top of a big tree. Leaning against the tree trunk, Jian Wushwang took out the last task scroll. I've completed the Stage 1 and 2 tasks. What is the Stage 3 task? Jian Wushwang wondered with a slight expectation. He was assigned 3 tasks by the Dragon Palace this time. The first one was easy to complete. But the second one was much tougher, which almost killed him. And the third one? Jian Wuxuang opened the scroll. After taking a glance at it, he unexpectedly stared with rounded eyes. On the scroll read some words. Stage 3 Task: Kill 10 spirit beasts of the exceptional gold core realm. Task Location: The innumerable huge mountains. Task Description: Lots of spirit beasts live in the innumerable huge mountains, and countless of them have reached the primordial gold core. Though being in the level of spiritual sea, you defeated a disciple of the Dragon Palace who was a warrior in the profound gold core realm in a face-to-face battle. You are fully capable of killing spirit beasts in the exceptional gold core realm. Task Points: Whether these 10 spirit beasts of the fulfillment of the golden pill realm are strong or not, each one is worth 1,000 points. Bringing their bodies back to the Dragon Palace will serve as proof. Shit! Even Jian Wuxuang could not help cursing while reading the Stage 3 task. To kill spirit beasts? Spirit beasts in the exceptional gold core realm? A full 10 of them? Are they kidding? Those elders in the Dragon Palace must want me to go to hell, Jian Wuxuang said to himself. In the task description, it referred to a disciple of the Dragon Palace who was a warrior in the profound gold core realm that was defeated by him face to face. Indeed, he did that. But how did he do it? It was not until Jian Wuxuang made his opponent use up his spiritual power that he won the battle. However, he was completely suppressed when competing with Nangong Jia. Jian Wuxuang clearly knew his strength. It was not a big deal for him to kill a common warrior in the profound gold core realm. But what about competing with the one in the exceptional gold core realm? He barely could compete with a common warrior in the exceptional gold core realm. He surmised that, in the end, he would be suppressed. And to kill spirit beasts in the exceptional gold core realm? Firstly, it was much more difficult to kill spirit beasts than humans because of their different physical conditions. Secondly, spirit beasts in the gold core had intelligence. If they found that they could not beat Jian Wuxuang, they would flee rather than foolishly continue to fight with him, or even continuously consume their spiritual power. More importantly, Jian Wuxuang was not as strong as the spirit beasts in the exceptional gold core realm. Cruel! They are so cruel! Jian Wuxuang cursed while gnashing his teeth. But the good news was that the task time was unlimited. Therefore, he could make good preparations before killing those spirit beasts. 3 days later, Jian Wuxuang targeted an armored tiger in the exceptional gold core realm. The armored tiger was strong in defense capabilities but not so good in speed. Compared with others, it was relatively weak. At the very beginning, Jian Wuxuang naturally chose a weaker one to fight with that was not a threat to him. Jian Wuxuang quickly started to attack. Selecting the right time, he made a sneak attack. However, he did not get any advantage because the armored tiger reacted in time. Then, Jian Wuxuang made good use of his swordsmanship and sword essence and started to fight with the shellback tiger. In this battle, the man and beast were neck and neck. However, the armored tiger chose to directly leave when it found that it could not beat Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang could do nothing but let it go. Fighting with the armored tiger, he could not prevail at all, let alone did he kill it. Well, take it easy. He sighed and then spontaneously overlooked the endless mountains and woods far away. He knew that he might have to stay in the innumerable huge mountains for a long time. Things happened just as he had expected. There were lots of spirit beasts in the innumerable huge mountains. Spirit beasts in the gold core were countless, and spirit beasts in the exceptional gold core realm were also easy to find. Jian Wuxuang wandered alone in the innumerable huge mountains and fought with spirit beasts in the exceptional gold core realm one after another. Jian Wuxuang felt great pressure when fighting with any spirit beast in the exceptional gold core realm. He tried his best in each battle. Such crazy slaughtering vastly improved his strength. Especially after his sword soul had completely awoken, he distinctly comprehended sword essence much faster than before. Even so, it was 2 months later that Jian Wuxuang succeeded in killing the first spirit beast in the exceptional gold core realm with great effort. As time went by, the hot summer had soon gone, and so had the autumn. Instantly, the cold winter arrived. Jian Wushuang had wandered alone in the innumerable huge mountains for half a year. At the edge of the innumerable huge mountains, visible to the naked eye, a man who wore an animal skin and carried a long sword slowly walked out of the mountains. Judging by his appearance, he was a young man, but he had a calm and resolute face, and his exposed skin was bronzed. Even in the cold winter, this young man wearing thin animal skin did not feel cold at all. Innumerable huge mountains, I have finally gotten out. Jian Wushuang turned and glanced at the endless mountains and forests behind him. He smiled slightly with his mouth turned up. Staying in the innumerable huge mountains for more than half a year, he had suffered a lot and met with danger several times that almost killed him. If he took off his animal skin, many scars on his body would clearly be seen. Most of them were inflicted by the claws of spirit beasts, and some of them were by humans. Among them, a 20-centimeter scar that extended from his breast to his shoulder was the most evident. He had also improved himself so much over these 6 months. And of course, he had completed the Stage 3 task. There were a full 10 spirit beasts in the exceptional gold core realm, and their cores lying in his ring of heaven and earth. Walking along the official road, Jian Wushuang did not spend much time before returning to Moon Heart City. The Golden Dragon subsidiary palace of Moon Heart City was still bustling and boisterous. Jian Wushuang, in the animal skin, entered the Golden Dragon subsidiary palace and walked directly to the counter. A black-haired elder, who stood in front of the counter, had met Jian Wushuang half a year ago and knew his status. Therefore, when seeing Jian Wushuang again, he made a respectful face. "Your Excellency," the black-haired elder said in a low voice. No one else around them could hear it except for Jian Wushuang. "I came here to tell you about the task." Jian Wushuang took out a blue-eyed beast with golden horns, handed it over to the elder, and said, "The task was assigned half a year ago. Please wait a moment, Your Excellency." Immediately, the black-clothed elder carefully looked at the task list and quickly found the task that Jian Wushuang had accepted to catch the two-clawed golden dragon guard. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. The target appears. "Your Excellency, please give me your golden dragon ring," the elder with gray hair said. Jian Wushuang handed him the ring without hesitation. Soon the elder returned it to Jian Wushuang and said, "Your Excellency, the task has been confirmed. From now on, you are a two-clawed golden dragon guard of Golden Dragon Palace." Looking at the golden dragon ring, Jian Wushuang found that there were 2 claw marks which were the sign of a two-clawed golden dragon guard. "Arrange a griffin for me, please. I'm going back to Dragon Palace," Jian Wushuang then asked. "Okay. I will do it right now," the elder with gray hair said and nodded. At the very moment, a gentle middle-aged man in a white coat walked into the Golden Dragon subsidiary palace. Suddenly the Golden Dragon subsidiary palace fell silent. All those present looked at that man. "Yin-Yang Void Realm! Is he a Golden Dragon ambassador?" "No, he isn't. He is the governor of Blizzard City, His Excellency Lin Yun." "Yes. He is. It is said that His Excellency Lin Yun is a very kind and respectable good elder." People in Golden Dragon subsidiary palace were all in shock. It was very rare to meet such a super master of Yin-Yang Void Realm. Jian Wushuang also looked over at that man. With a mild face, the gentle middle-aged looked elegant and cultivated, decent and smart. Besides, his eyes were very kind and warm. Generally speaking, a super master who was in Yin-Yang Void Realm had an amazing deterrent power. But the gentle middle-aged man was very kind and friendly, which made it hard for people to fear him. "Mr. He." The gentle middle-aged man walked to the counter softly said. "Your Excellency Lin Yun." The elder showed great respect. "I'd like to assign a task. Please give me that task scroll," Lin Yun said very politely. "Okay. Wait for a moment, please." The black-robed elder instantly went to take the scroll. Lin Yun waited in front of the counter with a slight smile. After looking around, he saw Jian Wushuang, who was also waiting in front of the counter. Lin Yun suddenly felt stunned, but he did not express it. Little brother, may I know your name? Lin Yun seemed to ask casually. Feeling startled, Jian Wuxuang didn't expect that an elder of Yin Yang Void Realm would talk to him, and instantly answered. I'm Swordsman. Swordsman? Lin Yun showed a quirky expression without saying more. Your Excellency Lin Yun, this is the scroll. The black-robed elder handed it over to Lin Yun and then looked at Jian Wuxuang. Your Excellency Swordsman, your griffin is ready. You can go outside the city. Good. Jian Wuxuang nodded and then left Golden Dragon's subsidiary palace. After Jian Wuxuang left, Lin Yun instantly asked, Mr. He, what is that young man's status? He is just a warrior of spiritual sea realm. Why do you call him Your Excellency? Your Excellency Lin Yun. That young man is great, the black-robed elder said with great admiration. Great? Could he come from Dragon Palace? Lin Yun asked again. The black-robed elder slightly smiled but didn't reply. But Lin Yun had got the answer from his smile. It is him. Lin Yun laughed brightly, and then quickly put down his pen, turning and leaving. Your Excellency Lin Yun, you haven't assigned your task? The black-robed elder promptly asked him. I'll come back later. Briefly replying, Lin Yun departed Golden Dragon's subsidiary palace. Outside the Moonheart City, a golden-armored sergeant riding a griffin was waiting there. After arrival, Jian Wuxuang directly sat on the griffin and then left for Dragon Palace. As soon as Jian Wuxuang left, Lin Yun suddenly appeared there. A griffin? Griffins flew so fast that Lin Yun couldn't catch up with it even though he was a powerhouse of Yin Yang Void Realm. Staring at the direction where Jian Wuxuang disappeared, Lin Yun lost his mild smile and turned cold. Turning his hand, he had a portrait. The young man in the portrait was quite similar to Jian Wuxuang in appearance. It's him. Absolutely. It can't be a mistake. Scarlet must kill command. Jian Wuxuang looked at the portrait. Lin Yun had an unprecedented killing intent in his eyes. No wonder they searched the whole Tianyan province but could not find Jian Wuxuang. Because he had left Tianyan province and gone to Dragon Palace, being a disciple of Dragon Palace. Lin Yun clenched his fists. People only knew that Lin Yun was the governor of Blizzard City, who was a very gentle and respectable man with a good reputation. However, he also concealed another identity, a purple mask killer of Blood Feather Tower. I finally found him. I have to report it right away. Lin Yun immediately went back to report the news. The news shocked the whole Blood Feather Tower for a moment. Blood Feather Tower paid more attention to Jian Wuxuang than to anyone, as he was the target of a Scarlet Kill command. In a dim study, an old man in gray stood there with his hands behind his back. And two black-robed men in purple masks stood behind him. Killers with purple masks, the best killers in Blood Feather Tower. In general, killers with purple masks were selected from super experts of Yin Yang Void Realm. However, the two killers with purple masks now were standing respectfully behind the old man in gray. It could be presumed that the old man held an important status in Blood Feather Tower. It is confirmed that the target of Scarlet Kill Command is using the pseudonym of Swordsman. He has been in Dragon Palace for more than 9 months and showed his great talent. After 3 months, he has defeated a disciple of Profound Gold Core Realm and was able to pass through the 6th level of Dragon Gate. A killer with purple mask said respectfully. The old man in gray slightly narrowed his eyes, murmuring, There are countless experts in Dragon Palace, the holy cultivation sanctuary. Even if all the purple mask killers of Blood Feather Tower attacked Dragon Palace at once, they would not be able to kill Jian Wuxuang. Therefore, we cannot kill him until he leaves Dragon Palace again. Give out my order. Closely follow Jian Wuxuang's every move from today. Report his behavior and experiences in Dragon Palace every 7 days. If there is a chance, the secret killer hidden in Dragon Palace should take action. His Excellency, Dragon Palace is very hard to infiltrate. We paid a great cost to plant the secret killer in it. Should we sacrifice him? A killer with purple mask instantly asked. What do you know? The old man in gray glanced at the killer with purple mask, snorting and saying, As long as we can kill him, We will sacrifice the secret killer. If necessary, both of you could be sacrificed. Both two killers with purple masks were shocked by what he said. At the same time, they eventually knew what a Scarlet Kill command was. Chapter 97. Chapter 97, Exchange. Back at Dragon Palace, Jian Wuxuang submitted his tasks. At Stage 1, 2,000 points were awarded. In Stage 2 of the task, Jian Wuxuang received 4,000 points for killing 4 ordinary Dark Silver Guards and 3,000 points for killing the leader of the Dark Silver Guard. In Stage 3 of the task, there were 10 spirit beasts at the level of exceptional Gold Core Realm. Each one was worth 1,000 points, and so the total points were 10,000. Therefore Jian Wuxuang received a total of 19,000 points after adding up all 3 stages. Coupled with the 12,000 points won from the duel with Nangong Jia before, together with his own points, Jian Wuxuang had an abundance of points now. After getting the points, he went to the Secret Pavilion immediately. In Secret Pavilion, firstly he needed to select a sword skill suitable for Sword Essence of Raging Fire. After picking and choosing, Jian Wuxuang selected the Sword Skill of Blood and Fire. Sword Skill of Blood and Fire was further divided into 2 volumes, and its exchange price was 6,000 points. It was even more expensive than the Formless Sword Wave that he had exchanged for previously. Subsequently, he received 3 notebooks again. These notebooks were left by 3 strong men who were at the top level of Yinyang Void Realm. The 3 notes had very detailed explanations for Sword Essence of Gale, Sword Essence of Earth, and Sword Essence of Raging Fire, and helped Jian Wuxuang a lot. Each one of these 3 notebooks was as valuable as the sword skill, and Jian Wuxuang spent 6,000 points to exchange for these 3 notebooks. After that, Jian Wuxuang began to exchange for some elixirs. 5,000 points for 1 bottleneck breaking elixir. He exchanged for 3 bottleneck breaking elixirs at a time, spending 15,000 points. 5,000 points for 1 golden sun pill which he redeemed. Adding this up, it cost him another 20,000 points. I thought my points were quite a lot, but now there isn't much left. Jian Wuxuang sighed and sighed. After all these things had been exchanged, he had only 3,000 points. But all these things were extremely useful. Especially the sword skill of Blood and Fire, and those 3 notebooks. Both the bottleneck breaking elixir and the golden sun pill were used to prepare for his breakthrough. After he swallowed first-class heavenly spirit pill for half a year when he was in the innumerable huge mountains, and coupled with his speed at cultivating due to the heavenly creation skill, his spiritual sea had expanded to the extreme and was at the peak of ultimate spirit sea after half a year, with boundless spiritual power. After this step was achieved, the next was to break through to Gold Core by any means. Bottleneck breaking elixir, just as its name implied, was to break the barrier. After swallowing 1 bottleneck breaking elixir, people could quickly touch that barrier, thus they had a chance to achieve a breakthrough. As for golden sun pill, it was used when making a breakthrough. After all, there were risks when making a breakthrough, because sometimes the barrier still could not be broken through even if they touched it. However, the golden sun pill could minimize this risk. These 2 kinds of elixirs, with astonishing high value, were extremely rare in the outside world. Even in the secret pavilion, 5,000 points was needed for only 1. At a lofty palace of the Dragon Palace. My lord, Swordsman is coming back, a purple-robed servant of Dragon Palace said. Oh? With brow lifted, Palace Master White said, has he finished his experience tasks? Yes. Purple-robed servant nodded. His experience tasks were arranged and carefully selected by me in person. I thought he needed at least 1 year to finish all these tasks, while it only took him half a year to finish them. Well done, Palace Master White said with a smile. She thought highly of Jian Wuxuang. It was because of her high opinion that the arranged experience tasks were more challenging, since these tasks for Jian Wuxuang were arranged and selected by her in person. He received sufficient points this time and should go to the secret pavilion to exchange for treasures. What did he exchange? The palace master White asked again. This is the list of the treasures he exchanged for. A purple-robed servant immediately handed over a list. 3 bottleneck-breaking elixirs and a golden sun pill? Palace Master White nodded slightly. It seems that he is ready to remove the barrier of reaching primordial gold core. 3 sword essence notebooks left by the strong? Palace Master White smiled, with the normal expression. When she saw the last thing on the list, she frowned. Sword skill of blood and fire? People start to study that when they have comprehended sword essence of raging fire, so why did Swordsman exchange for it? Palace Master White knew that Jian Wuxuang had comprehended both sword essence of the gale and the earth, but he had never comprehended sword essence of raging fire. Comprehending various sword essence at the same time can indeed result in stronger combat power, but everyone has limited energy, and becoming distracted will limit his achievements in the future. I hope this little guy is aware of this. Maybe he exchanged sword skill of blood and fire for someone else? Palace Master White secretly thought. Treasures in the secret pavilion of Dragon Palace could be exchanged by the disciples of Dragon Palace as long as they had enough points. As for the usage after exchanging, it depended on the disciple, as he could give this sword skill to others after he had exchanged for it. At this moment, Palace Master White also hoped that Jian Wuxuang had exchanged sword skill of blood and fire for someone else. If he exchanged sword skill of blood and fire for himself, he would be too stupid. In the manner, Jian Wuxuang had been taken away by Wang Yuan for a drink as soon as he came back. The third took a full 6 months to complete this time. Wang Yuan sighed. Tell me what were your tasks for Stage 2 and Stage 3, and why did it take you so long to finish them? Without any hesitation, Jian Wuxuang directly told him his tasks and the process briefly. 10 spirit beasts of exceptional gold core realm? Wang Yu's eyes widened in shock. 10? Su Rou could not help gasping in astonishment. Have you finished? Wang Yuan asked again. Of course, how could I come back without finishing the tasks? Jian Wuxuang laughed. Shit, you are too strong. Wang Yuan smiled and said. You are just at the level of spiritual sea realm, even without a breakthrough of gold core, and you could kill 10 spirit beasts of exceptional gold core realm. You are formidable. Just had good luck. Jian Wuxuang smiled. Only he himself knew how hard and arduous it was in the past 6 months to complete the task of killing 10 spirit beasts at the level of exceptional gold core realm. And where is the second? Jian Wuxuang asked. When he came back, he saw Wang Yuan and Su Rou, without Yang Zixuan. The second's experience tasks were easier than yours, and he is also so powerful, so it took him only a month to finish all the tasks of 3 stages. However, he received a new experience task after he just returned Dragon Palace, and he hasn't come back yet, Wang Yuan said. Another experience task? Jian Wuxuang sighed. The second was stimulated by the Earth Dragon list, and thus he is cultivating much more than anyone else, Wang said. Earthly Dragon list? Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes. He also longed for a placing on the Earth Dragon list very much, but his strength was still far from it. The second works very hard, so I also should work harder. Jian Wuxuang smiled. Chapter 98. Chapter 98, Excoriation. It was night, within the empty ground of a manor. Zoom! 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 Streaks of scorching sword shadow were chopped out fiercely one after another, and the high temperatures seemed to burn the air. Soon after, Jian Wuxuang sheathed his sword and stood still. As a 6,000-point valued sword skill of blood and fire is way better than formless sword wave in the term of power, and its moves are more exquisite. I can only execute the 5th move with my current ability. I have to study for a period of time before executing the 6th move, Jian Wuxuang said to himself. However, it would definitely shock many if they knew that Jian Wuxuang could execute the 5th move of sword skill of blood and fire. If a man could execute the 5th move of sword skill of blood and fire, it meant that he could pass the 7th level of Dragon Gate without difficulty. Everyone in the Dragon Palace knew that Jian Wushuang was most versed in the sword essences of both the gale and the earth. In addition, the sword skill of blood and fire was just exchanged from Secret Pavilion that day. Early morning the next day, Jian Wushuang entered the Hall of Fire, which was one of the 4 halls of earth, fire, water, and wind. Today, a palace master would give a lesson in the fire temple. Although Jian Wushuang had comprehended the sword essence of raging fire for half a year, he comprehended it by himself. Therefore, in the Dragon Palace, he would listen carefully to the palace master. Casually sitting in the corner of the fire temple, Jian Wushuang relaxed with closed eyes and awaited the palace master. The surrounding disciples of Dragon Palace looked at him from time to time with a weird gaze. "He's Swordsman. Why does he come here?" People in the fire temple comprehended the fierce fire realm, but Jian Wushuang has comprehended the sword essence of gale and earth. Does he want to comprehend the fierce fire realm? A man can comprehend 3 realms at the same time. Are you kidding me? Swordsman is too ambitious. The more ambitious he is, the more foolish he is. Trying 3 realms at the same time. Who is he? You are right. It's exceedingly hard to comprehend 2 realms at the same time. Even a peerless genius would suffer from fatigue if he comprehended 3 realms. Those disciples of Dragon Palace chatted with each other casually. Their voices were not loud, but not quiet either. They did not care whether Jian Wushuang heard it or not. Whatever they said, Jian Wushuang didn't pay attention to them. He was still relaxing with closed eyes. Soon after, the palace master of the fire temple arrived. He looked at Jian Wushuang with amazement, and then sat and gave a lesson with his legs crossed. After an hour, this palace master of the fire temple waved goodbye and the listeners started to leave. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and a smile emerged. Since half a year ago, I have poured through the sword principle of fierce fire alone. I was confused about many things. However, the confusion has been cleared up after the palace master's lesson. Jian Wushuang was satisfied with this lesson. He had benefited a lot from it, and was enlightened in many aspects. After that, Jian Wushuang left. In the palaces of the Dragon Palace, white-robed Palace Master White was walking slowly. Palace Master White. A figure appeared suddenly in front of Palace Master White. Temple Master Yao. Palace Master White smiled. Did you finish your class? It is finished. Their comprehension depends on themselves. Temple Master Yao gave a slight smile and said, I came here for a reason. I saw the little disciple Swordsman in the class when I was imparting knowledge. Temple Master Yao said directly. What? Palace Master White was shocked and said, Did Swordsman go to your class? Yeah. Temple Master Yao nodded and said, The brat is noteworthy in the Dragon Palace. His potential absolutely could rank in the top 5 amongst all disciples of the Dragon Palace. That's why I informed you about him. I see. A serious expression emerged on Palace Master White's face. The next thing depends on you. You should exhort him not to waste much time comprehending the fierce fire realm. I'll leave, Temple Master Yao said and then left. Palace Master White stood there with a saturnine and gloomy expression. I didn't expect that Swordsman would try to comprehend the sword essence of raging fire. Doing 3 things at the same time. Comprehending 3 sword essences at the same time? What is he thinking? Palace Master White gave a cold humph, and then directly went to the manor where Jian Wushuang lived. In the manor, Jian Wushuang was practicing his sword skill diligently. Swordsman. Palace Master White appeared. Palace Master White. Jian Wushuang put away his sword and paid his respects. I have heard that you have exchanged for the sword skill of blood and fire in the secret pavilion yesterday and attended the class of Temple Master Yao. Do you want to comprehend the sword essence of raging fire? The expression of Palace Master White grew cold. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Stupid! Idiot! Palace Master White was mad. The martial arts way is fraught with troubles. You are a young talent and have deep comprehension of the sword essences of gale and earth. It's highly possible for you to combine the Gale realm with Earth realm in the future. You will be amongst the top ranks if you are in the Yin-Yang Void realm. It's also likely for your strength to equal or even outclass the palace masters of the four halls of earth, fire, water, and wind. You are promising, and our dragon palace also possesses the hope to cultivate one more top powerhouse. I have far higher expectations from you. But now you are so overconfident that you want to comprehend the sword essence of raging fire? The cold gaze hardened in Palace Master White's eyes. Do you know that nobody has endless energy? Doing 2 things at the same time is the limit. Doing 3 things at the same time is ridiculous. I know that you think your strength will grow if you comprehend 3 sword essences at the same time. However, you will bear a greater burden. In history, some geniuses of the Dragon Palace had a higher comprehension than you. However, they could only comprehend 2 realms at the same time. Yes, there have been geniuses who comprehended 3 realms at the same time, but do you know their results? Take Ling Wuxiao, a genius about 10 years ago in the Dragon Palace, as an example. He was a matchless genius. He comprehended 3 realms at the same time and combined them perfectly. When he was in the initial Gold Core realm, he could kill a powerhouse who was in the exceptional Gold Core realm. He was way better than you. However, his speed of comprehending the sword essence became slower and slower. His cultivation was even stalled in a small bottleneck for many years. And his speed of improvement was also lower and lower. Finally, he was overtaken by other geniuses. Hearing that, Jian Wushuang felt overwhelmed. He didn't realize that he would be excoriated as soon as Palace Master White met him. Swordsman, you should recognize that the road of cultivation will not be reset if you go awry. Do you understand what I said? Palace Master White looked at Jian Wushuang. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded. Jian Wushuang was acquainted with what Palace Master White said. Okay. I have great faith in you. I believe that your future achievement will be greater than those of Bai Cheng and Su Lai. Therefore, you can't let me down. Palace Master White became calm. Okay. I have said what I should say. How you walk depends on you. Go ahead. After saying that, Palace Master White left. Chapter 99. Chapter 99, Bold Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stood with a solemn expression. Palace Master White is right. To learn 3 kinds of sword essence at the same time is to do 3 things simultaneously. It is too difficult. But that is only for ordinary geniuses, not for me. Jian Wushuang didn't think he was superior and better than other geniuses. However, his circumstances were quite different. I practice the heavenly creation skill. It is a defiant form of cultivation. It is different from others. I have also awakened my sword soul and have completely mastered it, while others have not. Jian Wushuang clearly knew what road he should take. The burden was really too heavy for others to master 3 kinds of sword essence at the same time. But it was easy for Jian Wushuang to do it for his sword soul which had awakened. After staying in the innumerable huge mountains for half a year, he learned 3 kinds of sword essence at the same time, which was equal to doing 3 things simultaneously. But he still comprehended them at an amazingly fast speed, way beyond anyone's imagination. There were only 3 kinds of sword essence, which was definitely not his limit. If there was a chance, he was even eager to study the 4th sword essence of dripping water. After I have completely awakened sword soul, the speed at which I study the sword essence is much faster than others. With such a powerful sword soul, if I only concentrated on studying sword essence of the gale and the earth, I would be wasting all my talent. Jian Wushuang's eyes were resolute. He agreed with Palace Master White's opinion, but he would not follow that advice blindly. After all, he decided on what path he would take. 2 days later, the Temple Master Yao in the Fire Temple gave another lecture, and Jian Wushuang went there to listen once more. When Jian Wushuang appeared again, Temple Master Yao showed a little weird expression. In the lecture, Temple Master Yao directly said, "On the road of martial arts, do not get distracted. It is necessary to remember to devote yourself to studying one road until the end. Then the ultimate result you will achieve will be much better than those who are distracted. Temple Master Yao casually said it, but many disciples of Dragon Palace who listened to the lecture knew that he was talking about Jian Wushuang. So did Jian Wushuang. But he just shrugged with resignation. After Temple Master Yao finished his lecture, many disciples of Dragon Palace went out of the temple one after another. After leaving, Jian Wushuang indistinctly heard people discussing. Who did you think the words of Temple Master Yao referred to in today's lecture? Undoubtedly, he referred to Swordsman. Well, I guess so. He is particularly gifted at sword essence of the gale and the earth. However, he is insatiable, even expecting to master the sword essence of raging fire? He is so courageous that he could learn 3 kinds of sword essence at the same time. It has been so hard for me to obtain one kind of essence. It is said that Palace Master White had warned him in person not to do too many things at one time. However, it is obvious that he is not following her advice. He is too arrogant to follow the advice of Palace Master White. In a manner of Dragon Palace, Nagong Jia as well as other 2 disciples of Dragon Palace gathered together and talked about Jian Wushuang. That swordsman is so bold and naive that he doesn't even listen to Palace Master White. He insists on studying sword essence of raging fire. He will soon come to an unfortunate end. Learning 3 kinds of sword essence at the same time. Who does he think he is? What an idiot! I am treating him as my opponent but never expected that he is such an idiot. Nagong Jia crazily and madly laughed. He was very jealous of Jian Wushuang and bitterly hated Jian Wushuang. The reason for jealousy was that Jian Wushuang had made such great progress after he joined Dragon Palace for only 3 months. He hated that Jian Wushuang had defeated him in front of so many people that he lost all his face, and his 12,000 points were gone. Now, Nagong Jia was very pleased to know that Jian Wushuang was so arrogant as to study sword essence of raging fire. However, Palace Master White, who warned Jian Wushuang, was furious after hearing that Jian Wushuang did not follow her advice and continued to study the sword essence of raging fire. Bastard! Arrogance! Ignorance! This guy, does he really think he is so great? Palace Master White was so disappointed about this. There were lots of disciples of Dragon Palace, even many outstanding and talented people, such as Bai Qing and Su Lai, who were senior people, and even Yang Zixuan, who passed the 8th level of Dragon Gate as soon as he came into Dragon Palace. However, she thought most highly of Jian Wushuang as he progressed so quickly, and she hoped that he would obtain huge achievements in the future. But now, Jian Wushuang was not satisfied with sword essence of the gale and the earth. He insisted on studying sword essence of raging fire. How could she not be sad or angry? Let it go! Palace Master White suddenly calmed down and said, He chooses his own way. Others can't force him to change. Since he wants to take the extreme way, just leave him alone. It's a shame given his talent. Alas. Palace Master White slightly sighed and quickly stopped thinking about it. After that, she put Jian Wushuang to a lower level in her heart. In the manner, Lao San, I hear a lot of disciples of Dragon Palace talking about you, and they say you are at the fork of your cultivation. What's exactly going on? Wan Yuan asked with frowning. I also heard about it, Suro said. There is nothing special. Jian Wushuang immediately told them briefly. Lao San, Palace Master White had warned you in person not to study the sword essence of raging fire. Should you not follow her advice? Wan Yuan asked, feeling surprised. Although what Palace Master White said made sense, I'm the one that knows myself best and exactly what to do next, Jian Wushuang replied. Really? Wan Yuan stopped frowning and immediately laughed. Lao San, I trust you. Since you think this choice is right, it is certainly right. As for others, nobody cares what they are thinking. Even Palace Master White may be wrong. Obviously, Wan Yuan disagreed with what Palace Master White said. I agree with you. You should go your own way. What other people say is just a reference, Suro said. Jian Wushuang felt touched, and warmed to the bottom of his heart, affectionately looking at Wang Yuan and Suro. Well, it's time for you to work hard at cultivating. Then your strength will prove that you were right when others look at you, Wang Yuan said and laughed. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. As time passed, Jian Wushuang persisted in cultivating his own way, ignoring the disciples of the Dragon Palace doubts. Whenever there was a temple master of fire temple using swords, Jian Wushuang would get there to listen to their lessons. Thus, his comprehension of the sword essence of raging fire did not fall behind at all. 7 days passed quickly. In his manner, Jian Wushuang finished practicing swordsmanship and was sitting beside the stone table. He took out a pot of wine and drank it. 10 days passed. After getting the bottleneck-breaking elixir, I immediately swallowed it. But I didn't sense the sign of a breakthrough until now. It seems that the first bottleneck-breaking elixir is unable to take effect. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.